Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next item is acknowledgement. Can I get a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Medina, second.
Thank you. Motion by Botelho, second by Medina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Next one is notice of temporary procedure for supervisors meeting. Dulce, do you want a brief explanation?
Good morning. If you're participating via Zoom and would like to make a comment, there's a raise your hand icon in the middle of the screen. If you're participating by phone, please hit *9 when it's time for public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll go to presentations and recognitions. We have none on the agenda. The next is public comment. This is an opportunity to address the board items of interest that appear in today's agenda. We will not allow any outside discussions within prelude of Government Section Code 54954-2. If you go outside that code, we will gavel you. First speaker.
Marty Martinez.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
The reason for my visit today is to discuss the salmon stillhead that have been found in San Benito River for the first time in the past 80 years due to Herman Garcia's efforts. This county is getting federal and national attention right now, and I think we need to do everything we can to help these endangered species along. This is their river, and we're the one messing it up, so we have to clean it. I've been out doing the work, and the problems that we're having is that I'm finding is the illegal dumping, which I feel I've given it some thought, and I feel that if we were to make it a county ordinance that it was punishable automatic arrest for driving on the river and having all of the entrances sealed up, I think that would pretty much solve the problem. If you have an arrestable offense with their vehicle impounded, I think they'd get the picture. Secondly, the second culprit, or I should say, for lack of a better term, of the trash is going to be the homeless. Now, this is a much more complex and difficult issue to deal with. I understand that, gentlemen. However, it's there and it needs to be dealt with. So what I recommend is that the river be cleaned up, for one. This is the first thing. We can't allow all this plastic to go to sea. I mean, it's just filled with plastic and junk from all the homeless, and it needs to be cleaned up. The problem I'm having, I've surveyed the river, and the problem is within city limits. So I don't know if that's a county thing or a city thing, I don't know. So, but something needs to be done. And what I recommend is it be cleaned up, eviction notice be given to the homeless after the elections or the thing is up or whatever it is, and then cleaned up, thoroughly cleaned up. And then maybe a police officer to patrol the river once a day, just to make sure anyone who's camping gets evicted at that time so that we don't have this problem again. As far as the housing and stuff like that, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to think, but that's what you guys are jobs for. And that's all, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give actually hold on a minute. Can you give that information, sir, to Ray Espinosa? Actually, at our private business yesterday, we were talking about contacting you and assisting in some services. So give that information over to Ray so we can get a hold of you some other time. Thank you.
Ray who? Oh, you're Ray, okay.
Next speaker card.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. This is Elia Salinas. I'm wanting to touch on 3 issues. Number 1 is, where do we stand on the mask ordinance? It was my understanding that the board was going to reach out to both the city of San Juan Bautista and Hollister last night, and Supervisor Hernandez was on the Zoom meeting for the city council, and there's a consensus to reach out to the supervisors and work together on some type of an ordinance going forward with a mask ordinance for the fines. And I'd like to also, I found out last week that the business licenses, the application process goes through a third party, and it's not assigned to San Benito County. And I'd like to, if we can find out in the future, the board can ask, why is there a third party involved in obtaining the fees? And I know that we're paying a third party. It's one simple form that gets filled out. It's a fine. It's a business license that gets printed out. I'm not understanding. I know we have the staff that's sophisticated enough to do it. It used to be done by San Benito County. It's done by San Juan Bautista, which is a small town. If they can do it, I don't understand why the county is not able to do it, and they're reaching out, and we're paying a third party to do something that's contracted out when I think our staff should be able to do it. And then there was an increase in business licenses that people went out and started getting their business licenses suddenly in July. And it's my understanding, is that some of these businesses applied for the CARES money. I have an issue that if a business was not in compliant, and there's a municipal code, there's a county code, and there, for both San Juan Bautista, and then there's City of Hollister as well as the county, and this is something that I think it's been more than a year, and the county hadn't been getting business license fees for a long time. I think it was 25 years. It's been more than a year now, and all suddenly these people that want to apply for CARES money, part of the prerequisite is to have a business license. In my opinion, if you were not compliant, I do not believe that these businesses should be taking this money from the county if they were not in compliant with a municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Courtney.
Rosa, if you could please state your name.
Yes, this is Rosa Fernandez, and I'm with San Benito Health Foundation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for supporting the National Association of Community Health Centers Health Center Week. We had a very successful event in both San Juan and Hollister, and I want to thank everyone involved, Teatro Campesino, Redmond Transportation, all the grocers that supported, including Hollister Super and the grocery outlet. This is a collaboration with the Rotary San Juan Bautista and San Benito Health Foundation. We served over 1,000 individuals starting on Sunday, August 9th in San Juan Bautista at the Mi Escuelita, where we had 453 participants, 394 adults, 59 children, and 226 vehicles coming through for a food distribution. And then we had we celebrated Farm Worker Health Day as well with an event for the children in the clinic where we provided full examinations, central examinations for the kids free of charge. The largest event was actually in Saturday, August 15th at our clinic where over 400 families were served. There were 488 adults, 101 children, and 337 vehicles coming through. We started early. It was supposed to be from 4 to 6, and we started around 4:20 and ended around 6:30. It was a very vibrant event. Again, we thank everyone here. The Consulado de Mexico came and a representative from Robert Rivas came to the Hollister event, and we do want to thank the Supervisor BOTELHO for all his help in transporting and moving some of the produce. And it's just, thank you to all that participated and all our community members that are in need, that continue to be in need, and we continue to try to support them as much as possible.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Sean, if you could please state your name.
Good morning, Sean Tenenbaum, Superintendent for the High School District. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. I wanted to take this opportunity to compliment and thank Ray Espinosa and his team for their recent collaborative efforts with the high school district. Really appreciate the time and just wanted to share a positive message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Schonenbach, can you stick around, because I'm actually going to pull that item off the agenda, off of consent to discuss.
Will do.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Al, if you could please state your name. Al, you have been unmuted. Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Good morning.
Perfect. I first would like to also speak on the mask ordinance conversation. We've been having this conversation for well over a month and a half. I'd like to point out.
Can I hold you on for a minute, please? We're going to discuss that in our agenda. My recommendation is hold off so you can have more.
Which agenda item? I'm not speaking on the actual mask ordinance. I'm speaking off of past conversations and bringing attention to comments.
I'm just telling you that if you go into item number 20, I will gavel you. Go ahead.
Item 20. Okay, I'll wait until then. Thank you for the information. I have another item to speak on in regards to the meetings that the county stated that they would have with the city, with both cities. I wanted to remind you that public access to these meetings is governed by a category of laws. These laws are very important to us, your constituents, and the public. Anyone, including members of the traditional and non-traditional press, anybody from the public, any organizations representing themselves or a group of people have the ability to scrutinize and report firsthand on government meetings, especially when they involve what we're doing with the public. The public has the right to be there. I am disappointed in the conversations that we've had with the county staff and Board of Supervisors saying that we are not allowed to attend these meetings. So I hope that our conversation in regards to ordinances and fines to be placed on the public, that the public be informed and allowed to get the information and report on it firsthand. I also would like to again ask for staff, maybe Mr. Espinosa can send me any ethical and moral agreements, foundations that the board has sworn to. And I would also like to ask that item number 6 be removed from the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that information and for the education. Do we have the next speaker card?
Yeah.
Robin, if you could please state your name.
Mr. Chair, if you would like me to respond to that last one? Did you want me to
No,
respond?
you're not going to respond if this is public comment.
Okay.
If there's going to be a response, issue a statement. We could do it under your department, under a department head announcements, but it would not be under public comment. Okay, next speaker card.
Robin, if you could please state your name.
Yes, my name is Robin Spencer.
Yes, madam.
I am a business owner in San Benito County. I have been working
in this city for over 25 years. I am a chair renter in a salon, Salon 218. I live in the county on Freitas Road, Anthony BOTELHO district. And I have been compiling, I don't know if you are aware of it, but there is a local salon that's been open for over 30 years that has now permanently closed their doors, Attitudes and Images, downtown Hollister. That has happened. We are all the chair operators having to pay rent to our salon owners, regardless if we work or not. My rent is $550 a month. That is due every month, whether I cut hair or not. So I have been compiling numbers from the 6 weeks that the salons were open, starting May 26th until the day we were closed. I have 13 salons that reported to me. My salon, Salon 218, Deja Vu, Studio MVG, Maine Society, Vintage Pearl, Cash's Lash Studio, Ageless Beauty, The Hair Shop, Hair by Heather, Dimensions of Style, The Beauty Lounge, Hair Creations, Salon and Day Spa, and Aesthetics by Alexandra. The total is 13 businesses here in San Benito County. 49 business professionals worked on 3,823 guests in those 6 weeks. There were 0 cases of COVID. We have a very good way of tracing and tracking. We are hands-on with our people. Many we see week after week. We see them every 3 weeks for haircuts. As I'm sure you men know, you get your haircut every 2 weeks. Women get their haircut every 4 weeks, 3 weeks to get root touch-ups. We know what these people are doing. Yes, Mark, they do get their, no gray is showing for these women. I color my hair every 2 weeks. So, you know, we know what our community is doing. We know what's going on in our community. We have followed all of the recommendations and the guidelines that you have given to us. And we want to be supportive of you, but you've got to be supportive of us. There's already 5 major businesses in this county that have closed permanently, you guys. Come on. You know, there has been George's Grill, Oasis, and now the Oasis building's up for sale. The KS.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
madam. We appreciate it.
Vidana, if you could please state your name.
Hi, this is Vidana, San Benito County resident.
Vidana,
I would like to.
Vidana, hold on a minute. I just want to give you a reminder. We have item number 20 on the agenda. So if you talk about anything to do with Corona, I will gavel you.
I'd like to start my time over, please. And
Yes.
I'd like to second pulling item number 6 out of the consent agenda. We would like to hear the vote by the supervisors on who they want to put forth as vice chair. Naturally, hundreds of us out here would prefer to see Peter Hernandez in that position because he will be on the board longer. Secondly, something that's super important for you guys to understand is something that we understand out here. You have thousands and thousands and thousands of constituents here that understand there is no emergency. And we also understand that everything that is being done to our businesses and our community.
You are getting real close.
This is not on item 20, sir. This is not on item 20.
You're getting real close.
So anything that is being done to this community is not being done by the governor. It is being done by you guys, okay? You guys are in a position to declare all the businesses essential and let people decide how and if to go back.
You will have an opportunity to talk about that in item number 20. Thank you. Next speaker.
We have no more public comments.
No more Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to department head. Barbara, you want to start off first with the response from a member of the public?
Yes. I just wanted to state that I believe that the reference from the speaker was meetings that have occurred between an ad hoc meeting or ad hoc 2 supervisors one or two supervisors with other representatives of other jurisdictions within our county. There's no formal committee that has been formed. It's not an advisory or decision-making committee. It's an ad hoc committee that's meeting with other representatives for the exchange of information relating to COVID. And there is a case on point that I'll have to forward to her regarding a situation where two supervisors in a different county met with the mayor regarding new zoning ordinances, and that was found not to be a violation of the Brown Act. So she should look at the provisions relating to ad hoc committee, that exception, that specific provision under the Brown Act, and this is for an exchange of information about what the different jurisdictions are doing regarding COVID, and it's not a formal committee that has any sort of power or decision-making authority or advisory to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. And can you also CC the Board of Supervisors more for educational for us?
Yep, yes.
I have a question, Mr.
And that was a
Chair,
big,
on that item.
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify from what County Council had mentioned, I'm curious, so at what point is there a Brown Act violation if there's dialogue about enforcement or putting something on the agenda for enforcement within those conversations? Because I'm curious, I know right now there was a city council meeting where they were talking about it. It was on their agenda, and us as the Board of Supervisors, I imagine Supervisor BOTELHO is going to probably bring it up. So I'm curious at what point, and I feel a little bit disillusioned because I wasn't able to make it to that meeting, and so all of a sudden the enforcement conversation came up and I had nothing to do with it. So at what point is there a Brown Act violation when there's conversations about policy making within that and not including, and basically including enforcement in that conversation?
Well, it's similar, I would view it as similar to one of our supervisors calling one of the council members and speaking to them informally, because there can be that communication between, you know, a member of the Board of Supervisors and a member of the City Council. And that's what's taking place here, is the communication between the parties. So I view it as similar to that type of communication.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could add too, since we do have item 20, I think it's item 20, I was just kind of, you know, maybe we could have a further discussion on that and what, you know, and report out, you know, that discussion and dialogue that Supervisor Hernandez was referring to.
Okay, we will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Thank you, Supervisor BOTELHO.
One last thing, Chair, is I think even for the sake of trying to diffuse the situation and dialogue, I think it'd be contingent upon us to actually make those meetings not so much public, but the information, there needs to be record keeping and producing of that dialogue so the public can digest it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ray, now you have the presentation, department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have an announcement out of our OES department. We have Chris Mangano.
Good morning, Chris Mangano with the Office of Emergency Services. Just wanted to let everyone know we have a cooling center open at the San Benito County Free Library. It opened yesterday. It will be open today from noon to 5. People can stop in for a cold bottle of water and a few minutes in a cool room. And we plan on being open tomorrow also.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Chris. I really appreciate having a cooling center, and I know Mr. Norton was really looking for something on the west side of the county, and these things are pretty hard to set up, and we don't have a big population. It's not overly used, but if it's used by one person, I think it's very, very important. But perhaps going into the future, and we may have some more hot days in October when it traditionally happens, perhaps for people that are in the outlying areas, we could arrange for some sort of transportation through dial a ride, maybe pick up the tab. I don't think it's a break anybody. And have transportation to our cooling center here in Hollister at the library. And that might be the most cost-effective way to address some of the needs of some our citizens that are in the outlying areas.
Absolutely.
So, but I appreciate the awareness that is happening.
Mr. Chair, I had a question too.
Yes.
And first I want to start off, thank you, Chris. I'm super grateful that you did that cooling center and you moved it forward, because I know that that's a huge need. And you know, I don't think we've had this in a really long time, over 105, 108, I think at one point. So it's really concerning. For me, it's kind of like, so it's maybe more of maybe something to consider, but I think it'd be a good idea to make it a little, and I imagine you're already trying to, but figuring out a way to broadcast that message about the cooling center, because I know if folks don't know, right, and I don't think, those that might be of sensitive populations might not be connected to a computer to see it on social media or something. So I don't know what other mediums we can try, but I think it'd be good to figure out a way to make sure that those that are at risk, maybe they don't, maybe socioeconomic disadvantaged folks or folks that are elderly that might not have, they might not be behind a computer, an opportunity to connect with those folks so that we make sure that they have access to that cooling center. Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as well, I know Chris and I have been working on the possibility of purchasing actually small cooling centers that we can actually distribute out in South County, up in North County, the west side as well. So we're actually looking at that as well for future events down the road, to really provide some safety for the residents within our community. And a little bit more local access, where it's not such a big lift for them to come out. The other thing is we do actually provide communication through social media as well as Nixle. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, and we'll continue to do our best to try to inform and keep people aware.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Ray. I mean, I had a feeling you guys were on it with that. I'm just concerned about those folks that don't have computer access, or they might not have a cell phone or something. It's a reality. I know a lot of folks that I've connected with that are elderly could care less about a computer.
I just want to remind the board that it's not on the agenda. We're getting real close to Brown Act issue, and if you want to continue the discussion, we have to place this at the next board meeting.
Point taken, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also have one more announcement at a county council's office. We have Barbara Thompson.
It came to my attention that there was, when we copied the item over for an item 20, that the ordinance that was previously attached to the last board meeting wasn't omitted. So please note that that ordinance that was attached to item 20 was just attached inadvertently, and we are not taking action on an ordinance today. So I wanted the public to know that in case they were aware of that ordinance being attached. Thank you.
That's all the announcements. That's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the board to Ray? None? Okay, let's continue with board announcements. Supervisor Hernandez?
I just had one item to, we just had a special meeting last week. But this last Friday, I met with our CAO, with Superintendent Tenenbaum of the high school, Greg Bucknell from the roads department, and trying to remember, Dulce Alonso, our management analyst, and Don Kelly. So the conversation was around my district, so maybe for information for my constituents to know that we're working hard for them. We're coming up with a game plan to get that, to come up with some mitigation measures for that corner of River Park and San Benito Street. It's all inconsistent with the upgrading San Benito Street, but there was talks about safety add-ons, possibly even a roundabout in that area, which I'm not 100% excited about, but it sounds like it's a safer route to make sure that you're having through traffic and it doesn't necessarily backlog, because I know between the San Benito and Nash corner, and then now if that was a stop sign at River Park and San Benito, and then you have Union, then you might have a lot of backlog. So the idea is to allow traffic to keep flowing through at a steady pace. But then there's other elements, because I know we're excited about even including a bike trail. So trails is starting to become a running theme trying to come up with opportunities for recreation, even economic development through recreation from tourism coming into our community. So a lot of good things we're talking about, and I appreciate our CAO coordinating that meeting. It was really productive, and it's actually really, really exciting. I found myself digging deep into that River Park area, so good news to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Botelho?
Nothing this morning, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
None? Okay. Thank you. I have nothing to report. We're going to go to consent. We're going to remove item number 6 per public request. I'm going to remove item number 8 from number agenda. Any other items from the board wish to remove? None. Okay. And then also, also anyone from the public wish to remove any of the consent items besides number 6?
If you wish to pull an item, press star 9 or raise your hand. There is nobody from the public.
Okay. Thank you. All right, what's the pleasure of the board on consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of number 6 and number 8.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion by Medina, second by Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Item number 6. I was a member of the public. I will allow the public to speak first on this one. Do you have any speaker cards?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We have none.
None? Okay.
So I had a comment, Mr. Chair.
Oh, hold on a minute. We're still in public comment. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hernandez?
I'm sorry, there needs to be one person.
Hello?
Oh, hold on, Supervisor Hernandez. Go ahead. Yes, madam.
Hi, Sedana County residents. Speaking on to item number 6,
Yes.
I know that you guys had a competing vote for vice chair at the last meeting. There's thousands of us that would like to see Supervisor Hernandez in the vice chair position, since he'll be serving on a term longer than Supervisor Botelho, who's gone at the end of the year. And so we'd like to see some continuity in that matter, if somebody would motion for that. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Hi there, my name is Courtney Evans. I agree with the previous caller. I would also like to see Mr. Hernandez as vice chair. I know that the vote was split last time. Mr. Botelho has been on the seat for many, many years, and I think it's time for Peter Hernandez to have the opportunity to learn and get some experience while Mr. Botelho is there to help and assist from the side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker card.
We have no more.
We have one in the
Okay,
audience.
thank you. Back to Supervisor Hernandez.
We have one more in the audience, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Elia Salinas. I think that the public is not aware of, and they actually don't have a say-so. It's actually up to the Board of Supervisors. They're the ones with the experience up there, and with all due respect to Peter, because Peter is going to be here another 2 more years, it is in the best interest of the board to have Anthony Botelho. Peter is still learning, and he's diligent about wanting to learn more, and if Supervisor Botelho ends his term in this year, it's the best to utilize someone with the most experience, which is why I would suggest, and I have no say-so, I'm just saying to the public that the reason why we should have Anthony Botelho and the board should pick Anthony Botelho should be aware of, we need to take advantage of the people that have the experience and are able to mentor those that are coming up the line, as well as those that are candidates right now, should be online right now, learning from the board and learning what the procedures are. I know being up there at the dais and trying to run a meeting, it gets a little nerve-wracking because you're trying to follow the policy and you don't know the policy and you're learning it as you're going. And I think that that is why it's best suited that we have Supervisor Botelho. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Looks like there's one more in the audience, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I'm Vivian Stubblefield, and I agree with her. I agree that Peter Hernandez, as vice chair, he's shown a lot of excitement for our county, and he's been so involved, and I think that he should be given that chance to be a vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian.
That's it.
That's it
now.
from the.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, my comments are more focused on the past history, and for the sake of consistency and clarity, really, or even lastly, more importantly, is unity. I know historically, as a Board of Supervisors, the decision has always been made to have the chairmanship being handed over as a running seat every year, so that every supervisor has a chance to manage a meeting and to ultimately try to understand not only what it means to sit as a member, but now to sit as one who guides the agenda and guides the meeting, working with staff, working with our CAO. A really important and really vital aspect of all Board of Supervisors educational curve, right, for us to take that leadership role. And for me, I to a certain extent, I was passed up from that. And nonetheless, it's not a written rule. So granted, you still have the authority to do what you did, but it does create a little bit of a distrust and a divide, and I don't think that's an encouraging for a working board. If the ultimate goal is for that working board to be productive, nonetheless have different philosophies on the application, that's just and that's right, but I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about at least having a sense of expectation of what that means to, if we had a running process, right, as an unwritten rule within the Board of Supervisors, and all of a sudden officially under my term that changes, and it's specifically about me. So I'm not even going to get into the side on why. That doesn't matter. What matters to me is, do we want to work together and trust each other, at least having a set guidelines of what that means, or do we want to just have it thrown up in the air and then all of a sudden it becomes a dogfight every year on who takes that leadership role? Because at that point, we can technically have one supervisor running this chairmanship back to back to back to back, depending on who's in the lead. So you guys make the choice. At least you know where I stand on it. I came in first obviously being new, respecting the board and willingly saying, I'm going to support somebody. I had no intent of taking that position myself out of respect for that board. I would just hope that we would have the same courtesy for each other. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other supervisors wish to comment?
I guess I should comment on, it's nothing that I'm holding my breath for, or, as vice chair for the next 6 meetings or whatever. And, it was an issue and a problem, last meeting where, you weren't feeling too well. The chair wasn't feeling too well, and things need to be signed, things need to be get done. That's why you have a vice chair. Other than that, it's kind of it's a support role, and unfortunately, it's somewhat of a issue today. And Supervisor Hernandez made some real good points just now, and the last thing I think any of us four that are here and future board members really want is that type of friction. We don't have to degrade ourselves down to what's happening with the city of Hollister, but it is a leadership role. You have to have a lot of time to work with staff, work with your fellow colleagues, and being in his first term, and I remember when I was in my first term, I don't think I hit the chairman's seat till my second term, is that you learn a lot as far as how you develop more of a consensus building, and I think that's what we really need right now, is consensus building through the chair seat and vice chair. Next year, you're going to have a new board. There's at least two, three new people. And they're kind of pick their leadership regardless what happens today. So, you know, it's where it's at. We have some real big, tough issues that we're working on right now, and running a CRUZ meeting. You do a real good job, Mr. Chairman. I think I have shown that I've ran a lot of good meetings since then. So, you know, it's up to the board. You know, I'm not losing any sleep over this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Botelho. Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Medina?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have comments. Other than that, when I placed this item on the agenda, my best interest was to make sure that we are continuation of the same type of style management on the board. In all honest opinion, Supervisor Hernandez, all three of you guys have felt that Supervisor Botelho had a more consistent style management as I do. We're winding down. Typically, my philosophy, and I learned this from one of my good prior supervisors friends, Reverend Uncle, is that if you're not going supervisor the last 3 or 4 months of the year, you really want to give those supervisors who are in place and will be here next year more of a leadership role in making decisions and directing staff. And us old folks, Supervisor Botelho and I, who have about to serve 16 years as county supervisors, we have a tendency just to provide advice to you and Supervisor Medina. However, in this case, because of the magnitude of what's going and being presented to us, I felt that Supervisor Botelho was the one that was more in line with my style of management, and I wanted that to be consistent to the end of the year. You will have an opportunity next year to lobby the other board members, whichever way we can, for the chairmanship position, because both the chair and the vice chair will be open next year. And I do believe in your philosophy, and I've stood to it myself for the last 16 years, is you really want to have a respect of who becomes vice chair, because then that person becomes chair. This is a special occasion. We have never faced a corona situation as we have, or our businesses are suffering. I just need to make sure that we have someone who has a style management as I do, and I feel more comfortable, and I'm willing to make an endorsement right now for Supervisor Anthony Botelho for vice chair. And that's my motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion among the other supervisors? None? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Against?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 3-1. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Botelho, for taking that leadership role.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to item number 8. Sean, I got a very simple comment and a question. Are you on board, Sean?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. First, I guess I'll say the good news first. First is I want to congratulate you, everyone else, Peter Hernandez and staff, Ray, thank you, Ray, and any other staff member, any other member of the public who played a role in making sure that we move to the next step. I really want to commend everyone involved, and thank you, Sean. That's my comment.
Thank you.
My question, which is a negative one, is if the city hall does not agree to this, is this back to the drawing board?
No, Mr. Chair, it is not. I mean, ultimately, what we have before you is a term sheet, not the official agreement. And the term sheet basically outlines the steps in the process. So the acceptance by the County Board of Supervisors this morning is just giving us direction, the district, the city, and the county. The city may have comments. They have received the term sheet, the mayor and the interim city manager. So we'll continue to provide updates, and I'll be happy to share with you as we go. But there may be changes. There may be some information and or edits. But again, these are just steps in the process. It helps us have a nice roadmap for success. And I'd be happy to report back to you, Mr. Chair, in the near future.
Sounds like a plan. Any questions from the board? None? Anybody from the public? Anyone?
It looks like one from the public in the admin building.
Okay, here's my question, because I spoke to the fire department. I've spoken to several staff of the fire department. They're not in consensus with closing Nash Street. I would like to see a member of the fire department, whether it's the chief or the marshal, come here and speak to the supervisors on their opinion, and the Hollister Police Chief, Carlos Reynoso, how they feel about closing Nash Street, because it's my understanding they're not in consensus with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that information. Anyone else?
Yes. You have been unmuted. Please state your name.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is Valerie Eglund on my cell phone. This is very exciting to have access to the Board of Supervisors right here in my shop while I'm working. I am congratulating the Board of Supervisors and the high school and all those involved in moving this element forward in order that we can pursue an excellent opportunity for all the population in the county for our parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie, for your kind words.
We have no more
Anyone
comments.
else? Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
some comments,
Bring it back to the
Mr.
board.
Chair.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I have some comments, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted, well, first I wanted to thank the board and our CAO for working so hard and supporting this. You know, it's funny because I've said it before, it does really all start with a vision, because a vision is one of those things that's so tangible to the folks that have it, but it's not necessarily there. It's tangible in the sense that they could see it and taste it, but it's not necessarily the physical element of it. The outcome isn't necessarily there. But nonetheless, there's a lot of layers to what it takes to have a successful vision, ultimately be measured by the outcome of it, and all the pieces in place right now, especially being a supervisor, learning a whole lot, all the pieces that it takes to make that successful vision come together and produce the effect that we believe is going to happen. We know is going to happen, you know. So the point is when it comes to this element of it, it's a really important piece. Acquiring property for the, you know, on the high school is another element. Ultimately outlining a trail, which Reach is really excited. You know, that's why we have Don Kelly on board with helping us revisit that, bringing all the pieces together again, because they're pretty much there, but ultimately regrouping folks to now support this, which is happening right now as we speak. And then all the elements of even now adding economic development as a focus with this project. You know, my sure hope is that there's, and to a certain extent is part of that visionary aspect to the public and to even regions around us, that just because we don't have a bustling Silicon Valley economy, we have their workforce, but we don't have that economy necessarily here yet. We don't have the industries here yet, but there's usually something small and something very tangible that becomes a catalyst for that. So with that said, when it comes down to that regional park and the plan that's gonna take, I'm really excited that this is one piece that I believe will be the catalyst, building that trail, and ultimately for the economic development piece is the financial benefit that will come through now highlighting tourism and giving access to folks that are already visiting San Benito County. I can't remember the numbers, but going to the Pinnacles Gateway Partnership meeting, listening and learning from those folks that we have a lot of folks that come here, but the sad part about it is they don't patronize our community. They come to enjoy our national park. They come to enjoy our Hollister Hills and our wine trail, but they don't stick around very long. So we're hoping this becomes a huge opportunity to now usher in those folks into our community, to patronize our community, to even build and develop a new business in our community. So anyways, with that said, this is an important piece, and I thank our supervisors and our CAO and Sean from the high school for having that vision with us and moving forward on that vision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments on the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I really want to thank Supervisor Hernandez for his work in the past few months on this project. And it's just starting, because he has a great vision for the regional park. He's absolutely spot on right about economic development and how it goes hand in hand with the quality of life, such as regional parks and with businesses doing well in our community with visitors coming. And it's an emphasis that this board has taken to attract businesses here that will provide a tax base so we could develop this park. And he's going to be here for a while. There's no question about it. And I hope Supervisor Hernandez continues his enthusiasm for pushing that park going forward. I want to thank Sean Tannenbaum of the high school district for his dedication to improve our high school. It's a beautiful campus. It's a great trade for the county, and to kind of give Nash Road to connect those two campuses and make it a whole lot safer for the student body. I think the public speaker has a good point as far as how the fire department and other emergency services needs to respond to different parts of Hollister. I think they need to do their due diligence and have their pre-planning to accomplish that. I don't think it's impossible, having a little bit of background in that arena myself, but you have to plan ahead. And all of us working together, we accomplish big things. When we're pulling apart, that's when things don't happen. So we're headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Supervisor Patel. My comments on this project is that this is one of my pet projects since I first got elected back in 2004 with Supervisor Patel, and we have gone through a lot of meetings, a lot of discussion on it. The high school, the city Hollister, everyone involved. And when Supervisor Hernandez came on board, he added a little spark to it, and it went into second gear. My only advice to you, Supervisor Hernandez, as a senior one here on the board, is that continue this, put another spark to it, because you will have those that will try to derail this good effort. Has been in the past, and it will continue in the future. Just be careful and put that extra gear. And Sean, thank you very much. Without you, without Ray, with other members of the public, it wouldn't happen. And I do respect Elia's comments about the sheriff, the fire department, and the city of Hollister. I'm going to be contradicted on this one. I'm going to say the fire department and the Hollister police got to come on board. This is a public interest benefit to the community. They need to play ball with the community. That's my only comments to the fire department and the police department. They need to come and play ball, because this is a good project in the making. I'm not going to be here. Supervisor Patel's not going to be here. Peter, you need to make sure this moves forward. It's upon you, it's upon your shoulder to make sure that this project continues the past course that is continuing right now. And I beg you, make sure, don't let it get off course. Thank you.
Will do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other comments before I ask for a motion? Okay, actually, I'm the one to pull it out of consent. I will make the motion. I make the motion we approve item number 8 as stated on the transmittal.
Medina, second.
Thank you, Medina. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Congratulations.
4-0. That's 4-0.
We
Chair.
will now go.
The ghost of Jim.
Yes, sir.
It's 4-0, not 5. There's only 4 people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you. I'm used to saying 5. Thank you. Stand corrected. 4-0. Thank you, Supervisor Medina. All right, let's go to regular agenda number 20.
Tracy?
Ray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Tracy Belton here. She will be presenting this particular item. We also have some speakers as well. We have our doctor, as well as, I believe, Crystal Lamonto on. And we also have Melinda Casillas here to discuss a little bit more about the HDL, the business license. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass this on to Tracy.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. If Dulce could start the PowerPoint, please.
It's loading right now. 1 second.
Actually, Tracy, you wanna hold off for 1 minute?
I can, sure.
I appreciate it, Tracy. Supervisor Botelho, in your director's report, you mentioned about discussing enforcement on this item. Do you want to continue that, to put it on this item for number 20?
Well, I was thinking that maybe after the presentation, we'd discuss that and then see what this board wants to do.
Perfect. Perfect. And I just want to make sure that you were still on board for that idea. Thank you. We will discuss that after this, at the end of number 20. Go ahead, Tracy. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you. Good morning. So first, I wanted to give Crystal Lamonto, our superintendent from the County Office of Education, an opportunity to share with you what's happening in our county around education. We've worked diligently with Crystal and her team, as well as the other superintendents within the county, and I asked her to come and share to the public what's happening in our county. So, Crystal?
Good morning, and I apologize if you hear some background noise. We've got someone trimming the trees right outside the office, so I do apologize. So good morning, Board of Supervisors, and Tracy, for allowing me to come in and start and provide an update for you guys. So I've put some talking points on. I won't go over all of them in detail. I think most of you know that we have developed, in collaboration with the San Benito County Public Health, a reopening document that has been provided to the community that allows two different phases. One, because we're on the monitoring list right now for some distance learning, which is as expected by the governor. And I do want to recognize Dr. Gillajucci and Lynn Mello and Tracy Belton, as they've been exceptional partners throughout this process. This has been an ongoing process for many months. And thanking Supervisor Hernandez, who's been very interested and has joined our collaborative on numerous occasions. We will be starting up our collaborative again next week. We have canceled the last couple weeks because we are in the process of getting our distance learning up and running in San Benito County at this point. I will report that we do have two rural school districts that have been in person since July 6th. So this was prior to going on the monitoring list. And things have gone very well in both those schools. Granted, they are small, but they have done an exceptional job of really bringing students back in, and the families are elated to be able to have their students back in school. So we did have 5 rural schools that submitted waivers. The governor and the California Department of Public Health have put out guidance, and we've worked with Dr. Gillajucci on submitting the waivers, and he is the first individual that looks at those waivers. All the waivers are coming from our rural schools. The waivers are for K through 6 education, and so we are in that process, and again, thanking Public Health for assisting in that area. I was on a call yesterday with the State Superintendent, Tony Thurman, and the California Department of Education for about an hour and a half. All the county superintendents were yesterday, and what we're hearing is there will be new guidance coming out this week in support of students with special needs, both maybe with an IEP, or English learners that may be struggling with the distance learning, and the possibility of allowing very small groups to come in even if a county is on the monitoring list. We'll be anxious to hear from the state to see what that guidance may be. So more to follow on that. That may assist some of our districts in meeting the needs of all of our students. And then, of course, I do want to bring up the digital divide issues. As you know, it is a broadband issue, and Supervisor Botelho, thank you for working. I know it's my Chief Technology Officer that started out with Rotary in San Juan. What we're trying to do in the county office is bring our entities together to really ensure that we have a strong infrastructure. Right now, we have students that have no access to internet, and it has nothing to do with the district, and all of our districts have done an exceptional job of purchasing hotspots. It's what we call white space, meaning no matter what we do, they don't have access to internet. And so the county office and my Chief Technology Officer, Roy Sims, is very passionate about this, and we're hoping to come up with a solution and lead the state of California. No other county has moved in this direction, and if we can do this collaboratively with the county, the city, and all of our entities, and be able to provide a large, vast of broadband infrastructure that would allow our students to access it for free, it will help with the equity and access. So we have been working on that and have brought that up to the state level as well, because this truly is a state issue, because it's caused a social injustice for our students right now. But other than that, most schools have opened up with distance learning. This week will be the next week. Our districts have done a fantastic job of issuing devices for families, hotspots if they don't have internet, and navigating all of those issues that come with that. I think our biggest issue right now is we're starting to see notifications that electricity may be turned off, and if that does happen in San Benito County, that is going to cause issues, obviously, for distance learning, since we are relying on our internet access with our students. And I will stop there if there's any questions.
Crystal, I thank you for that strategy plan presentation. I know there's a lot of questions. My interest is in the digital divide issues. I think it's a good idea that we all partnership, and I also believe if somehow we can find a way, because sometimes bandwidth, if there's too much bandwidth, or if there's too many cars on the highway, it's going to slow down the speed. And that's one thing we don't want, because I know kids, I have actually 3 grandkids, and they hate it when they can't download any document they wish they could have right there. These are kids, they just want rapid information. But if somehow we can find a way in which we can have a dual partnership usage in which the schools get first priority and then everyone else in the public can have free access to it, I think that will be an optimist, good use of resources for the benefit of our community. That's my input to your presentation. Okay, thank you, Crystal. Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
So we're done with the presentation, Mr. Chair?
Oh, shoot, that's right.
Didn't
Sorry,
have a
Tracy.
question.
Sorry about that, Tracy. All right, Tracy, continue.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal, so much for your time and dedication. We really
Mr. Chairman,
appreciate it.
before
Have a good
Crystal
day.
leaves, hang on 1 second, please.
Oh, hold on.
I do
Yes,
have a
go ahead,
question for Crystal, and because we did have a meeting with Mr. Sims, he's very enthusiastic about expanding technology for all the school districts in our county, and distance learning is a problem. I know in my district, the San Juan Aromas School District is placing buses around with Wi-Fi just so it's accessible to, their student body. And we did have a meeting and kind of threw out some ideas, but I didn't think we had anything that we could really put our arms around as far as wrestling and solving some of the broadband issues, even in different areas. We've talked with Charter Communications. They have a project in the west end of the county, but that's still a year and a half away. And I know Roy is still kind of racking his brains and trying to figure out, how we could move things up faster. But what I do want to ask Crystal is that we stay engaged and we continue our partnership and keep throwing the ideas, monitoring what the state's doing. I think the governor is kind of addressing some broadband needs for rural counties. I think the federal government's going to have some infrastructure dollars possibly coming forward. Is that to solve our problems tomorrow? Probably not, but we have to maintain this dialogue. I don't know if that was a question as much as a commitment that we'll keep working together.
Mr. Chair, I did have a comment too. And actually, it's hopefully Chris. Oh yeah, I didn't see her. Sorry, Crystal. I wanted to make sure you're still on. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Crystal, for allowing me to be part of your meetings. Like I mentioned in the meeting, the first meeting that I attended, my initial intent has always been to literally hear the issues that you're dealing with, or just listen in on ultimately what does it mean to roll out a school effectively under now these new COVID-19 rules. I knew it was going to be a heavy lift. I feel like it was going to help the Board of Supervisors in their policymaking process. I mean, that's why it's funny, because I know the question is why are we getting involved in schools? And it's like, we're not getting involved to do anything besides learn from them and figure out how we help their kids that are in their schools, which are basically our kids in their schools, and our teachers, which are our friends and our neighbors. We're a community, so I firmly believe in it's within the context of the leadership style that I believe I'm trying to have focus on is what does it mean to lead our community into success and addressing the issues. And I know that we throw around the state and the feds a lot, but to a certain extent I feel like we've become so dependent of them we haven't leaned into our own abilities to figure out what it means to solve our own problems. So that was my goal, and that's why I wanted to listen in. And if there's anything the Board of Supervisors can do to help the schools, granted within our abilities, not trying to overstretch our abilities, but maybe just maybe we'll be a lot more successful together than apart from each other. So I would appreciate to still be invited to these meetings so that I could listen in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Okay, thank you, Tracy. I'm sorry, thank you, Crystal. Tracy?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Crystal. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just an update on our data. Everyone's aware of the data. Supervisor Medina posts it regularly, and it's up on our webpage. Just wanted to remind people. Our hospital is quite impacted with some COVID cases right now, so just want to remind people of that, and just remind people to continue to look at this if they have questions regarding our numbers. Next slide, please. This is our often served data, testing information. We minimized the spreadsheet to just include July and August because it was getting rather long. And then the cumulative data is on the right. So we've done a total of 7,400 tests, a little over that. Results received 4,685. We've had 4,400, a little bit more than that, of negative cases, 224. And the OOJ is out of our jurisdiction. So those are people who don't live here but have been tested at our site. And then we have 153 still pending. And those are really within the last week or so. You can see that on the left. Not very many have lingered any longer. So I just wanted to give that cumulative data for everybody. Next slide, please. So this is an update on our monitoring list. As of yesterday, we are still above the testing positivity rate as well as the hospitalization. Dr. G is going to touch a little bit more on the monitoring list during his slide. Next slide. So just wanted to provide a quick update on the state monitoring list. As many of you are aware, there was a system error with the CalReady system that interfaces with our local public health. And there were, as you can see here, the governor reported out there were 14,861 positive cases that were backlogged in the data reporting system. It appears that the system is running current now. The governor did state that the cases still remain high, but they are trending down in the right direction. So that is an encouraging message from the governor. CDPH has updated the county data monitoring list as of yesterday. It was frozen for a while until they could get the backlog of the tests out of the system. And so they've all been pushed out to the counties, and the counties have all processed them. So it was updated as of yesterday. In order for consistency to reflect the data and how the disease impacted the county, as I stated, that the data has been appropriately updated, and our public health department is also current on our data. In the event that our county would have shifted off the county data monitoring list, we would have been advised. Unfortunately, we did not shift there. I'm happy to report that Santa Cruz did move the data monitoring list, so that was exciting news for Santa Cruz, as well as for Dr. G, as he is the Assistant Public Health Officer there. There is question regarding the July 13th health officer order that specified that the indoor operations shall remain closed, even if you are removed from the county monitoring list. So until that health officer modifies that order, even if we were to come off of the monitoring list, we would still not be able to reopen our indoor operations. The only thing that would be able to reopen would be the schools. And so we're hoping that that is going to be revised shortly. I was on a call yesterday and they said that they're actively working on that. And the last bullet indicates that they are actively reassessing that order in light of the evolving scientific evidence regarding the disease transmission, the risk of transmission in different settings, and they will provide us an update. Oftentimes we're asked, what does it take for us to get off of the monitoring list? It takes for us to get off of the data needs to change. And just a reminder to everybody that this is what we are pushing: to wear a face covering, physical distance, wash your hands regularly, and minimize mixing. I know it's a tough time and people want to be socialized with their friends and family, but we're asking, individuals to remember to just minimize the mixing outside of your household. So this is just a brief update on our COVID-19 Business Recovery Assistance Grant. I'm going to get through these rather quickly because Dr. G has to jump off the call soon, so I want to let him have an opportunity to talk. Total allocated for the Business Recovery Assistance Grant was $1.5 million. The objective of the program was to offer immediate financial assistance to small businesses located in the county to maintain their businesses and workforce with one-time funds. The county will grant up to $15,000 to each eligible business. There's just a time frame for them. The team, there's 6 members of the review committee. They're currently reviewing and evaluating all of the applications. There were 209 applications submitted, which is amazing. The review committee will be making their final selections to the grantees on Monday, August 24th. And this has been a very rewarding and time-consuming process for the review committee, so we really want to acknowledge the individuals who are working on this diligently to get these grants out. The next slide is the Service Provider Assistance Recovery Grant Program. $300,000 was allocated to this out of the CARES money, and this is for the non-traditional service providers who have been affected by COVID-19. This will provide grants for up to $7,500 to the eligible non-traditional service providers. The timeline's listed there. We've only received 6 applicants, and those are being assessed as well. I just want to acknowledge our CAO, Ray Espinosa, Dulce Alonso, our management analyst, the Board of Supervisors who work diligently, and staff, as well as my staff. Deputy Director Enrique Ariola has worked diligently on this, as well as his team, and I just want to recognize everybody for that. Enrique will be available for comments after Dr. G presents on this or questions, as he's managed these 2 programs. So Dr. G is with us. Again, he only has about 15 minutes. Unfortunately, he has another commitment, but Dr. G, if you would like to report out anything, and if there's any questions.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Tracy, and very complete report. Good morning. So yeah, just a little bit more about our cases. As you know, we're still on the county monitoring list right now. Let's see, the numbers are just in front of me, pardon me. We're at, I think it's 187 cases per 100,000. The threshold is 100 cases per 100,000. So we still have a ways to go, but I do believe we're seeing signs of this summer peak, perhaps on a downswing. There's been, as Tracy noted, some confusion about the data and some delays in data. So it does take some time for this to kind of sort out, but I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic. I think I reported to you last time, and I think it's just reinforces the public health measures we know that work. They're difficult, but they do work. Testing continues. We have the OptumServe site, which is our main source of testing. That and Hazel Hawkins Hospital for those who show up there. The OptumServe site, we understand, will be continuing through the end of September, which is good news. There is some talk about reserving some spots each day for public health investigation purposes, so that if we have an outbreak, we have an outlet for people to get tested if they've been exposed. So there's more to come on that, but we're hopeful that that will come to pass. And the hospital continues to do well. We have a fairly probably a little bit more census of COVID patients at Hazel Hawkins than we're seeing in neighboring counties. That's probably a function of the fact that this is the only hospital available in San Benito County in this area. But their capacity still remains good, so I'm hopeful that that will continue to be the case. So I think that's the extent of my presentation. I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, it's Mark Medina. Doctor, on the capacity at the hospital, is that based upon how many current beds we have now prior to them decreasing their floor? Because at one time they had a larger bed count, but I know within the last I think 5 months they really decreased their bed count. I'm just curious what capacity we use.
Oh, right. So we are using staff capacity, not necessarily physical capacity. And the staff capacity can vary depending on the number of staff that's available. So there may actually be empty beds that aren't staffed if people call in sick or perhaps the census is low and so forth. So we're looking at the ability for the hospital to be able to take patients, and that includes both the physical bed itself and the people to staff it.
So the number here, 9.3, that's based upon how many beds?
Let's see, the 9.3 that I'm looking at is the test positivity rate. I may not be looking at the same chart that you are.
It says increasing hospitalization, greater than 10% increase, change in 3-day average COVID hospitalized patients.
Okay, and you're looking on the website?
I'm looking at what Tracy handed out.
Oh, okay. Bear with me just a second. I'm going to look at her. There were some new numbers. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that 9.3. I think the way that this is formatted, that column, I think there's an error there. So I just got an updated report this morning that shows the 9.3 is the test positivity rate. And I can't, this doesn't match what came out this morning. So I apologize. I wonder if there might be a misalignment of the columns here.
So the 9.3 is our positivity rate, and we need to be at 8%, is that?
That's right.
So the limited hospital capacity, less than 20% ICU beds, less than 25% ventilators available. So we're fine when it comes to the hospital side. When we're looking at the positivity rate, we're off by about 1.3%. The elevated disease transmission, that's where we're way out of whack, if I may say so. We need to be at what number do we need to be at?
100.
Okay. But I thought the 100 was based upon 100,000 population. That's not correct?
Right.
So we don't have 100,000 population, so shouldn't it be 65?
That's right.
So it's 65.
60, I think 62 or so, something like that.
Okay, so just so and this question's been asked many times, that's why I'm being a real stern on this one, is so we're fine when it comes to the average tests. We're fine when it comes to the hospitalization. So those two are good to go. What we really need to work on is our positivity rate, along with the case rate. So we're about 3 times or 2.5 times off of the case rate, and we're close to the goal in the positivity rate. Once those hit 65 and below 8, for how many consecutive days are we off the watch list?
We have to be 14 days consecutively to come off of the monitoring list.
So that's going to be a hard task to conquer, I would say. When we're looking at things that we're trying to look at, for instance, one of the ones that I hear a lot are about the salons, and I'll just bring this up again, is and I know the state controls it, but you're looking at one person entering a place of business. They have masks on, they're sanitized. Has there been any talk at the Capitol to possibly look at a different way to open up your salons? I mean, outside, yes. I think that is less sanitary than having them inside. That's my opinion. But has there been any talk at the Capitol or with the governor on loosening or changing those policies?
Yeah, I can say specific to hair salons, I'm not aware of any talk specific to that, but there's been general talk about a general reworking of the reopening framework from the state. As you may know, there was a change in leadership at the state level where the state health officer recently resigned, and there's a new person coming in. So we do expect some changes, but I think there's a general recognition that there may be a way to more precisely, choose industries where the risk is highest and try to provide some more relief where the risk can be more easily managed. So I think the hair salons probably fit in that category because, as I said before, we've certainly had instances where hairdressers were infected and did not pass on the infection when both persons were wearing a mask. And, I think that risk can be relatively managed. I think the bigger risk are types of industries where large groups get together. And so I think we'll see some adjustment there. We're expecting some changes coming in the next month or two.
Month or two?
Yeah, I know I'm vague, and I apologize for that. We haven't been given any more detailed information about that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, it's all being done at the state level.
Understood. I appreciate all you do. Thank you.
I had a question, Mr. Chair, for the doctor. It's just one question. And I think maybe Tracy might be able to answer this too, because I don't know what the running count is of our homeless population. But I'm curious, since they're homeless, how many of them and how many of them have gotten COVID and how many of them have passed from COVID?
Sure, I can answer that. So Supervisor Hernandez, did you say how many have passed?
Yeah, how many got severely sick and they didn't make it, and how many of them, how many of them even got sick, and what is the total running count of the homeless population? I mean, technically, they're probably the most, that I've seen. It's funny because I went to the river this weekend, and I saw folks hanging out down there. Was a nice little tent shelter, and that I saw no one was masking or social distancing.
Sure. Public health staff is also on the line, and they do most of the contact tracing. But what I am aware of is there's probably been approximately 6 to 7 individuals that have been homeless, as well as homeless families that have tested positive, that we have housed up at our migrant center at the trailers that we were able to secure through Project Room Key. I believe we have 1 family there now. I am not aware of any individuals who have passed from COVID-19. They've all recovered.
And what is the total?
If there's more than that, public health staff, can you advise if we have more than that have tested positive for COVID-19?
So what is the total population of those folks, Tracy?
In our last, Enrique is on the line. He can probably report out the numbers from the last homeless census. Enrique, can you unmute yourself, and can you advise what the last homeless census reported out as to the homeless individuals in the county? I know there was a drastic decrease, I think about a 40% decrease in our homeless community, but I don't have the exact number. Enrique, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Sure. The 2019 homeless census showed that we have here in this county 283 chronic homeless individuals, including family members that were surveyed that period of time in 2019. 283.
283. And how, and obviously you can't speak about their medical, but in general, the 6 folks, did they have underlying health conditions?
I'm not able to report that out. Public health staff, do you have any information on that? I'm not sure that we have that information available at this time.
Hi, this is Lynn Mello. Yes, Tracy, you were correct in that we've had 6 to 7. I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and look at the stats. Yes, a few of them have had comorbidities or accompanying health conditions. Right off the top of my head, I can't really say how many. I would say the majority did not, but I do recall that a couple of them did.
And of the 283, have you pretty much caught them or seen them as you visited them having masks on or social distancing?
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. It was kind of broken up.
Sorry.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So the 283, from what I've learned, I know that through the homeless task force, you frequent these folks, you visit them. Obviously, if there's things going on that aren't legal, but nonetheless, as you visited them, is there any record of these folks social distancing or masking as evidence why it's only down to 6 people?
Well, we have not visited them, but we talk to their contacts that they give us when they have telephones. And we work with them to advise them to social distance. And the majority agree that they can do that, but they're a very difficult population to reach out to. We are not going out into the community. Our contact tracing and case investigations are from our office. And I don't know, there is the Whole Person Care Project that does work more closely with the homeless population, and Enrique oversees that project. I don't know if Enrique could speak to this question.
Yeah, this is Enrique. We do not have an outreach team that goes out to the community to make sure whether they are social distancing and adhering to wearing masks and such. But what I could also say is that at the shelter, there are strict guidelines set in place to ensure that homeless individuals at the shelter are adhering to the sheltering in place. As a matter of fact, the shelter has capacity for 50 individuals, and during the shelter in place, the population has been reduced to maximum of 25 for that particular reason, to ensure social distancing and make and create a better environment as far as mitigating the spread of COVID. And the remaining individuals that were at the shelter were a part of Project Home Key, which we were placed in different hotels just to ensure their safety of themselves and others.
Thank you, Enrique.
Mm-hmm.
You're done with your questions, Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other supervisor? None? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Open it up to.
Mr. Chair, one additional comment I wanted to make, or a request to have our elected tax collector treasurer come up and discuss the business license that did come up, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on what occurred some time back when we went through this process. And one of the things is when we went ahead and moved forward with this initiative, this item passed. we asked our elected department head, Melinda Casillas, tax collector treasurer, to go ahead and take on this role for the county. And so she has done so, and I wanted to go ahead and have her comment on that. Melinda?
Sure. Just a little bit of information regarding the business license. So it has Measure H, passed by the voters, has been in effect for roughly a year. July of 2019 was the start date of that initiative. And so our office, we chose HDL to spearhead this project because it's been 25 years since we've had a business license ordinance. And so there's a lot of education that needed to happen with the business community. And we've had a great partnership with HDL, and they are expertise at business licenses. So we gave them what we had, which was our unsecured tax roll, which, as many of you know, is business related. And then we gave them our fictitious business name filings that we had from the clerk's office. And so that got the process started, and they gave a lot of educational information when they reached out to these businesses. We also created a packet that we gave to the clerk's office. Our office created a packet that we gave to the clerk's office so that when somebody came in and filed a fictitious business name, they got a packet to know that they needed to get in contact with HDL to get a business license. We also gave that packet of information to the RMA department so that when people came in to file for permits, they could reach out to their subcontractors doing work on their permits, on their construction projects, and that they needed to also get a license. So that was kind of our first year, how things were working. And then in the meantime, HDL, which we use for our sales tax analysis, they reviewed all the sales tax that was coming into the county, and they basically created a list of people that were not on the original list that we provided them, businesses that were not on the original list. And so they've created a list between their sales tax audit and also using Yelp, as many of you are familiar with. And so they've created a new list with additional companies that we were not aware of, and they are now reaching out to those companies for the business licensed ordinance also. So it's been a learning and educational first year for the business license and to the community. And so I kind of feel like this is the second phase, and we should reach most of those businesses that are conducting business in the county that also need a license. Any questions?
I just wanted to comment as well, and I think as part of the third layer was through this business grant, nonprofit grant. That was another kind of layer that we thought, let's add a requirement and see if we can catch some more that maybe slip through the cracks with businesses not actually receiving or having a business license. And we definitely have seen that as well, especially for those in the review.
Mr. Chairman, if I could kind of add, when we were developing this business grant program, Supervisor Hernandez and his subcommittee has been working very hard processing those applications. And these businesses, in order to get the help, and I think there has to be benefits with a business license. If we're receive any sort of monies from businesses, we need to provide services corresponding. And I know the value of business licenses in the city. When I was at the fire department, that was part of our job, was to go and inspect for safety of the businesses and pre-plan possible emergency situations for each of the businesses that have filed for business licenses. And in this case, if we're a funding and try to help these businesses. They should be in good standing and in compliance of all the local regulations, and that's one of the key requirements. And that's required. And so it's an educational process, and it's brand new. Hopefully people are becoming more aware that it's a requirement in the unincorporated areas as well. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda, for that. I just wanted to give a little background of the business license, kind of where we were and kind of how it relates to this particular item. This item was for providing some programming to the community using the CARES Act funding, but there was another element within that is making sure that there was a requirement on the business license, which I think that's also kind of assist us as well moving forward with getting the unincorporated area with business license. So thank you, Melinda. Thank you, the board and the ad hoc. That's all the comments we have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments before I open up to the public? No? Okay, this is opportunity for the public input.
Al, if you could please state your name. Al, if you could please unmute yourself. Courtney, if you could please state your name.
Hi there, my name is Courtney Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the agenda item that you were speaking of when I was interrupted during public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So under such a broad agenda item, in the name of an emergency, we've spoke about business licenses, grants, numbers of beds, hospital staff, and the absolute confusion over controlling and enforcing people to comply. And then also this is where we're going to have the conversation about mask ordinances and fines.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, under the name of emergency, this not being very detailed, this not being open and transparent in the agenda item so that the public has opportunity to be involved and listen. You cause confusion. There is such a broad number of conversations happening right now that it is confusing for people. In the name of an emergency, in the name of COVID, these things need to be specifically explained in the agenda so that the public has the opportunity to be informed, aware, and to criticize what's being discussed and decisions that are being made in regards to our community. This is affecting so many people's lives. I am at a loss for words that people were silenced during public comments over just mentioning the word COVID, saying that it belongs in one specific agenda item. It's so very broad. I feel like that you have silenced people and it detours people from staying on the call because no one knows what's specifically being discussed. I ask that every conversation that has to do with ordinance, fines, and holding the public to a misdemeanor, to lawful, to being threatened to go to the district attorney, be public access, and that people in the community are informed, that the conversations are transparent. If this is an emergency, let's truly treat it like one.
Jackie, if you could please state your name.
Yes, good morning. This is Jackie Morris-Lopez from District 2. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Dela Cruz. Yes, I've been listening to the health report from the staff, and I'm kind of curious about the homeless population. The reason why I want to focus on that is that I've been reading a lot of comments on social media. We're all aware that we do have homeless people that are living in our riverbeds and living in different parking lots around Hollister. San Juan, I believe, has one very visible person in District 2, Supervisor BOTELHO's district. So there is an issue here. There is a need here. And in terms of COVID-19, I am a healthcare provider. It concerns me that I'm hearing the deputy health officer say, we don't do any outreach, we don't go out. We have a small enough county, city-wise and county-wise, and we know where the groups of homeless individuals are mostly congregating or living. I think that maybe you as the Board of Supervisors, city and county, need to get together and come up with a plan to address and to do a little bit more outreach for these folks. Just simply stating that we don't do that, we don't have a program, is not enough of being proactive. I do agree with Ms. Nilsson's comment that if it is an emergency, a pandemic, we need to treat it as such. We have an opportunity to do something with this population. They're underserved in a lot of aspects. Why they're there, I'm not really concerned with that, but doing outreach during this pandemic and health crisis to me is really important in a very sad situation that we will just ignore them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben, if you could please state your name.
Yeah, this is Ben Coffey from District 1. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would just like to state that I think you guys are missing a lot of the information when it comes to the recovery rate and the positivity of COVID in general. I mean, you make it sound like it's so negative and it's an emergency and a lot of people are dying and a lot of people need help. But in reality, the immune system in a herd is actually benefiting people. And it seems very illogical to keep imposing mandates and other fines and regulations in regards to a system or in regards to a situation that doesn't have a death rate or a harmful impact to the majority of people. You guys are acting like there's more deaths and more harm being done to the community from COVID than there is anything else. I think that's a drastic mistake. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more public comments. If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. Go ahead to the podium.
Yeah, Richard Betancourt. My brother got 4140 Southside Road. My brother had COVID, and I've been pretty upset because he went to the hospital at 10 o'clock in the morning because he was getting dehydrated, and they turned him loose at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Mind you, he lives alone. He got ill on Saturday, that same Saturday, and my nephew went to check on him because we couldn't get a hold of him, who is a fireman. He suited up and found that my brother had a real high fever, and he called 911, and this is at 7 o'clock in the evening, and they got his fever down in the hospital and released him at midnight, knowing that he lives alone. I can't imagine if a homeless person went to the hospital, would they release him at midnight too? I'm very disappointed with the hospital. Plus, living alone, when the county health department would check on him, I believe for 10 days, getting his vitals, there was no way to, they should have had pamphlets or something stating where he could get food or financial help, and I don't know if that's being taken care of. But the mass thing, as far as I'm concerned, is not stopping anything. And when he got released, he could go back to work. The health department stated that he did not have to really wear a mask unless he wanted to. In other words, he couldn't spread the virus. So whether he can get it again or not, I don't know. But he's doing well now. It knocked the hell out of him physically. But in fact, he's in Chicago, so thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Ryan, if you could please state your name.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Ryan Jones. I'm a long-term San Benito County resident. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak today. Just to chime in on this really fast. So, yeah, is COVID real? Absolutely, yes. Does it warrant the reaction that we're seeing all over the country and our county? No, it doesn't. Common sense has left the room, folks. It's truly befuddling that we are seeing business owners nowadays either getting fined or arrested for opening their businesses, right? And people not getting fined for arresting or looting one. Think about that. Why are we going to punish good citizens for trying to put food on the table, to keep a roof over their heads, in a time where we are challenging ourselves to have more equality, right? We are virtually doing the very opposite by discriminating what businesses are essential. Who can be open, who cannot. We discriminate against by trying to shame and force masks onto all citizens and turn a blind eye to all of our rights and liberties, all of ours. Now, look, we all know that this is not only wrong, but it is also illegal and cannot be enforced because there is no law. Newsom is not Caesar, folks. How can you explain or legitimize in saying yes to what is being waived here? You can't, and you know it. And it is shameful that it is even on the table. So my ask really is like, we need to put the porn politics down onto the pile of the rest of the trash we pollute our hearts and minds with and set it fire and let it burn out of our lives. And let what you instinctively know and what is true and right. And for that to be given a hand on the steering wheel for the decisions we make for each other and our community. The division right now is great. And as leaders of our community, it is your responsibility to unite, not divide, to lead and not be led. So in summary, this really isn't about public health or safety. It isn't. It's about lining the county pockets. It's about money, period. Money is the root of all evil, you guys. You know that. I ask you to take an axe to it and cut it out and open the door and let common sense back into the room and open up all of our businesses. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Vidana, if you could please state your name.
Hi, Vidana County resident, Ryan Jones. Preach, baby. To Ryan's point, you guys are in a position right now to help all of your citizens. The businesses are closed down. You did that. Governor started it in March, and you followed through with it. There is no emergency. There are people who are suffering. There is a flu. But something that thousands of your constituents understand is that many of us have already had this flu between December and March. We know this. You secretly know it. And this whole thing, this whole problem, these businesses that you're hurting, the wealth you're depleting out of these families and their lives, their ability to make a living, their friendships, community, you guys have made the decision to carry out a governor's unlawful order when there is no emergency. And it is in your power to solve everybody's problem by doing the right thing by everybody, and that is declaring all businesses essential. Business can open or not open. People can mask or not mask. We know this can be done because it's being done in other communities. And the sheriffs all over the state are not enforcing these governor's illegal orders because it's not law. Secondly, you want to help people, set them free. Secondly, get HCG on hand. You're going to have to lobby your governor to allow a previously well-used, well-documented drug that cures, saves people, countless people from this flu, is taken off the pharmaceutical shelf. You need to go back to the governor to get that into our county. And thirdly, you need to free us up and go to the governor, go to bat on our behalf. Instead, you're going to bat on the governor's behalf, putting your boot on our necks. You want to regulate us. You want to mask us. You want to show the governor you're being good soldiers so you can get money. You're working for the governor. You're supposed to be taking care of us and representing us. Go to bat against this governor on our behalf. Go get the CARES money, open everybody up, get HCG here. That will solve everyone's problem, and it's the fairest for the most amount of people. They can make the decisions they need to make based on the risk they're willing to take. And you'll get everybody off of each other's back and put peace back into our community.
Jackie, if you could please state your name.
Am I allowed to speak again? I had an earlier thought on this item. I just want to make sure.
No, sorry, Jackie, I apologize. Can't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
Have one more
Thank
in
you.
the gallery here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors, Elia Salinas. So the supervisors are elected by their constituents in each district to represent what is in the best interest of the entire community and the entire county. It's a hard decision when they sit up there, and it's very easy for people in the background and calling in and criticizing them. This is a really important issue. This is only one issue. And you may agree or you may disagree on each independent supervisor on their opinion and on their vote on this specific issue or on any other issue. They were very diligent to follow and do the shelter in place early on. Then came the masks. What is happening is that this illness is not a deterrent enough for people to stop gathering in large groups and infecting other people without knowing that they're infected themselves, and or a case where there was a woman who knew she was infected and she still went to a social gathering because she wanted to be there. There is absolutely, completely unbelievable the human behavior on how to be kind to another human being. This is not happening in Hollister, in San Juan Bautista, and in San Benito County. This is happening in the entire world. And we have individuals out there whose entire world is only themselves with complete disrespect to the human race. This is unprecedented in our lifetime. It is a learning experience, and the best thing that can be done is that they follow the advice of health experts. They're not listening to some real estate agent or some sales clerk coming up here and telling them what they need to do. They will do what they feel is in the best interest of the entire community, and that is to continue and to have respect for our human race. We must sacrifice ourselves, and you may call me that I'm a follower, that because I'm wearing a mask and I believe in this, that I have no thought for myself. I have thought for myself, and I have thought for other human beings. They're not making a decision for you specifically. You want to choose to go out in public and be within 6 feet, not wear a mask, you are putting yourself and you're putting other people in danger. And I thank the Board of Supervisors for the work they continue to do.
Thank you, Alia.
We have one more comment. Carly Joe, if you could please state your name.
Hello, I'm Carly Joe Brigantino, longtime resident, third generation here in Hollister. And I wasn't going to really speak until that last speaker. And that is exactly why it shows that people are out to attack each other. If it didn't matter what career you're in, but the fact that they have to come on and attack people for their career and why we feel that the masks are not and should not be a requirement, but because of the job field for some reason is why we're against the mask, it makes no sense. So if the masks work, then why are we not able to gather? I had a very close person who was just tested positive, young, healthy, no symptoms. Told the doctor he had a runny nose, tested positive. He was on vacation for 2 weeks in the same exact house with 10 people of all ages from 60, 70 to 18. 10 people, same exact house, eating dinner, playing, drinking, probably out of the same cup. 10 people. And every single one of them tested negative. This 18-year-old who had to get tested because he was going to school was tested positive, yet all these other people for 2 weeks surrounded by him and every single one tested negative. Please show me where this is so contagious and show me proof that these masks are helping stop the spread of COVID. Show me proof. Nothing is leading to proof that the masks help. And for a fact, someone forgot their mask, pulled out my dirty mask from my purse that I have worn multiple times and gave it to him to wear because they wanted to wear a mask because mine are at the bottom of my purse because I don't wear them other than for work. Show me where that is going to help to stop the spread of COVID. So I urge and please beg you guys to vote this down and stop being pushed by our politicians in the state and wanting to sit back and collect that funds. And thank you.
Thank you, madam.
We have no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I did promise that I'd have a little dialogue about the ad hoc committee and what we do, and also talk about the one meeting that Supervisor Hernandez missed as far as our dialogue on enforcement. You know, the ad hoc committee was formed, I think you formed it, Mr. Chairman, initially, and it was reassigned to take over. And the purpose was just to communicate information between the two cities and the county as far as issues and problems and how this COVID virus was spreading to our community, what we could do better, how can we help each other. There's our health department's involved in a lot of aspects, keep the whole public safe, and we have a responsibility to the two cities as well with that department. And that's basically what the purpose of that ad hoc committee is for. It's not to debate whether we should be wearing masks or debate what the governor's orders are and whether we should follow them and all that. it's more to share information, the unique circumstances in which, guidances were being issued, through our health officer and so forth. The meeting that Supervisor Hernandez regrettably missed, and, and we can't make all of our meetings. Geez, people don't realize how much time this job is, how much demand there is for additional meetings and during these very difficult times. So, that there's no disrespect. There was nothing that was, we weren't we were talking about enforcement. We've been talking about it for a month, 2 months at least, maybe longer, as far as how do we coordinate a very unified, solidified type of message to the public that wearing masks is absolutely essential as washing our hands and keeping social distance if we're going to get ahead of this virus, keep our numbers down so we could reopen these businesses. And that's been our focus, and I think that's a focus that Supervisor Hernandez and I both share, and our goal was how do we keep our businesses operating. Neither one of us likes what we're hearing out of Sacramento. I think it's been blotched, it's regrettable, but at the end of the day, the governor's orders are lawful. And we're obligated as a subdivision of the state of California to follow them. And this is, I think, where we have a respectful disagreement, but I do hear Supervisor Hernandez's concerns, and I have total respect for them. I hope you realize that. Is that, maybe we shouldn't be enforcing this because of the mixed messages and the inconsistencies. My position is that we have to follow the guidance and laws, and you have to have some sort of enforcement behind it in order for the fairness of all the businesses and the people that are complying to those orders. And we all have an obligation to comply. And if you're not, I truly believe in fairness that there should be consequences for making those choices. And I've been an advocate as far as putting something in place that encourages enforcement. And it doesn't matter if it's the drinking laws, or you go to a bar and drink and you shouldn't get behind the wheel. Whether you're speeding down the highway, you should follow the speed limit. If you're not, you get pulled over and you get a fine. And if you rob somebody, you go to jail. It's that simple to me. And I still strongly want to encourage this board to adopt a enforcement portion of what the guidance is that are in place by the state of California. We should be doing our part in trying to protect public safety. A number of cities have done it, counties have done it all around us, and we haven't. City of San Juan has. And that was kind of the conversation a couple weeks ago as far as having enforcement. And if we recall, the board had this ordinance before us, and you, Mr. Chairman, suggested that it should be coordinated with the two cities. And so I said that's fine, we'll go back to the committee, and that was the discussion. And what we're hoping to do is that the board take a leadership role and place, some criteria as far as enforcement, and then have a joint meeting where the city of Hollister and us adopt the final version. And my understanding is that the city of Hollister is going to hear the enforcement again in September. Is that correct, County Council?
I received a message from the city clerk that they directed that an introduction of the ordinance be placed on their agenda for September 8th. I don't think that it would actually be a joint meeting, but I'm sorry.
And it would be the county leading
I
that.
didn't attend it, I just have a text message.
I can answer that, Anthony.
Oh, okay.
And I think, Peter, were you still online when you, so you can kind of fill me in with, or if I missed something, please step in. You know, I brought this up months ago, and it went nowhere. You know, I know our chairman wanted to go to the city and make sure everything was unified. Well, at this point in time, we did go to the city. Nothing was done. We went to an ad hoc. Nothing was done. When you went to the city last night, you had Supervisor Resendez does not want a mask ordinance. Is that correct, Peter?
That's correct.
The mayor does.
Yep.
Honor, she wasn't sure. She wanted no fees applied to anything. And then Carol, she wanted to know what the ordinance is. So we can't say there's a consensus. The whole idea here was to go together and figure out how you're going to bridge or how you're going to bring a ordinance to place. I don't see anything. I'm sorry. And I can be completely wrong. And Supervisor Hernandez, please fill me in. But once again, I brought this to the board a month ago, and we had the ordinance written. Someone did not want it. So right now, I'm at a loss. I don't know where to go or what to do anymore. So, you know, I look at it as if you want to have yourself, Supervisor BOTELHO, and Supervisor Hernandez meet with Hollister. I don't have a problem with that, but we need to have an ordinance that, of course, is unified and everyone agrees with it. And right now, I just don't see anyone agreeing with anything. And I could be wrong, but I think, Peter, you can either validate or add some stuff for me, please.
Thanks, Supervisor Medina. Yeah, the biggest sentiment that I got in a nutshell from the city council is we don't know what we want. We want the county to lead and make the decision. By default, I feel like it's dead in the water. This request, I mean, I don't know how many times we've gone over this already. It's been beat up, you know, and so I obviously look at things through a different lens. My lens even looks at two things. One is, and it's funny because it was mentioned we're in unprecedented time. You're right. We're officially in an unprecedented time where we're destroying the autonomy of the individual. When we're thinking about what it means to roll out something successfully, Supervisor Tello mentioned, you know, that it's black and white. You know, it's like running a red light. You should get fined for it. Running a red light is a little bit different than something that exists in the air. Now, if you want to fine people for the change of the direction of the air and where it's going to land, and then you create layers of government to try to control that change in direction, then by all means, you can promote that. But I think personally, there's no logic to that. It makes no sense to me. This is not that simple. There's so many layers, and with lacking resources that we have, it's impossible to manage. And then the other element that I was thinking about is, you know, you mentioned it was a law. I disagree completely, because a law usually goes through the legislative body. Now, county council would disagree, and I'm not trying to play the attorney, but to a certain extent, I do have the understanding, at least with my constitution and where our rights come from and where our oaths come from and what it means, what the authority of the executive branch. The authority of the executive branch doesn't have the ability or to write rules. Temporarily, only under an emergency powers, yes, but that's assuming that there's consistency in what defines those emergency powers, and specifically within the language, it says imminent threat. It's hard to gauge that we're actually under that place of imminent threat. So that's where I struggle with saying that this is a law. It's not a law. So Now with that said, within his powers that were granted to him, the assembly basically laying down and handing over that authority to him, what he has done, and it's funny because history does definitely repeat itself. We're getting close to September 11th coming up. We're Constitution Day's at the end of September. Maybe I could read a couple verses just to remind folks basically what has happened in history. And this is under the Declaration of Independence, right? Which is the guiding document that ultimately creates that filter on how they're gonna write laws. Just two elements, so if you guys can oblige me. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Now that happened in the latest recollection was in Morgan Hill, where you had ABC, you had Cal OSHA, you had all these agencies that now are officially used to be heavy-handed folks and basically strike down these businesses, and the businesses responding and saying, well, where is the law and where is the fine and the penal code? And they said, oh, we don't have one. We're just telling you, you have to shut down. That's pretty crazy to me, and that's what we're supporting. That's what you're supporting, Supervisor BOTELHO, with all due respect. And then the other part of it is for suspending their own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has officially 40 executive orders, one where he literally puts the onus on the business, even in that sense, the school system, that basically says, hey, if someone gets sick in your place of business or even in your church, now it's you that are responsible to find out where this person got it, and if not, we can officially file a workman's comp claim, and you have to pay for it. This is the madness that we're supporting. There's digital errors in cases that just came out, the big flop with the caseload, the backlog that happened, $54 billion deficit. Now we're having to beg the federal government to bail us out. Unemployment response and support issues. Releasing prisoners from state prisons because of COVID, right? Instead of this amazing tool, which is a mask, instead of giving them masks, we're releasing prisoners. Shutting down the health industry. And I say the health industry because we're not just talking about doctors and nurses and hospitals. We're talking about gyms and salons and churches. Those organizations care about public health. Those businesses, they're very much in tune with supporting and helping the individual, the autonomy of the individual, to be physically healthy, to be spiritually healthy, and to be mentally healthy. How is that success, that we're actually opposing an industry, shutting them down, making them shutter their doors, as one of the speakers, I think it was Ms. Spencer that spoke and mentioned, that they have 0 COVID cases. They follow the rules. This mask enforcement, all it's gonna do, it's gonna highlight our failed policy, I guarantee you, because we're officially at a place in time where we're gonna make criminals out of good citizens. That's exactly what's gonna happen. And then I asked the question earlier about the homeless. That was very intentional, because if you think about it, this and mask enforcement is gonna have to, unless we're intentional, with which to a certain extent I guess it would make sense because that's the only thing that would seem consistent, the day that the governor basically made businesses non-essential, when in that element he's saying he can claim who can stay open and who it can't. I don't know how you don't call that discriminatory. But now with mask enforcement, there's gonna be folks out there that are high risk, homeless folks, right? We just heard Lynn Mello mention, from the public health department, that they're not the easiest of folks to work with. So we're gonna start finding them? Are we gonna start imprisoning them, throwing them in jail? Is that the goal? Because ultimately, if we don't wanna discriminate, we're gonna have to come up with our CAO. I'm not gonna support it, but I would imagine supervisors should probably get deeply involved with maybe figuring out where our general fund reserves is gonna be tapped into to make sure we have a bunch of resources to now start to address the homeless issue so that spread doesn't happen, right? Because this is all about spread. So all things considered, I think there's other counties that are a lot more successful. They're starting to chart their own course. I've heard Placer County is the latest one. They're starting to consider what that means. They're actually addressing making all businesses essential. They're looking at addressing public health by bringing back industries that are actually good for public health, to address the mental health issue, the suicide, prevention, all these kind of things that really matter, right? If we want to try to create a holistic approach. And ultimately, create a plan that says, yes, Governor, we appreciate that you have an opinion, but I think as local leaders, we are elected to support and represent our public and our constituency. So no, thank you. You want, and granted, I'm part of this CARES, distribution. It really is crumbs. It's crumbs compared to the ability for these businesses to be industrious, to produce an outcome that we would love to see. And I firmly believe if we actually roll the regulations back and open up the door for these businesses to actually be what they want to be, they don't want handouts, they want to be successful, I guarantee you things will change. And then your name, Supervisor BOTELHO, will be remembered as a leader, I guarantee you. I hesitate to say that would be true in this case. So that's my plea to the Board of Supervisors. I won't support this, but I will support talking to the city about actually restoring our community. And my last comment is, that committee, the Roadmap to Recovery, it's funny because it seems a little bit of a contradiction, because being part of those meetings, I feel like we talk about collateral damage more than we talk about solutions. How do we just listen to this governor, and how do we prevent issues with the governor taking our money? I don't think that's solution-minded. I think that's very reactive and not proactive. And as a business owner, I can't, my mind doesn't think that way. I think we have to come up with our own solutions. And so if we truly are invested in that roadmap to recovery as working together, that's where I believe we start. We make it public. We make sure the public has access to that dialogue so that they could give us their input, because I really do believe in the wisdom of the counsel of the public, of many. And that way, we ultimately have a unified effort so that our community gets on track to actually being a roadmap to recovery, to being successful. So outside of that, I don't want to talk enforcement. I don't want to talk about making good citizens criminals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to poll the board unless there's new information that the board wants to talk about. No? Okay. I'm going to pull the board to see if we put this item on the next board meeting. Technically, and Barbara, tell me if I'm correct or not. Technically, the chairperson can put items in the agenda. Right, Barbara? Correct. Thank you.
Yes.
And the only way is if there's three-fifths of the board that says you can't. We don't have. I'm willing to bet. I want to put some money on the table right now. There's not 3 votes on the board that can tell me otherwise. In the interest of compromising with my fellow supervisors, I'm going to ask them right now as a poll, see what we want to do. And here's my question to the board members. Do you want to put it on the next board meeting agenda to discuss and implementing and developing an enforcement rule? Supervisor BOTELHO?
I absolutely do. Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez, a simple yes or no question.
No.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Well, let me ask you a question. When we voted on this a month ago, why did you take it off?
I just wanted to see where the city felt on this.
So what have you
And
learned?
obviously, there's no consensus on it, so it falls back on us if we want to take the leadership on this or not. So it could later rest today by your vote.
No.
Thank you. I'm going to vote yes. It's a 2-2 vote. So Supervisor BOTELHO and myself support developing an enforcement rule, and Supervisor Medina and Hernandez do not. Okay. That's the end of it. Let's move on. Thank you. All right, number 21, Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to go ahead and invite up Chris Mangano. Up for item number 21, out of the Office of Emergency Services. And this is a request from your board a month ago or so, to have PG&E come on site and give your board a presentation on PSPS and discuss kind of the preparing of events, and it's apropos to the this last week of heat and power rolling power shut-off. So I think it's a good time to actually have this item. So, and with the wildfires that we've been seeing as well. So, Chris?
Switching gears, I will introduce to you our local PG&E representatives.
Hi, thank you for having us today. I'm Gina Arnold. I am the local public affairs and government relations representative for PG&E for the Central Coast.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Roth. Stu's fine. I'm a public safety specialist with Pacific Gas and Electric. Prior to coming to Pacific Gas and Electric, I did almost 35 years in the fire service in Monterey County.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we are here to talk about the Community Wildfire Safety Program. And maybe, do you want to stand at that mic?
Yeah, can we stand at both mics?
Is that-
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'll do your slides. Okay, PG&E, we always start with a safety message for all meetings that we do, so.
So three quick things. Number one, it's the 21st century, I know, but in the event of an earthquake, let's get under something, duck, cover, and hold. If you're in a chair, get to a wall or get to a corner of a structure. If it's an active shooter, remember, let's get out, let's hide out, and let's take out. And one of the things that we have found, law enforcement has found, if you start throwing things at somebody that's trying to take you out, it disturbs them and gives you higher success rate. And then the third thing is, during this presentation, if anybody is having any type of medical emergency, chest pain, anything else like that, please shout, help, I need help, and one of us will get you the necessary help. And last message about it is, please, 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 all of you, stay hydrated. This heat can sneak up on you, and the next thing you know, you're dehydrated, and all sorts of medical conditions can come from that. So thank you for that.
Okay, so what we're here to talk about today is the 2020 PS improvements from last year, the local progress and project updates. We'll do a quick run by the 30-year weather analysis, our event coordination and information sharing, and then a period for questions. Okay, Stu, talk about our improvements.
Yeah, so we recognized that we can do better. PG&E can do better, and we know it. And we are guided by the principles of community safety, right? And ensuring that we can do our best to provide the best level of service to customers. So some of the changes that we are making for the 2020 period is, number one, smaller in size, shorter in length, and smarter in terms of technology and communication for our customers. And we'll talk about those things as we go through it. But the key things are smaller, shorter, smarter. So all of you are very familiar with the high fire threat area. If you see up there on the board, there is a map of San Benito County, what we call effectively the Tier 2, Tier 3 areas. This map is developed by the California Public Utilities Commission, Cal Fire Department, U.S. Forest Service, PG&E, and other representatives that deal with wildland fires every year. You'll notice nationally and statewide, we have a number of different areas that are Tier 3 and Tier 2. So to break it down for San Benito County, basically, there's over 775 miles of total overhead distribution miles. There's 194 miles of overhead transmission miles, 5 substations, 23,000 customers served by that, and then 700 total medical baseline customers and 100 total infrastructure or critical infrastructure facilities, such as police stations, fire stations, jails, hospitals, sanitation, and others. So just a quick overview. In 2019, we added 8 weather stations. We had high-definition cameras, community resource centers, sectionalizing devices, and enhanced vegetation management. What we're really excited about is we've added additional cameras. We've added additional targets as part of our target. We have sectionalizing devices that we have done and completed for 2020, and our CRC discussion is in progress with your OES manager, Chris. And then last, we have enhanced vegetation. We'll talk briefly about that. So this is just, if you look at the map, it's a splattering of the additional weather stations. They include RAS, which is managed by NIFC, the National Incident Fire Command and Control Center. But they keep weather at the macro and micro limits. So we can better accurately forecast winds up in the higher ranges, which is our higher concern when we talk about public safety power shutoffs, because that's where our transmission lines are. So we have better ability to monitor wind conditions. We have better visibility because we've installed cameras. Now, while there are 4 cameras installed in here, and we have 2 more in progress, let me just, make you aware that you have other cameras that are facing you from over there in Monterey County, facing you from the next county over, Santa Cruz County, and below are all facing all different ways. So we see a big portion of that. And we can read and we can see what's happening. Okay, community resource centers. We have basically, if you look up there, we've got several identified. Windmill Market, San Juan Bautista, Balado Park, Tres Pinos, and Hollister Community Center. So where we had 1 last year, we have more this year, and we do have the ability, if things move, that we can adjust pretty quickly. For example, last year we put up tents. Now we're working on permanent facility sites that we will provide generation to, that we will provide updated electrical to, so that they're fixed facility sites. But we also understand we're in a COVID period, so we're set and plan to do outdoor or even micro, where we will deliver, the vehicle will deliver to areas if necessary. So all of those plans are in that prep phase. So here's your grid, and I'm going to just be real quick about it. You'll notice the different colors and lines. Well, you have several large lines that come from Moss Landing and go over to Los Baños, and you have other lines that are coming down from Metcalf, San Jose, that head on down to Lake, and then you've got others. And most of the ranges are 500,000 volts, 230,000 volts, and 115,000 volts. And when you look at San Benito County and the way it's laid out, it's in a valley. So the winds that we see are not necessarily down here, right? Where we see them is up on the ridge tops, right? And the problem that most people don't understand is that, well, there was really no wind. It was like 5 miles an hour. Why did they have to shut the power off? Well, because the problem is up on the transmission lines that bring the power to the substations that bring it to the houses. Now, what we'll do is we'll show you the improvements that we made over 2019 and 2020 in our sectionalizing devices. So if you look in 2020, and all of our sectionalizing devices have been added, right? You'll see, and it's a little tough to look at, but you'll see the pink areas, right? The pink and blue, purple and blue, was all of 2019, right? Now, if you took out the blue, you would see that we were able to expand, like San Juan Bautista, as an example, was highly impacted by that. We've sectionalized that, and that's come out. Other parts of the county, south of the county, all that light blue area has now come out of the exposure to the PSPS. And then last, system hardening. Every time we replace a pole from a car hitting a pole, or it's annual maintenance or something like that, we're putting in, stronger poles, stronger T-bars, replacing bare conductor wire with coated conductor wire, adding down guide wires and anchors and things like that to increase the strength of the system. And then the last thing is replacing lines underground. So where we can, as part of our improvement system, we're laying wire underground. All of our new communities, basically, when we build new communities, we put the wires underground. And then last, vegetation management. What we're doing is essentially we do we do vegetation management every day. In fact, it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge, right? You start on one end, you go to the other end, you've got to start all over again. The same thing with veg management. But that's just our management of how we do it, you know, year round. Enhanced vegetation management deals with the ability to open up the sky to the lines, right? Because what we have found is line branches coming down on top of wires. And then the other thing is we've cleared around up to 12 feet now, where it used to be 4 feet for just veg management. Enhanced goes 12 feet that allows branches not to strike. Now, we know that veg management, the removal of trees, there's some, you know, millions of dead trees in the state of California, and it just takes time to remove them. We always tell people, hey, if you've got dead trees that are near wires, give us a call, and, you know, we'll take care of getting them out of there, because we don't want dead trees falling on our lines.
Okay, so 30-year weather analysis. Normally we have a huge meteorological team at PG&E, and typically you'll have an actual meteorologist do this portion of the presentation, but today you have Gina. There's some points on this slide that talk about the data points that we look at before we call a PSPS event. And there is a lot more to it than just wind, just a red flag, just a fuel moisture issue. All of those are components, and so some of those are outlined here. We also collaborate with the following agencies on gathering this information. PG&E does not make these decisions in a vacuum. Here are some maps of the 30-year weather analysis for San Benito County specifically, and as you can see, how things are changing as we all know in this area with the fire risk and the things that are going on right now. These are some pretty unprecedented weather conditions that we're seeing. We happen to be in the middle of a heat wave right now. We haven't seen that in many, many years. So event coordination and information sharing, we'll talk a little bit about that. The Emergency Operations Center coordination. This is, we have local EOCs that we open from a PG&E perspective. We have one company-wide that opens up in San Francisco. We coordinate with CRUZ, with your local Office of Emergency, and coordinate. And so if in the event of a PSPS, we can send you a GIS technical specialist if that's something that CRUZ would like to have in her EOC. We can have Stu come down, or one of the other PSS representatives come and be on site with your local San Benito County team as we work through an event. So partnering to the best of our ability with our counties and cities that are affected. The local representatives are listed here. Myself, a public safety specialist, Jeff Money, he is actually working on the river fire today, so Stu was gracious to come stand in for him. Rob Morse is our senior local customer experience manager who handles things from a customer perspective. And then we also have a local media rep. Her name is Katie Allen. Do you want to take this one, Stu?
Yeah, so we recognize a lot of things that had to improve in our communications to communities and so forth. So one of the things we've done is we've added the public safety specialist into your EOC. If you request it, we're there, all right? Also the GIS, because we feel the importance of putting our face forward instead of you trying to collect information, that you have the information. So by doing that, what we do is we do 2 operational briefings minimum a day, so that if we're here in the EOC and you're doing like in this case, if we were doing a Zoom call, twice a day you would have latest information on what's happening, wind, speeds, portal use, mapping, all of that stuff. We do a system-wide call at 1,200 hours approximately that is just a listening call, so you can hear the bigger picture of all of those affected, not just, you know, San Benito County, but all the counties that are affected in it. And then we have event-specific information. We fell down sharply on this. We know we did, and we wanted to make sure that we found a way. PG&E actually, we actually went out and hired more public safety specialists so that we would actually have more to disperse to support counties.
I had a question.
Sure.
What exactly does a public, if you, well, I imagine there's a lot, but maybe some main points of what the public safety specialist does?
Yeah, great question. Thank you very much for asking. So public safety specialist, most of us come with a background in public safety, fire, law enforcement, with the emphasis really being on fire. So one of our primary responsibilities is we coordinate interagency as agency reps for PG&E on wildfires, gas incidents, earthquakes, significant incidents. If you had a big, for example, let's say that you had a hostage event here, right? And we needed to shut the gas off. And PSS would come and coordinate with fire command and things like that to do what you needed to do to get done. So we respond to incidents to support that. During the non-wildland fire season or PSPS season, we are here as an agency rep to help make sure that we're getting you all the pertinent information and getting your communities the pertinent information from the EOC level down and out. Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
And so we shift roles. And then when we're out of the PSPS season, we're just fostering relationships with EOCs. We're upgrading our mapping. We're doing training drills. We're doing all of those type of things just to continue to enhance our relationships and so forth.
Is there an element within that includes the public? And if there is, what exactly would that be?
So we handle primarily all OES, fire, police, sheriff,
Emergency.
public works, all emergency services. That would come from our LPA, or more importantly, probably our customer group that would do that kind of outreach.
Yeah. Well, and the reason why I asked that question, honestly, is I know as a business owner, when I'm hearing about a PSPS, like my business has a lot of refrigeration, so it's a concern, and my wife's talked to me, well, we need to look at doing a backup generator, right? There's a whole process, there's a lot of cost, but nonetheless, it's an opportunity, and to a certain extent, even for me to become maybe a partner as a business owner in some way, shape, or fashion with the whole situation with the issue, so I just know that there's other resources locally, which is more volunteer-based, but nonetheless, it just makes me think about having more boots on the ground, even if for support from the public side, right, for the messaging, because people talk, right, on Facebook, they're asking questions, who's doing it, what's going on, where's it going to be, is it my house? And I think the less panic you create by support systems, then the more response you can create in a combined effort to support each other as a community.
I'd just like to add that there was information on Facebook posted yesterday by a regular poster.
Mm-hmm.
The information was not accurate. I don't know where he got the information, but it was regarding the rolling blackouts, and that was not correct or valid information.
Oh.
So we need to be really cautious about what we're picking up from social media, that it comes from an accurate source.
So, can you explain that?
There was somebody on
Chris?
Facebook posting grids on what they consider to be rolling blackout areas.
Oh,
And
I heard about
PG&E
that.
There were
Outages
screenshots.
in Hollister.
And PG&E
And a lot of
does
people
not-
believed it.
Correct. They weren't pre-identifying. They don't know what grid is going to be maxed out at that time. So I don't know where those came from. I think those were outages already existing, but they weren't part of PG&E's message of rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
So messaging from accurate information or sources is critical.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, I know the Ridgemark area was affected. I have a friend,
by a transformer.
But that was
Yeah.
a completely
Oh,
Correct.
that had
It
nothing.
was a different issue.
Oh, that's right, because they had PG&E folks out there actually
Correct,
fixing the physical
immediately.
lines.
So yeah, that wasn't, it wasn't the rolling blackout. So it's
Very
misinformation
confusing,
that people were complaining they were without power for hours on end, and they weren't due to rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
other issues happen.
And it's just as a
every day.
thought. I mean, me as a business owner, I have a catering side to my business, which right now is kind of null and void, but nonetheless, we've bought in a lot of generators as an example. So when I hear about friends that their power shut off, I'm like, hey, do you need to borrow a generator? I can help you, So just things like that would encourage a little bit the true narrative, right, of what's happening, and then how as a community we can be a partner and support it.
And not to sabotage your program, your presentation, but most of the information people are looking for is free at pgne.com. And you can sign up for alerts there and get them on your cell phone. So we're in constant communication. We talk probably every day.
Right.
And they contact me, and then I send the information out, disseminate it as needed. But the general public can sign up for alerts, free of charge, for your area.
Awesome.
So there's really no reason to not be in the know, if you want to get it straight from the source. So.
And that might be something like you're talking about, that might be something that we, on this side, Gina and myself, can work with Chris to do a blast here in San Benito County of that information, because we want everybody connected, because
right.
it's great information, and it's not just about PSPSs. There's so much different information that we can send out to help customers. You know, again, best time to put, you know, during this is start your dishwashers at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, there's just a lot of things that we want to send out to help our customers, really.
Got it.
And we really, the PSPS, and I'm glad she brought it up, the public safety power shutdown,
Yep.
we try not to use that term at all. Anytime somebody thinks the power is going out, they think, oh, it's a public safety power shutdown. A rolling blackout that is issued by the California Independent System Operator has nothing to do with PG&E. It affects all the utility companies up and down the West Coast, and basically they say, we've got to knock out 400 megawatts of power, right? So we're taking these down.
And that has to do with the energy shortage, correct?
That's correct.
So, because I saw something about the governor with an executive order he just did having something to do with purchasing power, right? So it's two separate elements, but that sounds like it was a planning thing from the state side?
It comes from the California system, which I think is independent of the state government, too.
Well, there's three entities. You have the CPUC, you have CAISO, which is the California Independent System Operator, and then you have the California Energy Commission. And those three entities determine how energy is bought and sold and supplied to the grid. So one of them makes the estimates, one of them sets pricing, one of them, so there's three pieces, and the governor did speak to all three pieces yesterday.
And it
But
sounds like,
that's where that's coming from, is Cal ISO is determining we do not have enough energy to meet our predicted supply, which is why they were looking at what they call load shedding, which is the rolling blackouts.
yeah, and I read that, and I was curious because, so is that because there's a focus on green energy so much that we're avoiding using fossil fuels and?
We only use propane. We do not use any oil burn or any coal burning like we used to before in the state of California. So as you remove those type of energy generation, you're more reliant on, dams, you're more reliant on green energy, wind, things like that. But during, in this case, during the forecast, high heat, very low wind. So our wind generation isn't producing, if that makes sense, right? The other thing too is California, again, bigger picture is Diablo nuclear power plant is set to close probably in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And when we lose that, in other words, we needed one of those to generate the loss that we were having, basically. So, that's kind of
natural gas is not propane.
We do use natural gas, but they're going to phase it out.
There's a lot of the state that actually doesn't have it.
Yeah.
That lower portion of
So
the state.
so we don't have enough diversity in energy, and that's shutting down our state.
And that's not a PG&E thing.
Yeah.
That's really a government thing.
That's a state government thing, which is what I figured.
Maintain to get to zero emissions.
But as a supervisor, anytime you have questions for things like that, you can reach out to me. That's part of my role. And if I don't know the answer, I can get you the answer.
Yeah, if you can pass me your card, Gina, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and as a business owner, I can connect you with the customer service team, that you can have a specific person that can work with your business.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have just a little bit more, and then we'll take questions. So pre-event, let me just put it this way. Pre-event, there's planning maps that you can go to now on the portal, and I'll show you that here just as shortly. A summary of what's potentially impacted, and then a list of critical commercial or critical customers and your medical baseline. During the event, there's specific information that is specific to addresses, what's activated. You can type your address in there, and it'll tell you whether you're going to be impacted by the power loss or not. So we've gotten better. We recognize that last year it kept crashing, so we've taken it completely out of the PG&E system, and we put it up in the cloud so that it is its own system and can handle the load that we experienced with almost 36 counties last year.
Another piece too is that Chris isn't the only person that can have access to it this year. You guys can also have access and go in and look for yourselves if you need information, if she's unavailable.
So is there a special login and stuff for that?
Yeah. Yeah, we can get you connected with that.
Please.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So the other thing now we do is what's called watch and warning, basically execute. So when we go to the watch, that means that we're seeing wind, it's beginning to percolate around that, hey, this may be happening. So we start making notifications, and one of the first ones that we usually make is to your OES manager, or OES director rather, at 72 hours in advance. All right, just the planning, and then that way let that start disseminating. The other thing too is after about that, we start notifying critical infrastructures, and I believe then, correct me if I'm wrong, Gina, and then council and board of supervisors, county administrators is within that time period too, so that you have the information before it starts going to the public. That's our ultimate goal.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that way it gives you a chance to kind of get ahead of it before your phone starts blowing up.
Yeah.
Okay, then when we go into the warning, again, we send out emails, texts, we have a robo phone call, if you will, I mean, for lack of a better word. Our send word message now tells them all of the information they need to have, and we do that 48 hours in advance, and 24 hours in advance, and then we do it right before we're getting ready to shut off the power, so that there's multiple notifications, text, email, and phone. And then once we shut the power off, before we turn the power on, what we've added is we will then reach out again, email, text, and phone, so that people know when their power is going to be coming on. And our goal is 12 hours to restore power within the daylight period. Now, what that means is if it's 7 o'clock, are we going to just climb down the pole and go home? No. Our people, our boots on the ground, are heavily dedicated, so they're going to get and work to get that done. But our goal is 12 hours, where, again, we had others where it took 24 or so forth or longer, but we have doubled the size of the fleet of helicopters. We've increased the fleet of inspectors, and so when these events happen, we have more boots on the ground to inspect lines, fix lines, put aerial craft up in the air to visually inspect it from the top, because hiking up the hills and getting the 500 kW takes time. Well, we can have it flown in minutes. So we're doing those type of things to accelerate the speed in which we identify issues, fix issues, and get power restored. So this is just giving you a sample where if you look at it in the 2019, we just buffered an area and said, okay, it's all this. Well, now with our improved mapping systems, we can actually identify specifics, if you look at the tan section of it, where is actually going to be impacted. And again, everybody community-wide can get that information.
They call that more granular. Okay, the CRCs, the Community Resource Centers. These are some examples of some of the items that may be provided in a CRC if we were to open one up in San Benito County. Bottled water, Wi-Fi service, device charging, all of the things that you might need to come. Heating or cooling, typically these events have come when it's fairly warm, but they did go into winter last time. And so we did have to provide some heat sources for folks, which we are happy to do. We are also following all of the COVID, not restrictions, but the guidelines, masking, making sure that people are staying safe, that we will do temperature checks, limit the attendance. Some counties do have rules on how many people are allowed to gather. We'll be following all those. I actually monitor the health ordinances on a weekly basis to keep up with what the counties are doing, to make sure if we were to call an event today, that we would know what is current at the moment. We're going to have, as Stu talked about a little bit earlier, the ability to be flexible in how we offer these, whether it ends up being a mobile unit. We have 35, I believe, Sprinter vans available we're looking to do hard-sided, but with COVID, that's made that a little bit harder this year. So we're looking to be as flexible as we can, and then as safe as we can, and also follow all the COVID rules. So this is some additional support that we're offering for people with disabilities and older adults. We get this question a lot, what about people who don't have access to things? We are partnering with the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. That is an organization throughout the state of California. And we encourage people to sign up ahead of time. If you have medical devices that need charging, if you have transportation issues, whatever it is that might make it difficult for you, we really encourage people to sign up ahead of time to have a plan in place in case there is an event called. That way you're not trying to scramble and put it all together, feeling like you're in this time frame, because sometimes people...
If I may ask a question right there, because we got quite a few emails the last few days from PG&E, and one of those emails identified a number of people in City of Hollister. There was one person in San Juan Bautista. Is that identifying these people of special needs in case we have a rotating blackout?
Right, so that's looking to identify what are called medical baseline customers. So that's a voluntary program that you can sign up with PG&E to let us know that you have some sort of special needs. And that is, but it's voluntary, so we don't know, we're not able to identify everyone. That's also something that we work with Chris on, to make sure that if there are folks in San Benito County that have very specific needs, that we do what we can.
Right, okay, good. Yeah, because I saw that and I was just kind of curious.
Yeah.
What happens then to those people that do have to have their medical devices recharged, and if we're be out for 24 hours or 48 hours in some cases, like last year.
Right. So that's something that they can, work with this California Foundation for Independent Living to assist them if they're not able maybe to get to a CRC location. So, and we're looking to try to put those out in the community in places that make sense, right? So that's why we're looking at Bellato Park, San Juan. Last year we ended up setting one up in San Juan Bautista for an event that affected about 1,200 people in San Benito County.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question.
Yes, sir. I just know that we are running late, so we're going to shorten the presentation and just answer questions.
Sorry,
there we go.
well, I mean, this is specific to the economy. I mean, the business owners themselves, because I know I'm not the only one, but, it's like the small business owner is kind of stuck between the new poverty as far as us, our ability to manage ourselves, especially with these rules and stuff. But my point is when it comes to backup energy, our power goes down, our business goes down in most cases. So if that being said, what kind of programs are there available for businesses to keep going? And to a certain extent might even be a support, but nonetheless for business to do backup generation. And I mean, I know I've thought about investing in a generator that's, would have to be decent size, especially with the amount of power that I draw. But then there would have to be a whole process of putting a transfer switch and make sure that it's all dialed in according to the panel, and if there's a permit needs. So there's all this, and it's like the hesitancy to a certain extent is going to make it worse for me, because if these, whether it's a rolling brownout or blackout, whatever, and then the PSPS, all that mixed together, it's a disaster waiting to happen as far as consistency goes with the business, right? How do you program your public or let them know, hey, we're sorry, we're shut down, right? To a certain extent, it's going to affect long-term health of the economy, I believe. So what kind of programs there could be to encourage that consistency and create partners with the business community? It's just, so it's a question.
Sure. So that's something that you can talk to the customer team about, right? They can help you answer questions. We have a lot of information on our website about generators and all of that kind of thing. How much do you know about the SGIP?
Not that much.
program. So there is a program that I can send you some information on. We talk in a lot of acronyms at PG&E. It's
Yeah.
called SGIP, and it is a program that is put together to help people with backup generation, exactly what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Well,
I know
it's
there's
just-
limited funding for it, but there is a program for it.
And my concern is just because I personally feel like there needs to be a long-term plan because we don't know now with the philosophy behind ISO, right, with going away from certain energy sources. I see more consistency with the issue, and that, again, inconsistency of our business is a really bad deal. So, when it comes to a program that's going to help them long-term, then I think it's going to be, and my biggest point is, I want to say this, through the whole COVID deal, I've reached out to PG&E to get some help for my business and independently, and it was a struggle. It was, very limited. The best that they could do is, hey, we got your bill. We're sorry. Instead of paying it today, we'll stretch it out over 3 months. I'm like, that's not really solving my problem. That's not, and I'm not saying that I want them to bail me out, but if anything, what creative solutions do we have to make sure that our economy is strong? I think PG&E could be a good partner with that personally.
Absolutely, and we can connect you to the right person for that.
Awesome.
The other thing that I just want to bring up that we are moving in the process is what's called microgrids, right? Microgrids are where we have the ability to generate an area that may not be impacted by a PSPS, right? But the wires coming into the system affected, so we sectionalize it and then we can generate areas like that, or generate hospital, fire stations, blocks, businesses, things like that. So, but those, again, are like anything else. They take design, engineering, environmental impact reports, all of that stuff. One example that we're struggling with is we did it and people were all upset that we used diesel generators. They wanted, natural gas generators, and one group wanted just solar panels to generate that. So it's a very complex situation, but designed, we are in the process of doing that.
Yeah. Well, I think part of that is the education, because solar panels in general aren't going to give you the output. It's 20% efficient compared to, using natural gas. So, at the end of the day, public understanding that if you really want long-term power, solar panels would give you a limited benefit. I don't know if there would be a tangible mix, but at least for them to understand that what they're getting, right? Because this is what you can expect when you're focusing on just renewable energy. So, anyways.
Right. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good report, and keep up the good work.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair?
much for your time.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair? Is it possible to move item 24 next, being she's been here all day, so she can get back to the office and get some work done? If you don't mind, it's real quick.
I have no problem actually, Supervisor Medina, with the consideration that we're actually going to take lunch after 24, because 22 might actually be about an hour plus. So we'll do that then.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to 24 right now. Terry? Sorry for the wait.
Thanks for waiting.
No problem. I'm here today because each year the board must adopt the resolution to levy the assessment that funds the mosquito abatement program. On August 4th, the board received the engineer's report and adopted the resolution of intent to levy the assessment and scheduled a public hearing for today to receive public comment. I'll give you a little quick background. The engineer's report is prepared annually, and that determines the assessment rate needed to fund the program. And for the upcoming fiscal year, we are recommending the assessment remain at $11.22 per single-family equivalent. The overall revenue is projected to increase about $6,700, and the increase is due to the increase in single-family equivalent units, and that equates to about a 3% increase on the overall budget. Kyle Tankard of SEI Consulting is available online. He prepared the engineer's reports if you have any questions. And at this point, I'd hand it back to the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions to the board before we go to public hearing?
No.
None? Okay, let's go to public hearing. Any speaker cards?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution, whatever the number is.
2020-60.
20-60?
2020.
Oh, yeah, 2020-60, there it is.
Medina, second.
Thank you.
Medina, second.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion by Botelho, second by Medina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's 12 o'clock and time for lunch. I would love to get 22 done. Unfortunately, it's going to take about an hour plus. So we will take lunch right now and be back at 1:15.
Okay, sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Resource Management Agency. Harry?
Yes, sir, I think,
No, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair.
go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and take this. I'm going to go ahead and defer this to County Council's office. They're going to go ahead and start the presentation. And then at that point, we'll
Okay.
leave it open for discussion with your board, and then we can pass it to the other representatives if your board so chooses.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Thompson, County Counsel, and Joel Ellingwood, Assistant County Counsel, will be presenting a review of the 9111 report that's been submitted by EMC Planning Group and Applied Development Economics Incorporated. To be clear, I do not enjoy presenting a critique of a report prepared by a county consultant, nor do I ever expect to be in this situation. By critiquing this report, our office has been criticized by those who favor the report as written. It should be clear, however, in both our analysis of this report and in our impartial analysis due today, our office is presenting a fair, accurate review of the issues at hand, including those both positive and negative to the project. Whether this project succeeds or fails, it should be on its own merits based upon truthful, accurate information provided to the public. It's noted that the 9111 report should be submitted to the Board of Supervisors by Thursday. At the present time, it is anticipated that this would be through formal submittal by email, probably to the clerk of the board. However, after this presentation, the board is requested to provide direction as to how and when to release this report to the public, despite the issues identified. One possible method of release would be to release the report with a cover memo prepared by our office detailing the issues raised. Now we turn to the main concerns that we have with the report as written, which have not been able to be resolved by changes by the consultant. The first slide indicates the objectives of County Council review. County Council reviews reports prepared for the county for legal sufficiency. The principles of legal sufficiency are completeness, factual accuracy, evidence supports the conclusions that are made. Legally correct legal conclusions are supported by statutes and case law, and balanced with no evidence of bias for or against the subject of the report. The report prepared by EMC and ADE fails to meet these criteria in its present form. County Council prefers to have the corrections made prior to the public release of the report. The first issue is number 1, which is the CEQA analysis, which will be addressed by Mr. Ellingwood.
The report concludes that the approval of project would likely limit the scope, could trigger CEQA review, but the approval of the initiative would likely limit the scope of any potential future environmental review and constrain the county's ability to approve any mitigation that would be inconsistent with the uses approved by the initiative. As a land use lawyer of considerable experience, in December I will be celebrating my 40th anniversary as a lawyer, and a lawyer admitted to practice in California since 1984. I have a master's in city and regional planning. I'm a member of the American Planning Association California chapter and of the Association of Environmental Professionals. So I do have some considerable expertise in the area of CEQA law. We had recommended that the report include the language that you see before you in blue, and for reasons that are unclear to us, the final report that was presented at 4:20 yesterday did not include those changes. The basic fact that the public needs to know is that the county is already in the process of preparing an EIR for the Strata Verde Innovation Park specific plan project. The scope of that review will include the entire project, including as it's proposed in the initiative. The fundamental fact is that nothing in the project can be approved without first there being a subdivision map approved, which is a discretionary action by the county that requires CEQA approval, CEQA review, and it is not subject to the initiative. It is in the legal parlance, a quasi-adjudicatory decision, subdivision map approvals. And so therefore, it cannot be overridden by initiative. For this reason, we believe that the report should be amended to include the recommended language that properly informs the public that CEQA review will be conducted whether or not this project is approved by the voters. So,
Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, I just want, this is really important. That was the number one question that I had on my list of questions. I got 4 pages of it on such short notice. It took a lot of work to, review this document. How in the world, to me, this is just, the credibility just went right out the window of this report without having this language in here, and then we're getting this report, and supposed to accept this on behalf of the public. So we would be able to amend this language and put it in their report and move forward.
well,
No, well,
go ahead.
we can't amend their report without their concurrence. So the board, if it wanted to, could recommend that they include it, but it would be up to them whether or not they include it. The best, if they would not include it, would be for us to do a cover letter saying that we find these are the issues with the report.
And even the applicants, everybody that has been involved have stated that this has to go through the EIR process. It has to go through CEQA. And the first thing they do here in this report says that it doesn't need to. And that doesn't make any sense whatsoever in my mind. And why would that be in here?
Okay, if I may continue then?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so the next issue are 2 issues that arise under the general plan analysis. And I'm going to start with what I think is the most impactful, and that is the current general plan has hazard and safety policy 6.9. That was the subject of the hazard analysis, offsite consequences analysis report that was presented to this board, I believe at the last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, and is in the process of a peer review which will essentially affirm some of the important conclusions in that report. There are other, differences that the peer review will point out, and but the essential gravamen of that is that there is a recommended buffer zone surrounding the Tri-Cal plant based on the criteria in policy 6.9. The initiative attempts to address this by putting in a finding, and I'll read it to you because I think it's important to bring it out. The provisions of this initiative, including the adoption of the specific plan, the uses permitted in the specific plan area, and the location of those uses in relation to each other and to existing neighboring agricultural, industrial, or commercial uses, including but not limited to facilities that conduct bulk scale receiving, unloading, handling, blending, and/or loading of industrial and agricultural chemicals regulated as potentially hazardous by state and federal government protection agencies. The shorthand for that is the Tri-Cal plant, are in the public interest and are consistent with the general plan as amended by this initiative. This is the initiative's authors' attempt to establish the internal consistency with the rest of the general plan that's required by law, and consistency between the general plan as amended by the initiative and the SVIP specific plan. This is the real conflict or potential conflict that, in my opinion, could result in litigation over this project. And it's important for the general public to understand that they are being asked to make findings in voting for this, that the Tri-Cal plant located in relation to the Strada Verde project is in the public interest and is consistent with the general plan as amended by the initiative. And if the voters decide that, I believe it is the author's intent to say that 6.9 no longer applies to this project.
And kind of to bring it back to where it was in the report, is how the report dealt with it was too simplistic and too not entirely accurate.
Well, first of all, the report itself doesn't acknowledge the existence of this language in the initiative. And this is really the most important legal issue, in my opinion, in the initiative, and the report fails to even acknowledge it, much less address it.
And if I could interject, you know, I know that there will be there will have to be analysis of the hazard of Tri-Cal and how much hazard exists, but the initial review from the peer review, and I will not speak for them until we get the final report, doesn't, they don't seem to support some of the analysis that were issued by the EMC as credible worst-case scenarios. So they have come with other scenarios that do, so we're gonna have to analyze that and have them prepare a full report and come back to the board so that you can have a, you know, a healthy discussion about the scenarios that were used and the effect of those scenarios.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next item as far as general plan consistency that we flagged and that was not reflected in the final report is kind of a fundamental flaw in the way the Strada Verde Initiative Innovation Park Plan works in relation to the Bolsa New Community Study Area. The Strada Verde project's of 2,777 acres. The Bolsa New Community Study Area is roughly 11,600 and some odd acres. So it represents about 24% of the area of this new community study area. A new community study area is just that. It's a study area. It has no legal standing as far as a specific land use designation, because all of the land area designations are agricultural. So before anything could occur in a new community study area, there would have to be a general plan amendment and probably accompanied by a specific plan to designate it for what would be considered a new community. And a new community is defined as being mixed residential, commercial, and other uses. The Strada Verde Innovation Park program is not, by definition, a new community. It could not qualify as a new community because it is exclusively industrial or commercial in nature. It is its own thing, if you will. To use the Latin phrase, it is sui generis, its own thing. And by the initiative, it essentially removes this area from the new community study area. So to apply the standards that would apply to a new community plan is entirely inappropriate. And to simply acknowledge that in essence, the initiative is reducing the area of the new community study area by the Strada Verde project area and not consider it under the criteria for a new community.
if I can, Mr. Chairman, ask a question right here. And
Yes.
thank you. So the referencing of housing and the diversion of land available for housing in this, I'm going to call a draft report, because it should be a draft, but it's due, and should be done, but it's not, is kind of premature from the way you just described a community study area. And in the report, it reflects that we would be taking some of that inventory that we would need for housing requirements by the state out of play.
Well, that really doesn't apply, because the housing element of the general plan, which was last adopted, I believe, in 2014, I don't know, it was before I got here about a year ago. But the housing element is the area of the general plan that lists an inventory of land available for housing. And it has to have a general plan designation appropriate for housing, and it has to have a zoning designation appropriate for housing. None of the BOLSA new community study area is without having a new general plan amendment and zoning ordinance amendment is available for development of housing of any kind.
Right, so that leads to a follow-up question, then why is housing a subject in this 911 report? Why would it even be a part of it?
Well, to be fair, the only conclusion you can draw is that it's impossible to draw a conclusion about whether or not this has any impact on the county's ability to meet its regional fair share housing, and just leave it at that. And that's what we recommended be included in the report.
I think you could, and arguably you could go a step further to cite the number of, the county has plenty of land to meet its regional housing needs based upon the amount that's not zoned, that is even zoned available for housing that hasn't been developed yet, plus the amount that hasn't been available, that hasn't been rezoned. So the county we're not land limited like some jurisdictions. So, that we had some wording in one of the drafts indicating that it's not being addressed in this, but like other areas of the new community study area, it could be still converted to housing, but the impact of that hadn't been evaluated. So there's many ways to address it, but, taking 2,777 acres or so out doesn't affect our ability to meet our regional housing needs.
That's right, I agree with that.
I had a question about that. So does that, the county's numbers or their RENA numbers or their housing needs, is that still consistent within what's the city limits? Like, is it a total math for the whole county, or is it the city?
No, there are separate requirements for each local government jurisdiction. So
Yeah, and that's what I figured, and it's funny because I know the city council just had this conversation about their requirements, and they somehow try to be under the blanket of the county, which, I guess is smart for the mayor to say that, but nonetheless, the county is separate jurisdiction, and we are exempt to a certain extent from the requirements of the state for like growth and stuff. So the bottom line.
What the county is not subject to are restrictions on development growth restrictions. And this, I believe the city of Hollister has development growth restrictions that are affected by the Housing Crisis Act, which is
That's the SB 330?
passed.
SB 330,
Yes,
yeah.
SB 330.
And honestly, to a certain extent, I probably shouldn't even gone down that route. I feel like it's death by 1,000 cuts. This report seems very biased, and it's like a second stab at shooting down Strata Verde is what it sounds like, because the first report, the Tri-Cal report, seemed very intent on specifying Strata Verde as the problem, as if that property didn't already have. The whole purpose of a buffer zone is anything that goes in there that has risk has to be assessed, not so much attacking Strata Verde. And it feels like with this report, the fiscal report, now all of a sudden it's trying to paint it in a different light. That's why I said death by a thousand cuts, because if you think about it, all the ways that you could basically separate the intention of this project, and not moving forward. You know, you're trying to make an excuse for housing, as if housing was a conversation by the Board of Supervisors with that property. Actually, I remember hearing Supervisor Botelho mentioning, he was adamant he didn't want to have anything to do with housing in that area. So there's all these different elements that are being brought into the equation that really are outside of the support of the Board of Supervisors anyways. So somehow I don't understand why this is even moving forward with all the details that we're getting into. I mean, I feel like EMC either failed us intentionally, or there's some kind of, there's something happening behind the scenes that's trying to kill this project, and I don't understand why.
Well, to be fair, there were many other comments that were made concerning both by County Counsel's office and by the Auditor's office and the budget officer that have been addressed by the report authors. So I don't want to paint an absolute negative, but some of those areas, you know, there's still a question about whether or not there's a balanced presentation of the conclusions of the report, rather than, you know, a one that might be considered more unequivocal or black and white, negative towards the project proposal. There are reasonable differences that can occur between professionals, and there's room for debate, and that's part of what we're doing today. Ordinarily, a legal review occurs in the context of privileged attorney-client communications, but under the mandate given us today by the Board of Supervisors, we're airing these concerns for the public. And should the report not be amended to address these problems between now and Thursday, then we can put these in a supplemental report or an appendix that the board can attach to the report if it chooses to do so.
Can you explain what I think you said the 20th or Thursday? Why Thursday? Is that 30 days after? Can you explain that? I just want people to understand.
I think it's 30 days after the certification of.
Yeah. That's why this report must be sent to the public 30 days after the certification. Is that correct?
It doesn't have to be sent to the public at all, frankly, because what these reports are intended to do is to inform the board, should it want to make a decision to possibly adopt an initiative measure as written, which is one of the options available to it. And because that decision shouldn't be made without a objective analysis of the potential fiscal and other impacts, land use impacts, it allows the board to have a 30-day period to obtain that report before making that decision. Well, the board already made the decision on July 21st to send this measure to the voters. So it's no longer under the time pressure that there would be if the board hadn't made that decision already. This report is really now, the only function it serves is to inform the voters. It will be in the public domain. People can debate its merits or demerits, and it will contribute to the arguments for and against voting for this measure.
The only thing I want to add is when I'm looking at the 911 California Code, it does say the report shall be presented to the Board of Supervisors, what you are doing now, within the time prescribed by the Board of Supervisors, but no later than 30 days after the county elections official certifies to the Board of Supervisors the sufficiency of the petition.
Right,
So-
which occurred on July 21st.
Yes, so we're
Therefore due.
so we're hearing it 30 days prior to the certification or after the certification. But what I'm more worried about is, for transparency purposes, we asked for a report to be done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And-
And,
and
I
it-
was a leading advocate for
Yes,
obtaining
and how was it paid?
9111 reports, not only for the,
And how was it paid? Who paid for it?
the county's paying for
So
it.
the people paid for it, correct?
That's right.
So that's why I'm very interested in making sure that this document does go to the public. That's all I want.
Well,
What the, my opinion, I mean, I know we still have a lot to go, with a cover sheet explaining the deficiencies.
If that's the board's direction, we're certainly willing to do that.
My, you know, and I agree, it's hard because it's ultimately, I mean, the report's already written. I disagree with the element that just to be presented the way it is without challenging the obvious bias, or at least presenting the whole, you know, it needs to be in context. And I feel like there's so much things missing, and by default, that presents a wrong picture to the public, which helps them to digest false information. So I want to make sure it's as accurate, which I think is what you're leaning towards, Joel. So I just
Well, exactly. Again, that's the reason for our review for legal sufficiency, and to have a fair and balanced report that is not biased either for or against the project is important to properly advise the public. I mean, as a planner, I can tell you that most planners, most professional planners, very much dislike ballot box planning. However, it is the law in California. The Supreme Court decided that 30 years ago. So, like it or not, the public, including developers, can put ballot measures that concern general plan and zoning ordinance amendments and specific plan adoptions, all of which are legislative matters, on the ballot. And one of the means to fairly evaluate that is the Elections Code 9111 report process. Another is the fact that the Elections Code also requires the county council to prepare an impartial analysis of initiative measures for their voter information guide. However, that analysis is limited to 500 words. You know, it's really hard for lawyers to accept that kind of limitation, you know, but because we
Yeah,
work
I'd
by
like to
the
be wordy.
pound, right?
Do you want to move on to a
Yeah.
little bit more?
Yeah, let's go through the rest of this presentation. But
'Cause
the
there's
other
quite a bit
way of
more.
informing
Sorry
the
about that.
public is for the auditor's summary of the fiscal impact, which will also be on the voter information guide. All right. So this issue is one that perhaps Barbara can best speak to.
Okay, so the next slide was the other new community study, new community general plan policies that were quoted. Okay, so issue 3 is discounting the possibility of benefit because of the possibility of growth occurring elsewhere in the county. And one of the sentences that struck my attention indicated the first 700,000 feet of industrial and office research and development that occurs at Strade Verde will not be a net gain to San Benito County, but rather a shift in development from one location in the county to another. And we discussed that, I think, during the first go-around of this report, questioning that. And the position is, that they expressed is that, well, if the gain could happen over at, like the commercial thoroughfare nodes, or they could happen at one of the commercial nodes. So, the first bit of growth that's happening over here, it's not really a net gain. And, I can understand some sort of analysis indicating that there's only going to be so much economic gain that could be supported by the county. So if you have gain in one spot, you might not have gain in another. So I think it would be fair to say that economic demand might not support growth at both locations. But from my perspective, it seems that construction at either location would be an economic benefit to the county. So like if you're going to build an office building over at Strade Verde, and you're gonna bring in business, it's gonna be a benefit. If you build that same office building somewhere else and it brings in business, then it's gonna be a net benefit. It's gonna be a benefit no matter where you locate it. And you can't assume that the construction will occur at the other nodes. So when it says that the first 700,000 feet will not be a net gain to San Benito County, I'm not sure that that's entirely accurate. It is accurate that it could shift development from one location to another.
So what is, I'm trying to understand, so what do you think is the intent of that statement that was mentioned?
Well, I think it discounts, my perspective is it discounts some of the growth of the economic benefit of the project, because it kind of assumes that it's going to occur somewhere else, but all land is not equal. We don't have any, as far as a week or two ago, we didn't have an actual applicant at one of these thoroughfare commercial nodes. They haven't been zoned yet. I understand that there's a pre-application that's might have been submitted, or pre-application. But like, we have the zoning for the the nodes over by 101, but we don't have zoning for the commercial thoroughfare nodes yet. So that has to occur, and there has to be application, there has to be somebody that wants to develop it. You can't, I don't know, maybe, hopefully it will be developed. That would be great and be wonderful. But I just was wondering about the language in that section.
So that statement itself, was that Supervisor Medina? Did you have a question? No, sorry, I thought I heard someone speak.
Hey, Barbara, I understand the argument from the county on the other two issues, but this one's a little vague, I've got to be honest, because what is a benefit in one area might not be the same in terms of units in another area, because it might be more expensive to take your car from point A to point B, depending on the location of the whatever is being considered out there. So I'm still wrestling with this, Barbara.
That's true. There is benefits for closer to the city of Hollister in some regards, to be fair. Like if you had growth that was close to the airport, for example, it could be a bigger, maybe economic stimulus on the city of Hollister than it would be if it was out by Gilroy. So all locations are not equal. And, I think it's just a more complex analysis than that's in this sentence, because it says it will not be a net gain.
Yeah, and
That's the only thing I'm triggering, not the fact that, growth couldn't occur both places, that, there's difference in value of the growth, whether the properties that are in the other commercial nodes, are they the size to, attract the, I don't know all those specifics. I just know, I was just triggering in on that one sentence about whether or not the first 700,000 square feet of it would be a net gain or not a net gain.
Yeah, so what it sounds like.
So Barbara, when they mean by net gain, does that mean you equate the external stakeholders, like in this case, Tri-Cal, because that could be a cost under the equation of the net gain.
Well, the net gain that's being evaluated here is net gain to the county and to other government agencies in terms of economic.
It's basically assuming that the growth will occur somewhere else.
Yeah, so
that was necessary.
Well, regardless of the way I look at it, I know we're.
Hold on, Harry. Hold on. I'll give you time, Harry. Hold on.
I know we're talking about different vocabulary words, but when I'm looking at net gain, we're already talking about on a yearly basis, the county, correct me if I'm wrong, please, the county would have an additional revenue of over $10 million. I think the net on that would be $7.9 million. So whether it's a net gain or not, that's $7 million that we're bringing to the bottom line. So I know if someone put maybe there may not be a net gain. I don't know. I'm just saying, when I'm looking at this here, I'm not as concerned as much as other people, because I'm looking at the number. So you're telling me if there's a net gain, that $10 million goes to $12 million, and our bottom line, or you want to call it our revenue, goes up to $8.9 million. I mean, so what we're doing is we're discussing, and we're talking about words. So that's just what I want to say. It doesn't change the revenue stream too dramatically. That's what I'm more worried about.
Well, one of the things, Mr. Chairman, with this sentence in this report, it says, well, the 700,000 feet as they go from Hollister to the county or to the county line. And that's not necessarily the truth. And that's the biasness and frustration that we have with this report. That, in a nutshell, did not need to be in this report and stated like that because it's not true. There's no findings to it.
Yeah, I was kind of along those lines, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Supervisor BOTELHO. It just seems like such an empty statement without validation. It doesn't clarify why. How can, a professional organization make an assumption like that? How could they make basically create an assumption out there without giving you the rationale why? There's land speculation. There's a lot of.
It's right there.
There's a lot of issues. It's not as simple. It's not so linear, right? When it comes to net gain, right? Is it going to create maybe spur on more economic development because of the location? Not just the land value itself. What kind of other industries are going to be driven by that property itself as a project? Like, there's more questions in it. I feel like that statement creates more questions than actually solves. And it leaves it such an empty response without any real.
Let's go
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if we can move through this presentation, we'll have Joel and Barbara finish it, maybe have questions from the board, and then we have the representatives that actually drew up the report here. If you want specific answers for that, they're here to be able to answer.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. Let's go through the entire report and then we'll go into questions. Okay.
And also, we got the report on Thursday, the revised report on Thursday. So, we haven't had the full explanation from EMC about why they believe that this is should remain in. So let's go on to number 3. It has the same issue, talking about that the market projections are demand for as many as 6 new hotels. The demand is, but the commercial nodes in the general plan that are designated have the capacity to support 11 hotels. And then they give some locations where the other hotels. Therefore, due to their distance from the highway, the 2 hotels proposed at Strade Verde would not be in demand. And that assumes that the other hotels are going to be built. So if there's demand for 6 hotels, that's assuming that those other hotels will actually be built. And then it doesn't even state that the other hotels are, if the other hotels are built next to 101 in the future, then it's possible that the hotels proposed at Strade Verde would not be in demand unless or until the project's substantially built out. And there's many, many different ways that you could word that to indicate that the demand on those hotels is dependent on how many hotels are built and whether or not those other hotels are superior as far as transportation to the visitor. So it was just the conclusion would not. I think that there's other language that you could use to describe that. Issue number 4.
I think we've already addressed this in terms of regional housing and
issue number
in the earlier questions.
Issue number 5 was the access issue.
Yeah, in the late drafts of the report that were provided to us, there were strong statements about the challenging the primary access route for the site from the Bettabell 101 interchange. And it appeared as though the consultant was relying or extrapolating from a qualifying statement in the specific plan to the effect that if the developer doesn't have access rights immediately, that they would acquire those, and essentially saying by other legal means, which is a shorthand for saying that they would ask the county to exercise eminent domain to obtain those access rights. So, but in point of fact, the underlying property owner, Rancho Gavilan Corporation, owns a strip of land, most of which is 150 feet wide, that the majority of Y Road is located within that strip. Other portions of Y Road are located within the state of California right-of-way for 101. And so we believe that clearly access is feasible and is owned by the project applicant. There are other statements made concerning the need for improvements to that road and certain engineering that would be required. However, I can personally say I attempted to drive Y Road just to see what it was like, and about 2/10 of a mile from the Betterbilt interchange, it's gated. I couldn't obtain access. I don't know if the report's authors obtained access or whether any of them are civil engineers who could assess the need for improvements to the existing roadway to satisfy the requirements for Betterbilt access and whether or not those could be done within land owned by the property owner, who's also an applicant here. So I think the report did not exercise appropriate due diligence to obtain information from the applicant to answer the question that was raised in their mind by that statement, equivocal statement in the specific plan. And I think the lack of due diligence is of a concern to me for a lack of factual support for the conclusions stated concerning the feasibility of access from Highway 101. And that those statements should either be substantiated on a factual basis or deleted. As to access to Highway 25, the Rancho Gavilan Corporation's predecessors and interests holds two different easements that would provide access to Highway 25. One is close to the alignment of Shore Road, and the other is at the southern edge of the property, but has a number of angles.
But the project proposal is to access on Y Road, correct?
Well, no, but the project
yes.
proposal
Yeah.
includes a future possible
Yeah, but-
access to Highway 25.
But that's not the primary. That's not the Y Road is supposed to be primary, right?
That's correct.
So I think that part of the report talking about that they're not going to have, it's infeasible to have access on Y Road, therefore, and I'm going to, paraphrase what's in the report, therefore, they're going to have to go out on Highway 25, which is going to cause more commute times to travelers. It's kind of like, to try to,
It's speculative, and it is not factually supported. So we believe that language should be deleted from the report, or, that we point that out in a supplemental statement.
So I can go, you want me to do this one?
Yeah,
This one's
go ahead.
another one of mine. It's, I'm not an expert on market analysis, but it says even if the AV facility were successfully developed, that facility lacks any attributes that would attract warehouses and data centers to the specific plan area. That seems pretty black and white, that it lacks any attributes. If it was, seems to me like, that's a statement that if it's going to be in there, that there hopefully would be some conclusions to that effect. And there's been, I'm not elaborating on every instance of this type of comments in the report, and there are several questionable instances of language choice in the report, and there's some factual issues in the report that we haven't had time to narrow down. For example, who's going to be providing electricity to the site, and we haven't even had the chance to discuss that, and it's in the report. But I just note, how they characterize phase one, which was the automobile part, but the actual, autonomous vehicle center, but the actual phase one of the facility was anticipated in the initiative, I believe, as agriculture area, the innovative center, automobile testing area, and a portion of the business center. So there's also going to be part of the business center that's going to be in phase one. I think that's there's other issues that we could elaborate on in the report, but we tried to keep it to the main, most significant ones, I was very pleased that, that the report writers corrected some fiscal, what we reviewed as significant fiscal errors. And I didn't include that in the PowerPoint because it was resolved, but I wanted to highlight those for you. In the first draft of the report, they didn't include a revenue calculation to the other jurisdictions. They just calculated the fiscal impact to the county itself. The second, to the general fund. They did not include the effective use tax at all for the construction of the project. In the second go-around, they didn't include the correct calculation of, I believe it was sales tax. I'd have to go back. It was several $1 million that needed to be adjusted. And they did not include the taxation of unsecured personal property taxation. We raised that in the first go-around, and they refused to include it, indicating that they didn't want to include it because unsecured taxation diminishes over time. It wasn't until the auditor's office indicated that it was that's a significant, valuation, and that increased the. That's why the report, I think, is now up over $1 billion in assessed valuation, because it's the addition of that unsecured taxation that's been added to that. So I do want to say that thankfully the fiscal analysis is now correct, but it's taken a number of go-arounds to get it to where, it's going to hopefully correspond with what the auditor's office comes out eventually with their fiscal analysis, which is due to today. So.
Barbara, can you define unsecured taxation and also significant? As when you say this, that it is significant.
Can we?
Yeah.
Supervisor, can we wait till the presentation is completed?
Yeah, that's completed.
And then.
I'll pull it out in the report. I think that they did it conservatively. I don't know whether they did it conservatively at 5%. I'll pull it out on the page and try to point it out to you. I think it might be 5% of the valuation of the property. And that's a conservative estimate. So, it's tens of millions of dollars in assessed value, which, it kind of equates down to a, smaller change into the county's general fund, but, overall.
And I don't want to jump off the tracks too much, Mr. Chair, but just as a quick point, really important, let's assume my goal is to stop Strata Verde project, then my goal would be is to highlight the reality that if the impact of 25 is going to be severe, then I'd want to start there, because I know that the public, their heart, basically the ground floor interest of the public is to know that we're not going to increase impact into our community as far as traffic goes. If the public heard that there is access to 101 directly from this project, that would not help that cause. It would actually fight it. And that makes me very, very skeptical why it was so overlooked, the fact that there is access to 101. Those are my comments,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, so now we're going to go to questions. Let's do this. So every supervisor will have an opportunity to ask a fairly amount of questions. Let's have each supervisor ask one question and then rotate to the next supervisor, and then we'll go back to the original supervisor, and then they can ask their next question. Supervisor Anthony Patel, you want to lead off with your first question?
Okay, I'll do the best I can the way you laid it out, Mr. Chairman. Really, the road issue, and I think what was pointed out is very, very important, as Supervisor Hernandez stated. My conversations with, the applicants is that, they wanted to minimize the impacts on Highway 25, and so utilizing the access on Bettable. And they have access on Bettable. They don't need retaining walls. I've been on that property. I've gone through the gate, and it could be done. Of course, when Rancho San Benito, and when we put that road, Shore Road connector, that's where it's supposed to come out. Is right there, And the other thing that I noticed that we did not talk about as far as roads, that was in clear error in the report, is the Fraser Lake extension. Fraser Lake Road is not being extended. And, you know, it's just stuff like this that, you know, EMC, why they're still doing these reports for us is just beyond me. On a scale of 1 to 10, as far as credibility of these reports, it's a 0 to me. And because of the lack of, you know, follow through and accurate information, and it's biased. This development not only will add $10 million to our general fund, $6 million to the San Juan Aroma School District, $18 million just in impact fees on Highway 25, plus $6 million, $6.5 million yearly for Measure G to widen Highway 25 with no impacts on 25. It's phenomenal. And why this is happening is beyond me. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm really upset. And this has started from the general plan with the circles of community study areas, those mistakes. That was basic. And we had to suffer through it through the C3 zoning effort, and that was flubbed. And we keep hiring these guys. And we deserve better as a county. And people need to vote. Are we going to have more houses and be a bedroom community supporting jobs up in Santa Clara? Or are we going to try to balance our labor force with the housing that we're incurring right now? So that's what is at stake here. And I want good information going to the public. And we don't have it with this report. Unfortunately, I hope that we hear some real good answers in a minute or two from Mr. Groves and his other consultant with him, and bring in the information that we're supposed to have. We didn't have it 2 weeks ago with the hazards report. I did not buy not 1 ounce of it. And here's a chance to do things right. So it's not much of a question.
No, I understand, Supervisor Tello. Supervisor Medina?
I give my time to Anthony.
I think we do the same thing.
Yeah,
Supervisor Hernandez?
My question, I'll just make it a simple one. How are you going to clarify that you're not biased against this project? And that encompasses a lot of questions, because there's too many things that seem very inconsistent, and the delayed element. So there's to a certain extent, I feel like there needs to be a strong explanation on all levels of what we're dealing with this report.
All right. I think, and I'll give my time to Supervisor Hernandez. So we'll let Hernandez and Tello take the lead on this one.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess in all fairness, why don't we hear what these consultants have to say, and then we could come back.
Okay, actually, we'll do that. Harry, I know I interrupted you like 30 minutes ago. Do you have anything to say?
Chairman, I will wait until after my presentation.
Okay, but I'll put you on the list. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the second part of the presentation. The two gentlemen. Gentlemen.
Did you want them to respond to comments first from the board, or did you want a formal presentation from EMC? Do you want them to go through a slideshow, or do you want them to respond to the comments of the board?
They could just present, in my opinion, they could just present their case, and we can have a dialogue. It'd be nice.
Barbara, would their presentation be able to answer some of the questions that have been asked so far?
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe it will.
No, we'll give a presentation. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good afternoon. It's Michael Groves with EMC Planning Group. So thank you for allowing us to make our presentation as a part of this discussion. Not working. Thank you. Appreciate it. Again, my name is Michael Groves, president of EMC Planning Group. With me today is Doug Swenson with Applied Development Economics. He's our economist who's partnered with us on this evaluation. Behind me and on the far end over here is Rachel Hawkins from EMC Planning Group. She's both a lawyer and a planner and worked on the evaluation as well. So let's talk about the purpose of the evaluation first. Can everybody hear me okay with the mask on? It's hard to tell. So the purpose of the evaluation is to provide the public, the voters, and the Board of Supervisors with information that is presented today in the Elections Code study to evaluate the Strata Verde Innovation Park initiative measure. The Board of Supervisors, if you remember, requested this report. And this evaluation by ADE and EMC was paid for by the county, and we were hired by the county. So we're working for you as a county. I think it's really important to talk further about the purpose, because I think there's some misnomers about. I've heard words like biased report. We're trying to kill the project. We have no stake in the matter. I wrote the general plan for the county. And in that general plan, I wrote a series of economic development policies. And those economic development policies is what's driving this type of a development to come to the county. So I have no stake in the matter. But what you do need to know is when we get to the Elections Code, and I'll go over it with you, our job is to raise the positives and the challenges. And if you don't like the negatives, that's nothing I can do about that. That's my job. I have no stake in the matter. Our job is to prepare a balanced report for the voters. You asked for the report. You already made a decision to send it to the voters. So we're preparing a balanced report for the voters so they understand the issues. Now, are those issues solvable? Supervisor Hernandez asked the question when we went over the Tri-Cal study, where are the mitigations, where are the solutions? That report was not prepared to come up with mitigations or solutions. That's the responsibility of the board to say, oh, I get it, we got a problem. Let's go to the next step and figure out what the solutions are. That's not what we're doing today, or we were doing 2 weeks ago. We were just telling you, you got a problem. How do you want to deal with it? I sit around the table with developers all the time. I've written 2 initiatives myself for developers. I know how to do it. I know how to write findings. And in those initiatives, I wrote those initiatives based on creating consistency with the general plan. That's the bottom line. So I'm not sitting here knowing that I'm trying to do something that would change the Strata Verde project or influence the Strata Verde project. I'm just reporting what I know about it and what we've researched. Now, are we going in depth on that research? We can only go to a certain level. We're not trying to solve access issues. We're not trying to solve Tri-Cal issues. We're trying to raise the issues so that the public can make a judgment and the board can make a judgment. So when I sit around a room with a developer and we're writing an initiative, we go, what are the problems? How do we solve those problems? We try to write those into the initiative. In this case, there are some problems that haven't been written into the initiative, so we pointed those out. So let me go into the presentation and let you know what some of those are, and I will address your comments. And the other point I want to make to Supervisor BOTELHO is I've been writing not good reports, but great reports in this county for a long time. I've got 42 years of experience. I'm also on AICP. I know how to write a report, and I know how to write a quality report. Do I make mistakes? I'm a human being. I make mistakes. But I know how to write a quality report, and I've never once not been on the back of this county. I've always had the county's back. That's why I work for the county, because I love this county and I want to see this county prosper. I've told every supervisor that at one point in time or another, other than Supervisor Hernandez, who I don't know. But I've always told them that I'm here to try to make the county better. I'm working on things right now that will make the county much better than it is right now that you may not even know about. So I'm just going to let you know that's where I'm coming from. Okay, so let's look at the PowerPoint. Let's talk about the background. You guys know most of this, so I'll make it very short. The initiative measure was submitted by to the county and approved for the collection of signatures on May 29th. June 2020, the Board of Supervisors ordered an impartial evaluation of the initiative measure per California Elections Code. The board agreed on July 21 to place that initiative measure on the November 2020 election ballot. And the majority vote on the November ballot on the initiative measure would amend the San Benito County General Plan and zoning code to replace the agricultural designations in this location with the Strata Verde Innovation Park specific plan. The discussions that came on earlier that Council Ellen Wood talked about is exactly right. You have this week, basically, as your report being presented to the board. I was adamant about this report being presented today. I will tell you that because my contract says I have to deliver it on time and I have to deliver a quality balanced report and a full report. So that's why we're here today. The elections code. It seems to be a misnomer in some of the discussions today about why this is in or why that's not in. So let's take a look at that. It says, pursuant to the elections code, the Board of Supervisors may authorize a report on a voter initiative that addresses potential impacts, essentially potential impacts. So that's one of the things that we're talking about. We're supposed to be addressing potential impacts. What are those? What are some of the areas? Well, we talked about it. Fiscal impact, consistency with the county's general plan, the effect of use of land, the location of housing, and the impact on the regional housing needs. So those issues were already brought up by the board. We are instructed by the elections code to address those issues. So that's why they're in there. Are they really meaningful for this project? No, they're not. I'm not making a big deal out of them, but we have to address them. It's part of the code. The use of vacant parcels, agricultural lands, open space, traffic congestion. We need to look at those things. And then let's talk about environmental review. So this will get to one of the points that was brought up on the earlier presentation. The initiative measure under the law does not require environmental review. So let's be really clear. Environmental review is not required. And Mr. Ellen was exactly right that if there is a subsequent discretionary decision, then environmental review will be required. So that's not an issue. County Council got hung up on some language we wrote that is at the bottom of the screen. And if you look at that language, it says, however, passage of the initiative may limit any future secret review and constrain the ability to impose mitigation. What does that mean? Well, if you have an initiative measure that approves a specific plan, and the specific plan has uses in it, 95% of those uses approved by or permitted uses, essentially. There's no approval requirement. They're by right uses. So are you hearing that? 95% are by right uses. They don't need a subdivision to build those uses. If they get the initiative approved, they can go build tomorrow. As soon as the initiative is approved, they can go get a site plan approval from the planning department and go get a building permit. They do not need to do a subdivision. Now, the fact that county council is now telling us they're already doing an EIR and that they want to do a subdivision would have been nice information to know. We did not know that information, okay? And we have no evidence of that information anywhere, okay? So I'm gonna tell you that if they come in with a subdivision, some kind of environmental review will be required. But if I look at the initiative on its face, there's no environmental review required, and they don't have to ask you for a subdivision, and they don't have to ask you for a development agreement. Those are things that they can go without. That's my job to tell you that. Now, if county council feels differently, and I know they do, that's fine. But I'm going to tell you, under the law, they don't have to come to you, except for a site plan review and a building permit. They have, if you look, and I have it in the PowerPoint at the end, they have a list of uses in the back, in the specific plan, and there's only 3 of them that are conditional. A biomass plant. Okay, that makes sense. Everything else is permitted by right. That means you have no discretion. So that's my point about doing some of these things in terms of the election code and the CEQA issues. So what I'm saying in that sentence is, if they go out and build some buildings before they come to you with a subdivision, then that may alter the baseline for the environmental document, and it may alter the way you are able to mitigate the project. It's CEQA law. It's a little bit complicated, but from a no-brainer standpoint, if you build something, it changes the environment. And that's all we're saying. And they have the right to go build something if they're approved by the voters. Now, if the county's working out something with them to do a CEQA document and to make sure they bring a subdivision, great, we're happy to report that. I'm glad it's on the record if that's the case. We have not been told that or given any evidence of that.
You know, I gotta stop you right there, Michael. With a specific plan, you got your zoning. Then you get your project, and you gotta go through a CEQA process. That's the way I always understood how it worked.
No.
Could we have Joel address that? He has a very specific information about the subdivision.
This is really, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, this is
Supervisor-
really important. This is key.
Yeah, Supervisor Botelho, if it's a permitted use, if it's a permitted by right use.
I'm talking about a big subdivision, I mean, a specific plan. All of them that I've seen always had to come back with the project and
Right.
do a CEQA, because that's when you're altering the environment.
But, and so what's the distinction? If it's
Well, I'm
permitted.
gonna let
if-
Joel
if
answer
it's
it. I think he's
Let me
an
finish. If it's
expert.
permitted by right versus if it's discretionary, that's the decision point. If it's a discretionary decision, then you have environmental review. If it's no discretionary decision, you have no environmental review.
Joel?
The qualifying statement on that is, frankly, there are 25 assessor parcel numbers. There are a much lower number of legal parcels that comprise the Strata Verde specific plan area. There are no roads to provide access to any of those parcels that would support development. So there are no legal parcels that you could lease or sell to a developer or ultimate owner of the property. As a practical matter, nothing can happen even if the plan is approved by the voters, until a subdivision map is approved. That would create a road infrastructure network, and that would establish legal parcels that could be sold or leased under the Subdivision Map Act. So the fact that there may be uses that would be permitted as of right once those subdivision parcels are created is correct, but you can't get there from here. is the simple answer. You have to go through the Subdivision Map Act process first.
As a practical matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, a subdivision map has a fixed lifespan. And the only way to extend the life of a subdivision map that is consistent with the build-out of a major project like that is to have a development agreement. And so a development agreement and a subdivision map approval will go hand in hand as the next steps of the approval of this project. Now, the statement is made, they had no information that the county is preparing an EIR. Well, it's being prepared through the Resource Management Agency. I find it hard to believe that Mr. Mavrogenis hasn't informed the consultants that the EIR is in process. So that's an error in the report. Look, this happened in a very short time span. The opportunity for adequate communications between our office and the report authors and Mr. Mavrogenis was compressed. Things need to be fixed. Things happen. But these are important errors that need to be corrected in the report, or we need to point out to the public that some of the conclusions are simply not accurate statements of the law or are not factually supported. With all respect to Mr. Groves, he's not a lawyer. And we are the county's lawyer. And so we're providing that legal advice to you.
Thank you very much.
Just one correction, that EIR is not in process. We are going through a request for proposal, is that correct?
Well, that's correct, but
Well,
as soon as there,
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure.
proposals, we
I know,
will
but
go
you're-
under contract.
But you're on record right now saying that we haven't started yet. We're going request for proposal.
We're working.
We're working on it. I don't want
We're
people,
working on
I don't
it,
want people to think that
There
we're.
has been no notice
Yeah.
of preparation that's
Yeah,
been.
yeah, I just want people, I don't want people to think that it's being done right now. We're just doing the
No,
request for
it
proposal.
is the first step
Thank you, that's.
Yeah.
to retain a consultant
I just
so
wanna be
that the
clear. I don't want
process
people-
begins.
The
And
RFP, I
for
think, maybe
clarification, I
closes
appreciate
in
that.
And-
September. And
The chairman stepped away, so
I'm in trouble now.
I'll be running a meeting for a few minutes. So we'll
bang
just
the gavel.
stay one at a time, okay, everyone?
I just want to clarify that.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Supervisor Medina. Supervisor Hernandez, please.
Thank you. For sake of interest, potato, RFP means you're going down that road, period.
Well, to be honest with you, we've been under discussion with the applicant about preparing an EIR ever since I started with the county. And why it's taken so long to get to this point, the game changed when the initiative was filed. We had to straighten out exactly what the scope of the EIR would be done. We've made those corrections so that the RFP can go out to consider that.
Mr. Chair, quick question. So Joel, can you explain, just for clarification, the subdivision map process?
Yes. It is a process that is applying the standards of the general plan and the zoning ordinance to the division of land for purposes of sale or leasing. And you have to comply with the Subdivision Map Act before you can sell or lease portions of property that are, larger. If you were going to sell it for agricultural purposes, you wouldn't need to go through a subdivision map. But to sell for development, you have to create developable parcels with roads, water, sewer, drainage, all of the support necessary for urban style development, and that requires a subdivision map. There's a two-step process for development. You apply for what's called a tentative map, and that can be in phases. the tentative map could have initial phases, which are master parcels, and each, phase would then have subsequent tentative maps that would break it down into smaller developable parcels.
And it would have to be rezoned, or no, it wouldn't have to be rezoned?
No, essentially, the subdivision map has to comply
Comply with the general
with the
plan.
general plan and the zoning ordinance, and in this case, the specific plan. So those are the first steps that are being taken through the initiative process, but the next step necessary for development is approval of a subdivision map.
Got it.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Joel. Hopefully I picked it all up. If not, I'll
And there's
I'll email
there's
you.
a critical difference here, is that a subdivision map is not a legislative action. It cannot be approved by the voters. It has to go through the planning commission.
I was just gonna say through the
It has to go through the
and then back
planning,
to the board.
the standard planning process.
And then it would probably have to go, well, considering the area, it would have to go through LAFCO, right? Because then there'd have to be an annexation process.
No. This development would occur in the unincorporated part of the county.
Oh, got it.
So, no LAFCO approval.
In essence, we'd be putting ourselves in a big hole having to figure out
LAFCO
infrastructure for
could
that
get
area.
involved because part of the project will be establishing urban services, water, sewer, drainage, and so on. And there could be an entity set up to provide for those utilities, and that would require LAFCO approval.
Okay, if we can, we'll go ahead and continue on with that presentation.
So just a couple of points about that. First, just with regard to Mr. Mavrogenis, he did mention to me 3 weeks ago or so that he thought the applicants might volunteer, and I'll use it exactly like that. They might volunteer to do an EIR, but I have never had any confirmation that they were serious about that. I do agree the process was altered, and the process started with an application that would have been in that normal EIR permitting process, and it got changed to an initiative. So once something gets changed to an initiative, typically the developer is trying to avoid the EIR process. So when I heard that they might volunteer to do it, it was kind of like, well, yeah, and I might volunteer to go help out these people or that people. So, it's like, until it happens, until somebody actually tells me they have an EIR underway, I can't report that as being something that's going to be solid. They may say, hey, we don't want to do it in the end of the day.
Did the
I'd
RMA
also-
director mention that they deposited about $800,000?
I understand that. I know that.
Okay.
They've got money on the till to move the project forward. That's a good thing. And honestly, if the best of all worlds for the county is that they get to do an EIR and they have a subdivision map.
But do you think, sir, that they would give you they would give the county $800,000 just because? I mean, wouldn't that give you the assumption that they're moving forward with the EIR process?
No, not necessarily. It gives me the assumption that they want to process their project. So money's money, right? Nobody said it was going to go to specific things. Nobody's told us it's going to go to specific things.
So do you think that they would, is it like your report maybe under the assumption that they're going to try to dupe the voters? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm not saying that either. I don't want, this is not to be devious. This is a situation where they've put money up. They need to do certain technical studies. Obviously, the Tri-Cal study needed to be done. This study was ordered by the board for evaluation of the initiative to go to the voters. They're going to have to process applications that are going to go through the county that are not discretionary, which could be building permits and other things. So that money's up there as a pot. And what it gets used for is really at the discretion of the county staff and the developer. They'll make those decisions. But I would also be remiss in telling you, I don't agree with Mr. Ellenwood's assessment that a subdivision has to be done in order to develop. If they own all of the property, which is in that 2,777 acres, and they can get road access, they can build under the general plan amendment, which is a specific plan. They can build under that. You can put in roads without having a subdivision. I've done it on lots of projects. So, again, these are just nuances, but I'm supposed to report those things to you. We can wash them over and say, oh, well, they're going to do a subdivision, and they have to do a subdivision. In the end of the day, they don't have to. I'm just telling you that. Now, will they? I think that's great if they do, because it gives the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission staff a tool to work with them on negotiating mitigations, development impact fees, and everything else. Okay? It's a positive thing. All right? Okay, so the initiative measures, specific plan area, this is just showing you what it is. You guys all know where it's located. I won't waste a bunch of time on that. You know, the specific plan is 7 miles from Gilroy and about 6 to 9 miles from Hollister when you look at the whole piece of it. This is just a map that shows the area. You guys know where it is. This is a map that shows a little bit closer. You can also see on the map, the star shows where TriCal is. That was the subject of our discussion 2 weeks ago, and its location next to the Strata Verde boundaries. General plan and zoning. The general plan and zoning amendments, if the initiative measure is adopted, it redesignates 2,777 acres of agriculture and rangeland designations to the specific plan land uses. It adds the Strata Verde Innovative Park specific plan to the county's general plan. It amends the zoning code to San Benito County zoning code to add the Strata Verde Innovation Park specific plan to that zoning code. It removes the Shore Road extension from the County 2035 general plan circulation diagram, just so you're aware of that. The initiative purpose, this is as stated by the sponsors. According to the sponsors, adoption of the initiative would result in the following, and it's basically the expand and diversify the regional economy, which is part of your economic goals in your general plan, to provide a home for technology-based employment center, and also to increase county tax revenue, to create 18,000 direct, indirect, and construction jobs estimated over several years, to generate more than 5,500 direct and indirect induced permanent new jobs in the location, pay its own way. So that's one of the big things we've talked about all the way from the preparation of the general plan, is that the county start having developers pay their own way so that the project provides needed benefits without burdening the county's taxpayers with debt or costs. And then minimize the traffic impacts to State Route 25, create a new park along the Pajaro River, and maintain 562 acres for agriculture. So that's the proponent's proposal in the specific plan. The uses here are listed. I won't spend a lot of time going through them, but you can see that there's some really excellent uses in here, you know, starting at the bottom with the greenway channels and the agricultural preserve, street and drainage infrastructure that they'll put in, open space and parks, automotive testing facility. They also have a business center, retail, hospitality, and civic development, e-commerce logistics, which is basically a distribution center. They have data centers proposed, and light industrial uses. With that, I'd like for Doug Swenson from Applied Development Economics to talk a little bit about the fiscal impact. And Doug, feel free to address the comments that were made at the beginning of the presentation. There were several that were fiscally related.
Thank you, Michael, members of the board. I'm Doug Svensson, President of Applied Development Economics. I'm not sure, is this on? It doesn't sound to me like it is. Yeah, it is on the top. Oh, okay. Okay, great. I'm going to go through just a few slides on the fiscal and highlight some of the numbers, but I am going to use this opportunity to respond to your concerns, since I think that's the most important outcome here from this presentation. This first slide kind of highlights the fiscal impact to county government directly. So there's $10.7 million in annual revenue, and I'm going to detail what that includes in just a moment. But at full build out of the project, that's the amount of tax and other kind of annually recurring revenue that the county government could expect to see. We also estimate that increased services to the site, which would be police protection, fire protection, other kinds of governmental services that normal development requires would cost about 2.8 million a year. So the net gain for county government is $7.9 million a year. So a very favorable fiscal impact. So while I'm going through this, I want to talk a little bit about the process that we went through in the fiscal analysis, because there's some questions about where did the information come from and why was there certain information and not other information. So I want to remind you that we started this, we, ADE and EMC, started this, actually, this thing won't stay up, but sorry, analyzing the pork initiative. So we did a complete fiscal analysis, all the other subjects, submitted a complete report on time for that project. From a fiscal standpoint, I got no direction from any county staff. Let me back up. At the beginning of the process, I got no direction from any county staff of what constituted a fiscal analysis. As Michael pointed out in the list of things in the initiative, it just says the fiscal impact of the project. I've been doing fiscal studies for more than 35 years. I've done 1 million of them. That's not a problem for me. I just went ahead and did a fiscal analysis. So that project, we provided this information. Why don't you back up, because I'm not quite ready to go to that yet.
Okay.
We provided this information, which is what 90% of our clients ask for when they ask for a fiscal analysis. It's for the jurisdiction who's requesting the analysis. So this analysis covers all aspects of county government. It's not just the general fund, includes fire protection, includes health care, public protection, all the different funds that the county budget includes. So we did that analysis, got no feedback from county staff, and then this initiative came up. We need to do this report. So fine, we did the analysis in the exact same way for this initiative and produced this information. So then, and just to highlight what goes into that on the next slide, it just details what all the $10.7 million in revenue is. So there's the base property tax, which is the AB8 allocation for county government, about 1.2 million. County fire gets its own share. The vehicle license in lieu property tax is substantial. Most of the benefit is sales tax, and so that's where most of the analysis goes. And we have quite a discussion in the report. We did evaluate the project sponsors' fiscal analysis so that we're understanding where they're coming from in terms of the uses, type of businesses, and so forth that they think would go in there. Our estimates are not that different than theirs. So these are all the different revenues that go into the $10.7 million. Next slide. When we finally had a discussion with county staff about this fiscal analysis, the question was raised, well, where's Measure G? Well, that's a good question. Where is Measure G? I went through the entire county budget. It's not in there anywhere. Finally, I talked to the budget officer. Oh, it doesn't go to the county. It goes to the COG. Okay, fine. So now we're analyzing benefits to the COG, so we included that. But that's why it wasn't included. It wasn't, nobody had defined that as part of the scope. I don't have a problem with it. We've done it. It's in there. So the COG would get about $6.5 million in Measure G funds plus the 0.25% of the regular sales tax that they get. That would go toward transportation improvements primarily. This slide also mentions the fact that the project would pay $10.6 million per year in property taxes. We already mentioned the fact that between the county and the fire protection, they would get 1.3 million of that. The rest of it goes to schools, the hospital district, et cetera. And on the next slide, we have a summary of that. Most of these are property tax items. So at the beginning, again, the 10.7 to county government, which is not just property tax, but sales tax, other revenue. And then you'll notice a number of these taxing agencies get shares of the property tax. We had already calculated all of this in terms of doing our analysis. It's part of how we operate when we do the property tax analysis. When county council requested we put it in the report, we put it in the report. We had the data. Not all clients are interested in this because some of them only want to see how the project's going to affect them, but we put it in here. And now we also at the bottom have the sales tax to the Council of Governments. So the total potential annual benefit of the project is $23.3 million a year at full build out. It's substantial. But there's more. Next slide. In terms of what we characterize as one-time revenues, that means the project will only pay this fee once. So an impact fee, they pay it, I think, at building permit in most places. Building permit, entitlement fees, those are all paid once. The service is rendered. It's not a recurring revenue, which is what the other figures are that we've talked about. So we've had calculated from the beginning 44.6 million in impact fees, of which I think 18 million is for transportation. The others are other governmental facilities for which the county charges impact fees, including the schools. So a portion of that will go to the schools to support school development. Okay, use tax on construction material estimated at $18.1 million. In 35 years of doing fiscal studies, this is only the second time a client has asked us to calculate use tax on construction. And not to say it isn't real, but there's a whole process that goes into actually collecting that. It's not just even the developer, but all the contractors and subcontractors have to go through the process of establishing paperwork with the state to make the construction site in San Benito County the point of sale for that, because otherwise...
I just want to interrupt you right here.
Yeah.
We do have a bad track record of doing this. That's why I'm confident we'll use sales tax to our advantage. We did a snafu with another project. That won't happen again. That's exactly why you're seeing what you're seeing.
And that's why it's in here, because I heard from county staff that there's a commitment to do it. But just to point out from our perspective, before we heard that from county staff, there's nothing in the initiative that addresses this. There's nothing in the implementation of the specific plan.
It's per a DA agreement.
That addresses this.
And that's why we're sensitive
That was
to
part of the
issue.
solar.
Not only that, it's
solar
not,
project.
It's not in the developer's own fiscal analysis. And you would think if they had thought about it, they would have put that 18 million in there. But that's okay. We put it in because county staff had committed to collect it. But I'm just trying to explain to you the process that we've gone through and why it's been additive and then being compressed in an extremely short time frame has made it difficult to communicate comments back and forth. So those are all the things that we've been trying to address as we went through the process. I have just one more slide.
And Doug, can I say something about the process? And just in all fairness, it has been a very compressed process. So we did the pork initiative. We haven't received any comments on the pork initiative, but everybody thought, I think it was in good shape. Is at least the message we got. Maybe not. Maybe there's comments on that. But we haven't received any comments on the pork initiative. And then we had to get that in the door in a certain time frame, and then we started the other initiative, which is the Stradivari initiative. We had a very short time frame to put it in. We submitted it 27 days ago, just so the board knows that. We submitted it 27 days ago. Now, I know County Council and maybe RMA weren't completely satisfied with it, so we went through a round of discussion with them, or a round of changes. So we've been through 2 rounds of changes, and in those changes, there was multiple rounds inside of each one of those changes. So it's been all compressed into a 2-week period. So it's just been very challenging for everybody on board, including County Council, RMA, and EMC Planning Group and ADE. So I just wanted to recognize that as we're doing this.
Thank you. I just want to address one additional topic, which is the topic of how the project affects the county's ability to attract and retain business and employment. And there were a couple comments from County Council on this topic. So I'm not going to go through these details, but again, I want to talk a little bit about the process. When we did the pork initiative, Joel Ellenwood asked us specifically to do a market analysis. So the point was, we're not going to put a fiscal analysis out there that just says if you build it, they will come. What is the time frame that the county could realize the revenues from the development? So we did a really extensive market analysis for that project. So we had all that market data at hand when this came up, and we didn't have a lot of extra time to do additional, but we did do some specific research around this project. And the thing I want to point out is at the very end of this slide, it's a key element that was missing from the county council's slide on this topic. We had done a whole detailed market analysis that covers 3 pages in the report explaining what we think is going to happen between now and 2035, which is the horizon for the general plan. We estimated that specifically for these types of uses that Strata Faraday would support, there's actually demand for 820,000 square feet of development in San Benito County. We think that development is going to happen. That projection is well above, though, anybody else's projection. It's above AMBAG's projection. It's above Caltrans' projection. We took the unusual step of really looking at the labor force that San Benito County has, where people drive north to tech jobs. And we recognize that there are not the jobs in San Benito County to employ that labor force, and what would be necessary, what could be done to bring a better balance between the labor force that you have and the job base that you have. And that's what this 820,000 square feet is based on. Now, our analysis, which we did in detail of all the commercial nodes, showed that the 2 of them could support about 700,000 square feet of that market demand, and that's what showed up in that slide, but it's based on this other analysis that really looks in detail at what the opportunity is. So it's not just an analysis of, well, we got this many acres here and we got that many acres here and they're equivalent. It's based on a pretty extensive analysis of what we think the market opportunities are. And to us, you're going to get this development. We think it's ripe. I think the time is now, or over the next 15 years, San Benito is going to get some of this. Whether or not you have Strata Verde or whether it goes on one of the other nodes, you know, with the right economic development program, this can happen. So that's the only point of that, because from a fiscal standpoint, it won't matter to the county where that money comes from. And the market is going to limit how much money is produced. The market is going to either develop, you know, as we're suggesting, 800,000 or something more or something less, but whatever that amount is, that's what the real fiscal outcome is going to be during that period of time. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the fiscal benefits that we've talked about will be at some other period of time going forward.
So let me ask
that's the only point of that part of the analysis.
All right. So you've done this analysis as far as, you know, the demand. Within that analysis, how much do you weigh as far as infrastructure that supports those type of new industries and to come up with that?
Well, sure, that's part of it, but I mean, from our perspective, when you look at where the nodes are currently designated at the major intersections of 25 and 156 and 156 in San Felipe, that is immediate regional traffic access near other businesses, because you've got the airport there.
And so that's where, you know, it kind of triggered my mind when Mr. Groves was, you know, beginning his presentation and concerns the biasness of this report, because I'm not back off I truly believe there's a biasness that possibly you're working on other projects that I don't know about, which seems kind of scary to me because I'm supposed to know everything, and I don't. And there was something in this report that addressed and referenced 156 in San Felipe and north and 156 by the airport. And, you know, I know there's been a project that's been planned for better than a dozen years, a track, and they haven't come before this board for a reimbursement agreement. I don't believe there's an application, but there's a big map in a planning one of our planners' offices outlining this grandioso plan, and I worry that there's a conflict. Is there a conflict?
So Supervisor Botelho, there is no conflict. I'm not representing anybody that would be remotely located in those areas. And I think what you're doing is you're missing the point. The point is this: if there's a bucket with 10 gallons of water in it, and that represents all of the development in the entire county for potential build-out, and three gallons of that water is going to happen between now and 2035. Okay? So that's the life of the general plan. What Mr. Swenson is saying is that 3 gallons of water can go anywhere in the county. That's all he's saying. It could go at Strata Verde. It could go at 25 and 156. It could go at some other node. So remember, we did the initiative measure on pork, which was trying to basically get rid of all of the nodes. So we went through every node individually, assessed each one for boundaries, assessed each one for potential development. We had Mr. Swenson go through and run a market analysis to see whether that was real or not. So when he says he had the data, we had spent months putting together this report and this data. So we were able to say, okay, if Strata Verde happens, great. That's where it's going to go. Could be a good project. But we do need to let you know that it could go someplace else. That's all it's saying. There's not an infinite amount of market share coming to San Benito County. There's only a limited amount of market share at this point in time. Now, if a project comes, will that maybe help other market share? Yeah, you guys have made that point already. We get that. But for right now in this analysis, that 3 gallons of water is got to be looked at as that's the limit between now and 2035, and where it goes, we don't know. Okay? But it could go to Strata Verde.
And I have no knowledge of any specific projects on any of this property. I'm simply looking at it from the standpoint of this is what the general plan would allow, and so these are all alternate sites where this could occur. I have no history here, unlike Mr. Groves. I have no history here, so.
Yeah, I recognize that. Okay, continue, please.
Well, I actually think that's the end of my part of this, unless there are other questions on the economic topics, but.
Okay,
so I'll
is there
sit-
any questions from my fellow board members? I have one little question, and it kind of crossed my mind. You probably won't know the answer. But what is the tax revenue off that property currently today and employment numbers, you know?
I don't know the answer to that.
I think it's probably closer to zero if it's anything.
It's pretty small, I'm sure. Ag
Yeah,
land
it's
isn't
probably
gonna generate
next to
much.
nothing.
Yes.
So, we have an opportunity here. Okay,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, my question is definitely, to get down to the bottom of it, right? It's a lot of information, a lot of hypotheticals on the reporting philosophy, because I think ultimately the expectation of the board and then the expectation of EMC and the reporting are it's like two different languages. To a certain extent, it sounds like to me it's like a report written from the devil's advocate perspective. I don't think that's necessarily as productive as we had expected or hoped. Because I wanted to see what is the potential, right? That's really what we want to know, is the potential benefit of this project in our community. And then as far as the risk, not so much fiscally, but with that hazard report, that's, we're addressing risk through the eyes of that report. Both of them seem to be very anti this project, which made by default, it created more questions. And I know one of the things you mentioned was you're not trying to solve issues, you're trying to raise the issue. But then that should also include basically all the information within context, and it sounds like you didn't completely have it. And then the 101 issue, the access, that's a huge issue. So, and I only use that as a reference point, but, I still don't have the information on the unsecured taxation. I'm not sure exactly what.
I can answer that. I'm sorry, I meant to. We used a 10% factor. The 5% is what it actually is in the county, but that includes all the residential, which doesn't pay personal. So we use 10%, which is coincidentally the same percentage that the project sponsors analysts use, which is typical.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. So the reporting philosophy seems to be a little bit different than my hopes were. And it is to be neutral. I get that is your job, is to present all elements, but it's hard to digest it when it just seems like there's more elements on the negative. And then the positives somehow seem to be I'm not saying intentional or unintentional, it doesn't matter at this point. The whole picture wasn't there, and that kind of doesn't give us the right feedback to really, ultimately to know what the public digestion of it is. I mean, for me, I've pressed from the beginning. I know I've heard Supervisor BOTELHO mention, we don't want to see houses out there. I don't want to see houses out there. I'm going to see this project through to make sure that, God willing, it does move forward, that we're pressing Strata Verde to not have any houses out there. And so I requested county council for us to set up a meeting to make sure that we're talking and we're on the same page. Because I do support this project, all things considered. I mean, San Diego County is in a place where it needs to see commercial development, and this is definitely something that we've always been hungry for. And ultimately, we just need to make sure that the safety elements are addressed. But that's our job. That's not your job. Nonetheless, mitigation measures wasn't so much specific for how you're going to solve our problems, but at least understanding that industry and what it means to it. I would imagine as a chemical engineer, Dr. Say, who would have given us at least information of what mitigation measures have been used before, just to give us good reference as to what the impacts are, because there might even be talks about why is Tri-Cal in San Diego County if it's dangerous to the whole county. So anyways, I come kind of veering off path, but it's just a lot of things that don't really frame the understanding to really make informed decisions as a public and then as elected officials for the public. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor, I just want to say I really appreciate your comments. I appreciated your comments at the hearing we had with Tri-Cal where you started asking about mitigation. That's why I brought it up again. But sometimes when it's a process, right? We're in this thing and the expectations need to be set. If you remember the first slide I had, what was the purpose? And if you think about an election ballot that you see, you look at your pamphlet and it's got a for and against, right? So somebody wrote a statement for and somebody wrote a statement against. There's a ton of positives in this report about revenues and the things they can do. But like I said earlier, if I'm sitting in the room with the developer, we're going to sit around and go, okay, what are your issues? Well, we still have some access issues we need to deal with. We've got railroad crossings we need to deal with. We've got to deal with the fact that we've got Tri-Cal right next to us, how we're going to mitigate that. Those are good questions. Mm-hmm. But those are some of the issues. So when we do, whether it's a ballot, a for and against, or whether we do an environmental impact report, I mean, we go through an environmental impact report and it's all negative for the most part. It's what are the impacts? What's the analysis? What's the impact? How do you solve the problem? If you can solve the problem. But that's the expectations we're trying to set. So when I did the first slide, I just wanted to set the purpose. And our job was to tell you everything that we can tell you in terms of what we think are issues. Not to solve them, not to go flesh them out, but just to try to point those issues out so you have them, the voters have them, and then they can evaluate it themselves. And if you look at the slide that I put back up, which is all the areas we need to look at, that's what the code says that we need to look at. So it makes it complicated, and there's not a whole lot in there that's positive other than the fiscal. If you look at the top line, it says, what are the impacts? So I'm supposed to tell you what the impacts are, right? Not what so again, I'm just kind of trying to set the perspective and the expectation, and sometimes it's hard to do that because you're looking for a certain thing, right? And this whole set of slides we just went through with regard to revenues is very positive, okay? Are there other issues? Yeah, there's other issues. And the county and this developer will need to solve those issues if they want to develop there. So that's what we're pointing out. So inconsistencies with the general plan will just take us segue right into this issue. The general plan seeks to promote responsible development and economic growth within the county in a manner that appropriately protects the health and safety of residents. So this is what we talked about 2 weeks ago. The specific plan that is proposed, you're exactly right, it's not a new community, it's an suburban industrial park, it's a business park, okay? So that's fair enough. There's business parks in the Bay Area as well, and this is what they're trying to propose. Policy 6.9, we talked about 2 weeks ago of the county's general plan, requires that appropriate buffer be established on a case-by-case basis for new sensitive land uses adjacent to industrial facilities that handle agricultural fumigants, okay? The Tri-Cal facility is immediately adjacent to the specific plan area. The specific plan does not discuss HS 6.9 factors. It discusses 6.9, but it doesn't discuss the factors that are supposed to be put into play, which is what's the hazard? What's the emergency response plan from Tri-Cal? It doesn't discuss those things or deal with those things, and it's supposed to establish a buffer. So we concluded in the report that it's inconsistent with the general plan. Now, let me talk about that a little bit further in terms of the purpose of the buffer is to protect human health and property from adverse consequences in the event of a large, unexpected chemical release. That's what we talked about 2 weeks ago. The 2020 report prepared by MC Planning Group and Dr. Ron Saho was the Offsite Consequences Analysis and Hazard Buffer Report for Tri-Cal. Evaluates the degree of the hazard at Tri-Cal. The purpose of the report is to aid in the establishment of a prudent and appropriate buffer between Tri-Cal and Strata Verde project. The report recommends a 3.5-mile buffer. Given the recommended buffer in the identified specific plan would conflict with this policy. So
If I
know
could
the county.
interject, though,
Yeah,
just
hold on.
because
Well, let
we
me
do
fin-
know.
let me finish
No,
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying.
saying that the pre-review has already shown that that buffer should be smaller. So I'm just saying repeating something that we know is probably not a true fact.
2.8.
Well, we'll see, but,
You said 2.8 the other day,
yeah.
But again, that's not the point. The point is we created a study that said there's a problem and you need to have a buffer. It's all a matter, and I would like Dr. Sahu to speak to this, but it's all a matter of risk level, right? It's not a matter of we're not going to have a buffer. So whether it's 2.5 or 2.8 or 3.5 or 3.0, it's your decision to figure out what is going to create health and safety, because you have to make a health and safety finding every time you make a decision. That's all it's about. So you don't want to beat up the messenger because I've produced you a report that says there's a hazard there. Well, maybe you do, and maybe that's what it's about. But the point is you shouldn't be beating up the messenger. You should be going, thank you for pointing this out to me. We need to deal with this. It's a problem. And so whether that buffer turns out to be 2.5 or 3.5, that's a decision you'll make as the decision makers in this county. It's not the issue. The issue is we have an inconsistency. Mr. Ellenwood said earlier that there was a statement in their report, in their initiative. Okay, do you remember what the statement was? Okay, it talked about the fact that they, and we can put that back
It's
up
in
again.
the public interest, the location.
Yeah,
It's con-
the
it's-
location's in the public interest. They basically have written off policy 6.9. So their way of dealing with it is we're gonna make a finding, okay, in the initiative, and we're gonna have the voters approve that finding, which is basically gonna make 6.9 irrelevant to this project. Okay? Now, that's something that you as decision makers have to decide whether that's acceptable for you in this situation.
Say that again, sir.
Yeah, so they're basically saying in their initiative that 6.9 would go away. Essentially, they're saying the health and safety finding that you need to make is in the initiative. And we don't need to address 6.9 if the voters approve it. That's what they're saying in the initiative. And Mr. Ellenwood pointed that out very well.
Is that because it's a different project than what the CSA study?
Initiative.
It's just saying that they're saying that this project would be consistent with the general plan because they've made a finding that it's consistent with the general plan, including health and safety health and safety HS 6.9. So it's saying that it's trying to prevent somebody from saying later that it's not consistent with the general plan by making that consistency finding in section 2 of
How are they justifying that?
Well, it's part of their initiative, but Joel can.
Joel, you want to,
Yeah.
you defined it, you defined it for me perfectly,
It's
Joel.
highly technical, yeah.
Frankly, that is, their purpose is to avoid having to deal with the buffer zone for Tri-Cal.
And so
I mean, I being very blunt, and that's
But you can't just ignore the general plan risk mitigation expectation, right?
Well,
So-
they're saying that this finding that they're asking the voters to make supersedes, overrules, trumps, whatever word you want to use, Health and Safety Policy 6.9. And I had a conversation with the author of this report, and he confirmed that, yes, if we have to go to court, I'm confident that I'm going to prevail based on the courts giving deference to the findings made by the voters in an initiative.
So the initiative becomes de facto like 6.9, you don't have to address it?
Yep.
Yep, it's like an amendment almost to 6.9.
And the problem is they didn't make that as an amendment. They just wrote that language as if it was a finding. And if you guys know what that means, it's basically they're making a finding for the people of San Benito County that it's healthy and safe, which is crazy in my mind. And I'll be really blunt about that.
Well,
Okay, so, and let me tell you what the curveball is in it, before we go there, Mr. Hernandez. The curveball in it is this, is the law says that the initiative law says you have to make yourself internally consistent with the general plan. And what they've done is said, well, we're internally consistent because we're just gonna ignore it.
Because we say so.
Because we say so. And I'm not agreeing with that. And we put that in the report. It's a big issue of contention, I'm sure, with all the board members and county council and everybody else. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, oh, yeah, they put it in there, everything's good, because that's not my job. If I tell you that, and we have a Beirut out there, and that happened on the day I was giving you the presentation, that's agricultural chemicals blowing up.
I think we need to be not too much speculation, though.
It's not
And also, I think that the saying that it's inconsistent is just too simplistic of the legal argument that's involved, because it's very technical about whether it's going to be consistent or inconsistent.
Well, either
Yeah.
way, I mean, Barbara, I get what the gentleman's
And
saying.
they do have they plan their projects so they have approximately a mile before a lot of their buildings are. You know, so they've tried to build, kind of in a manner that reflects that Tri-Cal is there. There's a mile before some of their major development. So we're gonna have to really evaluate whether that mile is sufficient or insufficient.
And that's part of the CEQA process, and I'm still sticking
And
with
maybe
the
that's,
CEQA process.
maybe that's their justification, is they're saying it's not so much publicly right, because it's a whole different level of digestion. The public, maybe they might not digest as much, but nonetheless, they know that there's a process that has to mitigate or address this. Doesn't mean that the public should be treated that way. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's very wise. The public doesn't like, they have basically their own way of telling you, you lied to us, and it could be just by omission. And I'm not saying that's the intent, but I don't think there's wisdom in that. Either way, my biggest point, so it's two different things. I know that what you were mentioning, I agree, that we need to know the truth. But within that same context, I feel like, as far as this report goes, I don't understand the sentiment behind it, in the sense that the hypothesis end in mind, because there's a lot of negative assumptions in there, and by default, so it's like playing devil's advocate on why this project shouldn't happen. But nonetheless, I feel like there has to be, if the fiscal analysis itself, as an example, should put the hypothesis in mind that what is the potential benefit, so the whole picture, right? I think on both levels, I feel like there was missing elements, and maybe that's where Joel was trying to clarify. So I appreciate Joel being honest about what the Strata Verde folks mentioned. We really do want to have an honest conversation. That's the only way this thing's going to move forward.
And Supervisor, again, it's not about not having this project happen or trying to, do something negative that would have, it's not about that. It's just pointing out a problem. I know, I saw how you looked, and I don't want to, put words in your mouth, but you asked the question about how do we mitigate, how do we get a solution? Those were good questions, and that's all we're saying is the county needs to recognize that there's an issue there, and let's figure out a solution. If you go through the EIR process and you come up with a buffer and you decide to adopt that buffer, that's your decision, but you have the reports. Also recognize that when we did the hazards report that you got a presentation on 2 weeks ago, we started that when there was an application. We didn't have an initiative yet. So that was supposed to be a report that would be fed into the EIR report. Well, it ended up coming out outside of that because now we have an initiative we have to deal with, so it's coming. Voters are gonna get this, so now the information has to be put out into the public so they know what the information is going into it. So that just gives you some context to it. It wasn't started out like, oh, we're just gonna do this study. It was part of like, let's do a pre-study because it's a big red flag.
Well, and then the report got released early with TriCal, and that confused the whole situation just the same, which I don't think there was wisdom in that candidate putting that information out, because ultimately you can put out something very complicated and it could be skewed in different ways.
Right.
Until it's actually factually and relevantly interpreted. It doesn't really have, it's not digestible enough, or it's not clear enough, I should say, so that the public really understands what they're reading.
Right. Okay, so just those are those issues. I'll try to finish this up. This is the housing piece that we talked about. I do want to point out that the elections code requires us to look at the housing piece and having a sufficient zoning for housing. Again, you have a housing element. It already has identified areas. It doesn't necessarily have to be this area, but in the general plan, when it was approved, we had new community study areas put into the general plan specifically to create mixed-use development that would be self-contained and contain residential uses. The report does not evaluate this project as new community policies. That was said earlier. We're not evaluating new community study area policies. If we did, it wouldn't meet them. We'd have a whole nother list of inconsistencies. What we did do is put in the new community study area policy so you understood what was in your general plan and that this is plopped down in the middle of that community study area. So that's the only reason we put it in. The initiative-specific plan does not propose new community and is not proposed or defined as a new community, nor does it have residential uses. It's an industrial park, all right? But it is in the Bolsa new community area and it takes up about 24%. So that's the only point there, good or bad. Site access. So there's been a lot of discussion about site access, so we'll talk about that first. The specific plan does point out that the primary ingress and egress to the plan area would be a new road connecting the southwest corner of the specific plan area and Bettable Road interchange located on US 101. The initiative states that US 101 basically is being done for a primary road access so that you take the impact off of Highway 25. We get that, and I think that's a genuine goal to achieve for access. And then there's the farm road on Highway 25, emergency access road that was identified. Joel talked about these earlier, connecting the additional new road to Highway 25. Again, whether they have easements that are wide enough and all of those things that just need to be worked out with the developer, they do need to get a railroad crossings to cross those. Back to US 101, the initiative acknowledges that the project applicants may have to construct these access improvements off-site. So they actually said that in the initiative on land they do not own to create a sufficient right-of-way with needed to connect US 101. So Mr. Ellenwood did some research on county GIS, and he came back to us and said that there's a right-of-way that's about 150 feet through that area that runs along Y Road. We did our own research as well on GIS, and then we went ahead and did some additional work, and I contacted an engineer and had the engineer take a look at that section of roadway and try to validate some of the things. So some of the things you saw in the report that had to do with walls and tiebacks came from that engineer. And the point was, it's not that it can't be achieved. I'm not sitting here saying something can't be achieved. What I'm saying is there's some challenges there. The Y road connects into the interchange, but it's not wide enough. If you're gonna have a major industrial park, you're gonna probably need a fairly wide roadway, like the 150-foot right-of-way that Mr. Ellenwood talked about. The right-of-way varies in width from anywhere between 60 and 80 feet at some places to 250 feet in other places. It's not something you can average. It has its areas where it's compressed and areas where it's wide enough. It also, the property that they own does not connect to the Bettable Road interchange. The property comes short of that, so there's a piece of property in between. So then the next question is, if they're gonna expand Y Road, are they gonna be able to do it on their property? And then the next question is, are they gonna be able to expand Y Road wide enough to get to the interchange on somebody else's property? So those, and again, I'm not trying to solve these problems, I'm just telling you that there are some issues that need to be resolved. The applicants clearly know that. And so I am not gonna try to get in the middle of the kitchen. There's too many cooks in there already, but they need a railroad crossing on the 25 side. That's not easy to get. And they're gonna need to work out some agreements to get wider access into the Bettable Road interchange. And those access ways that you have there, and I will show you a map that I put in, but these access ways, and this is hard to read, so I'll try to just go over it really quickly, but I just want to point out that there's massive landslides along these are just environmental issues, massive landslides right at the interchange. There's culverts that need to be widened and repaired when they do build the road. Yeah, again, these are achievable things, but you got to widen the culvert, which means you're going to have to get probably an Army Corps permit, U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit, Cal Fish and Wildlife permit, et cetera, right? It's going to be challenging. So not that it can't be achieved, but they're challenging. There's landslide hazards in a number of different areas along here. The numbers that you see, 3A are landslide hazards. The number 4 is liquefaction and floodplain in which the road runs through or alongside of. And then there's a fault that runs through the area. So again, just like if we were doing an environmental impact report, we would point these things out to the board, and the developer would have to come up with solutions, engineered solutions to figure out how to do that. That's what that is. We're not trying to say they can't get to 101. I don't know that. Okay, what we do know is there's some properties, there's the inability potentially to widen the roadway through there unless they get right away from other people. There's slides to deal with, there's riparian corridors to deal with, et cetera. Development of the specific plan area may create changes to the county circulation system that conflict with San Benito County Council of Governments Regional Transportation Plan. The removal of Shore Road extension is one of those. Improvements to US Highway 101 and State Route 25 that rely on California Department of Transportation ownership and right-of-way sufficient to achieve improvements. And approval of the railroad crossing. And this is, again, goes back to the last statement is just about we had an unavoidable impact in the general plan EIR that talked about the fact a lot of these roadway improvements we can't control. If they're Caltrans, we don't have the funding for them, or we have to wait for Caltrans to give us funding for them. So that just becomes a challenge in terms of it. And I know we've done sales tax measures in the county to try to raise funds for roads, and we're making progress because we're going to get 156 improved. That's a great thing. We're still looking to get 25 improved. So there's a lot of challenges in terms of roadways. But just with regard to this project, they have their own internal challenges. Jobs housing, the county has an imbalance in jobs housing, which results in a significant out-commute to the jobs in Silicon Valley area and traffic congestion on regional highways. The development as proposed in the specific plan may create jobs within the region, which could reduce the need for county residents to commute to outlying areas. Improvement of the jobs housing balance may reduce the vehicle miles traveled or vehicle trips in and out of the county. It also needs to be pointed out that if they have a really successful industrial park, that people may commute from outside the county to come in. So that's another possibility. Alternative transportation. This is a whole list of alternative transportations that they've put into the specific plan. It's a very nice list. Network is intended to encourage walking and bicycling, walkable streets and bicycle paths, encourage mass transportation by creating connections to regional mass transportation systems, may partner with transportation companies such as Gilroy Transit Center. The specific plan intends to include Transit Hub, which would be San Benito Express, where transit or employee charter buses will connect the proposed commercial land uses with Hollister and outlying areas. Transit Hub would be would ease traffic congestion. And then the specific plan area transportation demand management program, which encourages environmentally friendly travel behaviors, is also included in the specific plan. Those are all positive things if the business park is built. Agricultural lands, important farmlands, just to point out, Again, this goes back to Supervisor Hernandez when we have to point out, negative impacts, okay? What are negative impacts? Well, it's gonna have impact on agricultural lands. So approximately 379 acres of farmland of local or statewide importance, 537 acres of prime farmland, and 50 acres of unique farmland are impacted by this particular development. It's a total of 966 acres of state-designated important farmland that's impacted and potentially converted to other uses besides agriculture. And there's a total of 1,500 acres of agricultural land that's converted by the project at build-out.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
on that
go ahead.
note, the farmland element, though, if I'm not mistaken, so you're saying potential again, the Strata project has designated certain lands to basically be untouched, to leave it as, and I know that, so it's not, so again, so it's, I'm not saying it's not true what you're saying, it's always potential, right? In that sense, that statement always stays true and never changes. But nonetheless, according to the initiative itself, it's saying it's not gonna designate everything.
Right, so if you look down on that same slide, in order to reduce impacts associated with agricultural uses, the specific plan requires preservation of 562 acres of agricultural land, including approximately 176 acres of the 537 acres of prime farmland. So they're preserving 167 acres of prime farmland and a total of 562 acres of farmland. The remaining 361 acres of prime farmland would be designated in the specific plan for urban uses and would be converted over time. And again, remember, this all gets converted over time. It's not going to all build out right away. We talked about the market analysis. It's going to take time.
Is there a value to this prime farmland that, because everything I've been on that property years ago, and I know there's some, not more than 200 acres of good land that you farm. The rest of it's maybe have that classification, but it hasn't been farmed, it's not good.
That's what I was wondering, because, I mean, I'm not a farmer, but I just know.
That's the problem, and it's, everybody goes, oh, we're losing prime farmland. Oh, geez, tell a farmer that, and sometimes you have a better use than farmland. And, adjacent to an industrial use like a tri-cal and a railroad track, sometimes there's something better that comes along, and this is the project that is better.
And Supervisor, what I would suggest is if you do get to do an EIR, I would ask the consultants to do a LISA model, which would actually give you the values for the farmland. And that way, you're right, these are statewide designations, right? So sometimes it's kind of when they say, well, this entire area is all Kit Fox, right? And they put a big bubble on a map and it's not as accurate. It's certainly within the area, but does it affect your property or the next property? There could be properties out there that are not suitable farmlands. I see that all the time. I think you have to do the analysis in order to know beyond what the state's designating, know whether they're actually farmable and what the income is off them and all of that. And then vacant parcels of land and open spaces, we're getting to the end here. The specific plan area and its surroundings primarily consist of vacant agricultural land and rangeland. The initiative measure specific plan includes a new 209-acre park called the Pajaro River Park. In the second phase, that would be a regional public park including 2.4-mile multi-use trail, benches and interpretive signage. Along the western boundary and adjacent to the Pajaro River will be an expanded riparian habitat that will add approximately 830 acre-feet of stormwater storage volume to the 100-year floodplain. These intended actions included in the specific plan are supported by the general plan natural resource policies. So those are very positive things to the natural resource policies. And then I say, however, because the actions are intended to be implemented in phases of the plan implementation, there is no guarantee they will get implemented. So again, the guarantee has to come in the form of the subdivision map or a development agreement or through an environmental document that you prepare. So I want to make that clear, because if I'm the developer and I get the approval with the voters and I decide I want to go start building some buildings, I might put the park in 10 years from now or 15 years from now. Doesn't mean that's going to happen. I'm not saying that this developer has is committed one way or the other. Maybe they have committed to staff what they're gonna do. But from our perspective, it's just to make you aware that it's important to note that it's not a first phase piece. It's a second phase piece, which means you could be 15 years into development before you get any of the park stuff or the watershed stuff or the trails. So those are things to know. I was before the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago, and the Planning Commission asked me to put in, we were proposing a conservation easement on some land, and they asked me to put it in on the first phase of the map, not the second phase, because it was proposed by the applicant to put it in on the second phase. We agreed to put it in on the first phase because that gives the county a guarantee it's gonna happen. They can't build anything, they can't grade, they can't come out of the ground unless that easement gets put in place. So that's just to point that out. So just with regard to questions, I just want to see if there's anything else that was discussed. The one thing I want to note on the nodes, Supervisor Botelho, you talked about the nodes in terms of the mistake in the general plan, just to remind you about that. And I don't want to drudge up history, but if you remember, these nodes were moved around at the last minute by the Planning Commission, and we went to the board 2 weeks later. So yeah, there was a mistake, no question about it. But those nodes, it wasn't like it was a process that went up to, it was Planning Commission stopped the action, said we want to change this, we want to move some stuff around, and they did. And so yes, the graphic came out incorrectly, and it did cause some problems. With regard to the zoning, we prepared, and I will say, it's an awesome zoning code, a C3 zoning code, that I think it was a mistake by the people that challenged it, because that C3 zoning code was as restrictive as you could imagine, to have themes and have restricted development out on Highway 101 that you would be proud of. And we were proud of doing that code section, and it got knocked out by the voters. So I'm just telling you, we have been doing good work to try to preserve the county and put these kind of things in place for economic development. So we talked about the net gain. Doug talked about that. We talked about access, regional housing, 25. And I think those are all the issues that we discussed and county council discussed ahead of time. And I don't see any other issues that we need to at least express our opinions on at this point. So we're available for questions. Thank you.
Is there any questions from my colleagues on the board? Peter? You know, we'll move on to public comment. We'll open it up for public comment.
If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand. Mary, if you could please state your name.
Oh, yes. My name is Mary Shaw Coran. For this discussion, I thought it was very enlightening. I had a question. I was wondering if Supervisor, I know that there's a report that's still being finalized. I don't know when it's going to be finalized, that will be helping the voters when they vote on this in November, the fiscal impact analysis. If the supervisors suppress any of this info, does that make the supervisors open to liability? For example, the tri-cal information, if they try to, gloss over the fact that it violates, I can't remember, it was it's not consistent with the general plan, and the initiative, the Strada Verde initiative actually, dismisses, I'm just looking at my notes here, the H6.9, I believe, concern in the, anyway, I was just wondering if there is any liability issue if supervisors do not allow that information to go out in the fiscal analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe, if you could please state your name.
Hello?
Yes, yeah, we could hear you. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, all right. Hello, my name is Joe Sanchez. I'm a college student and live here in the county. The safety of our community and our environment are important to me, and I'm very worried about the Strada Verde project. I'm especially worried because a lot of important information is only now being revealed. And I wonder, why has so much been hidden? I'm not sure why it took so long for the report about the dangers of an accident at the chemical plant to become public, but it is really good it did. We need to know that a leak, fire, explosion, or anything else could kill people for several miles around that plant. That area includes Strata Verde. We shouldn't build where we know one accident or fire could kill tens, hundreds, or thousands of people. That's not smart decision making. Maybe that's why the report wasn't released sooner. We also don't know what is really going to be at the project, do we? The proposal allows lots of kinds of development, but the developer won't tell us who the tenants will be or the actual businesses. What are they building? Shouldn't we be sure before this is approved? We will be handing over thousands of acres of farmland. Is that good for our community? And what about the environment? If this is passed by voters, the project will be able to skip important environmental reviews. That's more information we will not know. Why is that? Knowing Strata Verde is in a hazardous, potentially deadly place is enough for me to oppose. It's simply not smart. But I worry as much about all we do not know and why these details aren't being revealed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, if you could please state your name.
Yeah, this is Frank Berrigan. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's kind of disturbing to find out that the Strata Verde election code 9111 report still has not been available to the county. It's not been put on the county's website. It's been referenced on Facebook, which is not the method we should be using to inform our constituents here in San Benito County. What's also kind of concerning here is the board supervisor, our staff actually is recommending that the board of supervisors acknowledge receipt of election code 9111, report on the Strata Verde initiative, and receive an informational presentation of the report, which is kind of what we're doing today. But the board of supervisors cannot acknowledge receipt without the presentation of this report to the public. Since it's been out since July 9th, it's already been past 30 days.
It was received yesterday, if I could correct. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, correct it.
Yes, the final report was received yesterday.
So what the report that was out on Facebook had been out since July 9th.
You might have that as a different report, Frank.
Might be the buffer zone.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, the hazard study.
That was a hazard study, and that's been out. But go ahead with your public comment, Frank, if you want to continue.
Well, the report that I'm referring to is the on-site consequence analysis and hazard buffer report for TriCal Inc.
Yes, that's a public document.
It's a public document.
Okay. Well, your refusal to provide this study in advance violates the spirit of the Brown Act and does not give public any meaningful time to prepare and participate in this meeting. More importantly, it gives me and the public the clear impression that you are intentionally withholding public information or worse, trying to change documents behind closed doors. This type of conduct and this lack of transparency has been a pattern and practice allowed by county councils, by county's council, as evidenced by Supervisor BOTELHO on ongoing attempts to try to squash this hazardous report. I am now making a public records demand for the Strata Verde Election Code 9111 report and all correspondence between county's council and applicants' lawyers and representatives for the Strata Verde project. I am also giving you notice that I am evaluating whether to submit a complaint to the civil grand jury based on the patterns and practice of using Brown Act to avoid public discussion of public items behind closed doors. Your acts and allegiance to developers constitutes a grave injustice to the county
thank you,
and an
Frank.
unconscionable breach. You guys took my time.
I don't know where to send any of this information that you're asking for, so please forward your email to the clerk of the board or somehow give us the contact information so you can get the information you requested.
Okay, can I finish?
No, that's it.
You guys were asking questions during
I'll
my.
give you
presentation,
30
so-
seconds more, Frank, as courtesy. Go
That's
ahead.
enough. That's
30
enough time.
seconds.
That's
Go.
enough time. All right. Your acts and allegiances to developers constitutes a grave injustice to the county and an unconscionable breach of public trust. Your acts appear to be financially driven for your own benefit, whether it's campaign money, improving your business, or land value. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
If you could please state your name.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Regina. I am a college student and I am against Strata Verde. I have heard about Strata Verde for a while now, but I just can't trust what we are being told about it. I feel like out-of-town developers are trying to sell us on something. They have presented a giant 140-page proposal to consider. To me, that's a lot. But for me, some really important things are missing. They're promising a lot, but publicly too. But why doesn't their plan tell us who the tenants and businesses will be? They could use the land for many, many things, but they don't tell us what the exact plan is. It could be nearly anything. I feel like we should know that. There is talk of a lot of jobs, but the big plan does not include any commitment to hiring local people. That just seems wrong to me. And why was the important study about the horrible dangers of the chemical plant kept such a secret? It tells us just how dangerous it is to build so close to the plant when an accident can kill a lot of people nearby. That should have been made public sooner. Even after it was released, there have been complaints it should not have been. Why not? It is very important. With so many open questions and important stuff kept hidden, I cannot trust what we are being told. We should not let ourselves be sold on Strata Verde by out-of-town developers who, I guess, are in this for money. This is our community. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
We have no more.
We don't have any more. We got one more.
Oh, we do? Jackie, if you could please state your name.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and audience members listening and present. This has been a long, laborious meeting and hearing of your study. What I gathered, what I observed through hearing and listening is that you all, board members, are confused and frustrated. You did not receive a clear, clean-cut report that you wanted. There are many issues that have popped up. Incorrect, Mr. Grove stated, it is not their job to provide mitigation or solutions to these issues. For me, I put it very simply and very clearly. You all put the cart before the horse. You approve this initiative, go to the voters, the general public, myself. I'm a resident in Supervisor BOTELHO's district. This development will greatly impact our neck of the woods. All of the mitigations that could come out of this, having developed roadways, access to 101, access over a railroad, water, sewer, infrastructure, it just seems like a big pie in the sky development. Will you ever recoup the money that will need to go out? We don't hear anything about who this developer really is. I've heard of a name called Bristol SB LLC, and the SB stands for San Benito. Because by the way, public, they've already joined our San Benito County Commerce Association. So they're already greasing the wheels, shaking hands. This is very discouraging and very dishonest. I agree wholeheartedly with all the speakers before me. The issue for me is not Tri-Cal. The issue is Strata Verde and the money men behind it and what they're trying to bring to the county. This is a small community. And believe you not, Bristol SB LLC, that's Limited Liability Corporation, which is a huge red flag for me, how people do business, is in the business of developing and designing master communities. What does that translate to? Master communities, not commerce, not commercial, not research plan, but luxury master communities. And they said so much on part of the report you were presented to last couple of weeks ago by Dr. Sahu's study. They listed child care centers, churches, spas, recreation centers, wedding venues, entertainment venues. Does this sound like a research park to you? It sure doesn't to me. I think that the voters need to have more information on the table. There seems to have been some lack of transparency in the negotiations, even the report. Your staff people were trying to soft pedal this, so how you can get around the voters to approve this. I think it's all wrong. It's an all wrong development for that location. You are really jeopardizing our community, our way of life, our quality of life. Thank you.
You have been unmuted. If you could please state your name.
Currently not buy. Does the city want to buy this property? Or does the city want to take hold of this?
Hello,
This property?
my name is Theo Lopez, and I recently returned home after graduating from Sacramento State University, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother who lives in San Benito County and commutes every day to her construction job in San Jose. Strata Verde is wrong for our community for a lot of reasons. I will just talk about a few of them. First, your own hazard study shows that it's very, very dangerous to build it right next to a chemical plant. Workers or visitors at Strata Verde could die or be seriously injured if there is a fire, explosion, or leak. Those kinds of accidents have happened many times, including in California. That's not a risk we should create in our communities. We should not build anything new within the safety zone your own experts recommend. It's too dangerous, so why put people's lives at risk? Second, we don't really know what businesses or jobs will really ever come to Strata Verde because the developers won't tell us any details. That makes me worry. But if businesses do come, how would we handle the traffic? Our roads are already jammed, I know because I commute. The Strata Verde plan won't fix the roads to handle more traffic. And last, if jobs are brought here, we'll get them. Strata Verde's rich developer is spending a lot of money to get this passed, but in their really big proposal, they do not promise that local people would be hired. Why not? Strata Verde is wrong for San Benito County, and it is dangerous. We can do a lot better for people and the safety of our community without the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
We do not have any more.
We do not have any more. We'll bring it back to the board and try to wrap this item up. Supervisor Medina?
I do have one quick thing to say, and please correct me, Joel and Barbara. Is one of the individuals stated we approved the initiative. Well, we had two things we're required to do. Is that correct? Either
You can either place it, you can adopt it yourself, or you can place it on the ballot.
so we had our hands tied behind our back, and we let it go to the voters, which is the right thing to do. I just want to make sure that that's clear, and I want to be transparent about that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, after the signatures are collected, you don't have an option to do anything else besides those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy you brought that up, Supervisor Medina, because people get confused. And then they get confused again, and we'll probably have to say the same thing in 2 weeks. But do you have anything to add, Supervisor Hernandez?
No, well, I mean, yes. Sorry, I support the project. I want to flesh it out. I want to do what's best for my community. And yes, I want to address the risk with TriCal. I want that to be a transparent process, so I don't think that's anything that's dishonest or malintentioned. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's a game changer. I really believe that there's clearly some mistakes and a difference of opinion on some of these aspects of this report. The fiscal analysis is pretty accurate, even compared to the applicant's fiscal analysis. That was reassuring. You know, we were talking about the bucket of water, being that if you have a 10-gallon bucket of water, 3 gallons of it is going to be filled because of the market demand. I believe that if this project is a catalyst of not only will we get the 3 gallons of water in our bucket, we may get an additional 2 sooner, because we're promoting a new industry, a demand that is out there in Silicon Valley. Is there issues and hurdles that need to be overcome? You know, as you if you get the zoning and you get the design of the project, that's where a lot of this stuff is vetted out and overcome. The buffer, I have no problem at all having a track next to the to Tri-Cal. You know, it's low density. That's your buffer area, and that's what the designs that I have seen from the applicant. A couple of years ago, maybe a little bit longer, I was approached by the property owner to ask if I was interested in, you know, being somewhat open-minded or supportive of a housing development again out there. And, you know, I told him no. And, you know, as time went on, we suggested a job center, something that creates revenue and provides opportunity for our citizens here. We have a tremendous disbalance of housing against job creation. And I'm sorry, saying no to houses and stop building them is not going to correct that issue that we have and see today. This is go a long ways in correcting that issue. I believe that Tri-Cal is nowhere near the hazard that was portrayed in the hazard report. Their record shows that. I'm more concerned about the train being loaded in the Bay Area and traveling down here than being parked at Tri-Cal. I'm more concerned about the trucks that is delivering product to the end users and pulling out onto 25 and getting into an accident at 156 and 25, then I feel that there's a likelihood of any possibility of a spill of the magnitude that was described. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of workers already in that 3.5 mile radius. What do we do with them? And the businesses and the property owners and the residents. Should we be working with Tri-Cal? Absolutely. I've had a number of meetings with their leadership and to inform them of this possibility of a project adjacent to them, and they have been supportive. So, you know, I think all these things are absolutely could be overcome, and there's a lot of things I would have wrote in this report that is quite a bit different. But I think it comes back to some of our county council's concerns and how they outlined it and how are we to deal with it so the public has a true picture of, you know, and the county is unified and agree with the report that will be available, I guess, in the next day or two. And, you know, that's one of the things that I'm somewhat concerned about Mr. Grove's testimony and the disagreement, especially on the CEQA requirements. And we have to come to agreement on that. I believe in Mr. Ellenwood's experience. He's our county council, and as he's stated, he has quite a few years of experience, being married for 40 years. No, I'm only kidding. But, you know, I think if we're the bosses, and, you know, I'd like to see a language in there that, you know, my impression is that you have to go through the environmental impact report. You have to go through CEQA. You there get the zoning, fine, if the voters vote for it. But there's no shortcut to this process, and I still maintain that. County Council Thompson?
Yes, I did want to point out, and this is brought to my attention by Joel, but on section, I believe it's 5.4 of the, where it says, talks about implementation, it says subdivision approval, implementation of the specific plan requires subdivision of the specific plan area, which requires the submission and approval of a tentative or vesting tentative, final, and parcel maps pursuant to the San Benito County Code and state law. It's anticipated that this subdivision will be accomplished through recordation of multiple phase maps to facilitate the full implementation of the build-out of the specific plan area. It says subdivision maps shall provide for all infrastructure and off-site road improvements necessary to support each phase of the phase in the substantial conformance with the specific plan. Let me see here. As required by the San Benito County Code and state law, large lot maps may be appropriate and permitted for financing or sale purposes. So it does look like it does state in the specific plan that it's their intent to do subdivision maps to develop the project, which would
Okay.
require the CEQA. I just wanted to reinforce that.
Yeah, all right, that's good, that's what I thought. So what do we gotta do from here?
If it's acceptable with you, what we could do is release it with a cover letter, maybe attach the PowerPoint or a cover letter indicating what concerns we had with it, if that's acceptable. If it's up to the board, whether if you want, you know, you have other options, of course, but
I'll make a motion, unless there's a discussion.
Okay.
Make a motion to release this report with a cover letter from our county council and release it within the 30-day cycle, which would be Thursday, August 20th.
Okay. Have a motion,
wait, there's comment.
let me wait for a second before I get into the comment part of it.
So how would it look, Barbara, as far as a cover letter?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead, second the motion, and then you could ask the question, and I'll come right back to you.
Okay, well, just assuming, because I don't know if I will support in specifically that, because I'm not sure what it would.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Yeah,
Go
so I
ahead.
just want to understand a little bit what that is gonna look like. Cover letter, what does that mean? It's just your explanation of what you see as far as deficiencies?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't drafted it yet, so it would be a cover letter. In my mind, it's a cover letter of the possible or our perceived deficiencies in the report, and that due to time, you know, it's being released, but that these are issues that if we had more time or that we would wish to be addressed, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be better for it to be specific, where it actually mentions what the
Yes.
issues are and the remedies for those
Yes,
issues?
we would mention the issues, yes.
Well, and I'm just saying, because a
And
letter
we can
from county
include some
council-
proposed language, but, you know, like where I had it in the draft, we would include the CEQA language that we thought was appropriate. Some issues we will not have specific language because, you know, but some areas we can include, you know, specific language.
Yeah, well, here's my thing, it's just digestion for the public here. Having county council basically mention the land use, and I think Joel's perfect for that, but I think when it comes to certain things, like maybe, I don't know if you're gonna mention the economic impact, I don't know if we can get someone else to weigh in on that, so that way it has a little bit more substance to it.
Well, Joe Paul's fiscal analysis is due today, so that could be attached to it as
That
well.
something that makes it whole, you know, basically a holistic response, and that way it's a little bit clearer to the public what exactly is we're trying to address. When I think of a cover letter, I don't necessarily think of something that is report driven, you know, so it's almost like this is my rebuttal, but if it's to a certain extent, maybe even referencing the items within the report, so it has a little bit more clarity so that they, you know, folks can annotate, you know, it's like annotations of what the questions are, the concerns. A little bit more involved, but I think it would be a little bit more clear to the public.
Yeah, we can do what we can do within the time period.
Okay, Mr. Groves?
Thank you, Mr. Botelho. I appreciate you letting me come back up. I had the same question as Supervisor Hernandez. What's it going to entail? And the only thing I would suggest to the board is, I think the strategy is a good one, but I also think that there's been some bridges built today in terms of, we have different opinions on certain things, but there's also commonality in a lot of the things that we're talking about. I don't want it to be, they said this and we said this, because I don't think that's how this hearing went today. So if that can be part of the direction, that there are some of the bridges where if they go out, for example, and they build without, they go build without a subdivision, that kind of stuff, that scenario does exist. But I also agree that the other scenario is at play. So those things both need to be presented for the voter. So that's all I'm asking, is that you provide the full scenarios that you ask about, which was essentially what's this going to look like in the end of the day. So there's plenty of things that I agreed with Mr. Ellenwood on today in terms of how he presented things. There's specific things we disagree on. But I think that's okay, as long as that full picture is presented.
So are you willing to go back and speak with the county council tomorrow, if not tonight, and fix some of the report, and then go ahead and do a cover sheet? Barbara can do a cover sheet. Is that within your?
It's within my purview to do that. If you ask me to do that, I think that's kind of where I was leading with
Okay.
it. If we could actually talk with each other, then we might craft the language differently in a way that it explains both sides of that discussion that we've been having on all of these issues. And so I think there's more of a bridge there than there was gaps before we started, right? So.
Okay, and I agree with Supervisor Medina that, we've talked about this before for other things too. The transparency and getting this out to the public is very important, and doing it on this time frame. So with that understanding, you want to reissue your motion?
I just want to make a public statement also, and this might sound a little bit weird, but if you're going to go back and look at, I should say, reanalyze some of the data, you're doing it of free will. We're not making you do this. You take the accountability and you take the responsibility that you're making changes because it's the right thing. We're not making you do something. Is that correct?
That's correct. I just felt like it's an opportunity for us to talk about these issues and not leave it as confusing for the public. I think it's confusing for the public and the voters, because we're talking about these issues and some of them are very complicated. And Mr. Ellenwood's very good at writing language, and I've done this for a lot of years as well, and I just think it's important to do that. We don't have to do that. I mean, you can certainly just say, let's have county council put their errata sheet on it, and we've already.
No, I like what we're doing. I just want to make sure that we all understand that you're not doing this under duress, or we're not making you do this. It's something that you want to do also.
Yeah, I'm doing it voluntarily.
Okay, that's perfectly stated.
Voluntarily, and I don't know that we'll agree on everything, but that's okay. That's part of the process.
So.
Can we get Joel's input? As far as the format. Personally, when I think, maybe that's the way that I think, but when you're looking at the report itself, it's almost like an annotation format in my mind. So there's a cover letter, which is separate, right? You're gonna have to reference. But if it's annotated next to the actual document, then it might actually be a lot clearer to the public to digest, to say, oh, this is where county weighed in differently, or they wanted to add it.
To answer your question, I appreciate the commitment from Mr. Groves to work together with our office, and if we can fix the report, then there'll just be a report. If there are some areas where there are differences that remain, there may or may not be. I don't think so, based on the comments that have been made today. Then we'll reflect that in our errata sheet, if you will, or a set of annotations where, on such and such page of the report, they had this language, and we recommended that language, so, but I suspect that we may not get there. We won't need to get there. And that's primarily on the land use side of the section. I think between our clerk, auditor, controller, and that they've worked out the concerns that they had and that were originally discussed by County Counsel Thompson, that the fiscal impact report is by and large the questions that we had resolved. There are some minor things, but they're not insuperable, I don't think. So, yeah, our goal all along was to have a single unified report. Because of the time frame and the need to address it in open session at this board meeting, we couldn't accomplish that. I think we can accomplish that by Thursday, and so I'm optimistic.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, go ahead and make a motion.
Make a motion to have county council along with EMC get together tomorrow, work on the report, and then once both are happy with the results, we will publish it.
And if we don't reach agreement by Thursday?
Then you can do your cover sheet to cover any other thing that isn't mitigated.
It would be nicer to have one solid report,
Yes,
so
I
that's
agree.
what we'll work
Okay.
on.
Better to work things out. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the,
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
next item is,
Number 29, Mr. Chair.
yeah. We still have,
One more item and 3 closed.
I'm pretty sure.
no, item number 23.
Oh, 23, my apologies. It's out of County Council's office.
County Council's
sorry.
office on the cannabis,
Yes,
enforcement.
basically, let me go, sorry, let me go to this one. This is the fee report, or are we doing cannabis?
Cannabis.
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 Okay, so the cannabis one, normally we would have put on consent agenda for adoption. We put it on for regular motion for the adoption, just so that if there was any public comment, I'm just going to submit on it, and I can read the title of the ordinance for the record just again for the board. Ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito amending administrative citation provisions of the San Benito County Code, Chapter 1.04, Sections 1.04001, 1.04.003, and 1.04005. And it's what was discussed at the last meeting, and it's on just for adoption.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? I mean, from the board, just like Jaime. Seeing none, any public comment?
If you wish to make a comment, press *9 or raise your hand.
No public comment?
No public comment.
All right, we'll move on to bring it back to the board. What's the wishes of the board?
I make a motion, we move forward item 23 as written.
Second, Medina.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose? Hearing none. Very good. We'll move on to public hearings. Hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution imposing a fee tax assessment for 2020-21 for utility services provided by the county CSAs, and adopt resolutions authorizing the county auditor to levy special taxes established for the 2021 taxes within the community facilities district, CFDs, 2015 01 Santana Ranch and 2018 01 residential services. Ray, you want to take this one, or Harry?
Harry's on the phone right now.
This is
Pass it
Harry.
on to Harry.
Okay.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is Harry Mavrogenis, RMA. This is, as you stated earlier, the fee adjustments this year for utilities and services to our county service areas, as well as setting up the fees for the 2 CFDs. And you have a report, and notice was given to property owners. There are some minor corrections to be made. Jessica Stratton, the staff, should be on Zoom also to explain those. I believe copies of that were presented by Shirley Murphy from the County Counsel's office to the board members. There's 2 areas that needed more clarification, and those are in your hand, and they were put in the back of the room for the public as well. So with that, if there's any questions, we're happy to try to answer them or have staff answer them with Jessica.
Okay. Any questions from the board? I see none. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We do not have any comments.
Okay, we have no public comment. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 2020-63, resolution number 2020-61, resolution number 2020-62.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Hearing none. I guess that takes care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to closed session.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, number of cases 1, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1, County Counsel Barbara Thompson, Assistant County Counsel Joel Ellingwood. 27, closed session, conference with legal, real property negotiators, Section 54956.8. Street address is 1070 Caputo Court, Hollister. Agency negotiators Ray Espinosa, County Administrative Officer Tracy Belton, Health and Human Services Director Enrique Areola, Deputy Director of Health and Human HSA. And the owner is Heidi Mendoza Nelson and Larry Noon. And under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And 28 is closed session, conference with real property negotiators, property street address 1130 Cedar Drive in Hollister, same negotiators. Owner is Scott Allen Colts and Francis Barbara Colts and Coots, and under negotiation, price and terms of payment.
Okay, is there any public comment on items that is in closed session from the public?
If you wish to make a comment, press star 9 or raise your hand. We have no comments.
Okay, thank you very much to the public, and we'll go to closed session.